Shit. I forgot to remind myself how I forgot about the arm tracking. I'm not doing a funny. I've forgotten how to turn my arm tracking on and off. I'm not doing a funny salute, I swear. I don't know how to put my arm down. Oh no. Oh, this looks so bad. Uppies again. Yeah, let's just say I really want uppies. I want uppies from Wilhelmina Frost, guys. Who is my mommy? Oh, that break's almost over. Good. Shut the fuck up, Pascal Saucer. Hey guys, good evening everybody. Hey Adrian, hey it's Emo. Hey, it's still the arm, hey Extreme Finger. Hey Hoppy, hey the even NPC. Hi, bye, hi Cannon Fodder, hi Inferno, hi Timmy, hi Vampiro, hi Mr. Purple Guy. Hi, yes, it's not the Roman salute. I forgot how to put my arm back down again. Hey, Squirtle. Oh my god. Willie being open about the need. We'll get on to Willie this stream. Hey, Tom. So yeah, guys. Welcome to today's stream for this evening. If you are new here, this is Maulington's annual propaganda State of the Nation address for Face Connect. I think at this point Sakura should probably hire me. He should probably give me some money to do this shit, although I guess I'm doing it for free, and as Sakura would say, why would he spend money for something I'm giving him for free? Hey Blaz, good that you have the Canadian uniform and not the Hugo Boss's one. Oh, I know, right? This shit from Zen that's going on with Zentrea right now, like, it's not. I don't care. I honestly don't. I don't hate Zentrea. I just don't care about Zentrea or many of these like really big Twitch VTubers. I just generally don't like Twitch VTubers because of the kind of culture that either attracts or the kind of person Twitch streaming culture for some reason kind of develops. But even if you're completely separated and you've got like no personal attachment to Zen whatsoever, so it's V-tweeter season, and I'm just fucking sick to death of all these dumb retard fucking V-tweeters having their spurg out and calling everything Nazi and problematic again when a VTuber is like dressed in anything that even remotely resembles like a military shit. I mean, when I saw Zentrea's outfit, the very first thing that came to my head was like Azure Lane outfits. Like Bismarck wears something very similar. I think it's Azure Lane Graf Zeppelin wears something quite similar to what Zen's got on as well. That's immediately where my mind went. Not my Nazis, my SS, my Hugo Boss and shit. God, this is the problem. As VTubing continues to become more mainstream and like just attracts more people to it, we're just gonna get more and more of these dumbass fucking 75 IQ retards causing problems all the time. And I mean, this time actually what really kicked it off wasn't actually V-tweeters this time. It was relatively big VTubers who are complete spurgs this time. I don't know, some kind of goblin VTuber. And there was this other guy or girl or Z or she or whatever the fuck you call them. Yeah, it's like, oh god, I'm just sick to death of these people, quite frankly. If you spend too much time on Twitter, it just rots your brain and it just makes you not mentally well. So that's why I kind of just don't want to bother with other people in their communities or spend too much time like soaking in Twitter. I prefer to just vomit. I like to vomit onto Twitter rather than like absorb Twitter, because of how much gayness goes on that website. Thank you. Oh, you watch Leaflet? Yeah, I like Leaflet. Leaflet's great. Hey, QB. Thank you very much for the $5, QB. Very much appreciated. Mech Warriors finally getting to experience the Battle of Tukiyat. Yeah, you know, I was expecting us to be playing Clan Jade Falcon in the next in this Clan DLC, but I'll take the Wolves. I don't like Clan Wolf because it's like playing Clan Wolf is like playing the Ultramarines, right? It's like they're a very good faction, but it's boring because they're like they're the generic best boy faction, and I don't like them. Hey, Dragon Lord. Remember when Sheena and Lumi said they wanted military outfits but thought it might lead to a backlash from V-tweeters? Yeah, they should have done it anyway. I mean, things worked out in the end because Banana Sheena is absolutely phenomenal. Like, Banana Sheena is fucking hilarious. I love Banana Sheena. And I guess with Lumi, I don't think actually that a military outfit would really fit Lumi. I don't know. This is such a mean thing to say. I don't mean to. I mean this. I'm going to say this in like the autistic kind of like super fan hyperfixation way. I don't mean this. Just because I say this doesn't make it not offensive. But I don't mean this in like. I don't mean it in a rude way. I'm just being brutally honest in my thoughts. Is that I think that sometimes, bearing in mind Lumi's Mayoshi again, as I keep having to remind people as I say really nasty shit about her. As I think Lumi does have a bit of a problem sometimes, at least from my perspective. She has a bit of an image problem sometimes where she goes a bit too hard on being a... She acts overly performative at times. And I know that the whole nature of the beast, the whole nature of VTubing, particularly for women, is to be a performative, perfect, you know, little girl or woman or whatever for the VTubing autismo men to fantasize about. But you know, sometimes it's like, okay, it's, I watch, you know, you watch Lumi play stuff like Heart Survive 4 or some of her thoughts on some subjects. It's like, okay, Lumi, you're trying too hard. I can see you're drowning me in your attempt to win me over, right? It's like, just back off a minute, right? So I think that having a military outfit for Lumi probably go down extremely well, but I see it as way too pandery, honestly, to her demographic. So I think her keeping to her astronaut, you know, capstronaut shit is probably the right way to go. I think she could ease off of the performance. What do you call it? She could ease off a little bit on being performative, I think. Yeah, I don't think Jitler outfit went. Oh, it's funny enough, we're going to be talking about Jitler a little bit on this stream. Jitler herself, yeah. I didn't even realise the joke with Banana Sheena. It took me a little while to get the joke with Banana Sheena too, Cookie. Yeah, I mean, my favourite thing about Banana Sheena, Cookie, isn't even the banana outfit, Cookie. It's Sheena ending her sensitives with Cookie. Like she's fucking Naruto. Databayo. Oh, so good. I like that. I like little quirky stuff like that. But yeah, I was just watching Akimori. She's interesting as well. I have a Twitter account, but I only use it to view stuff. I have zero. Yeah, I mean, you've got no reason unless you're like a shit poster or like a VTuber ready to post on that website. Would you like? I do like the Pascal post, to be fair, but then that's me vomiting onto Twitter Pascal Saucer. I'm not taking it in. Call it a thing, not worth recognizing it as human. Fucking hell. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the $5, Ross, buddy. Hey, my favourite furry. I'm not a furry. Shut the fuck up, Ross. But thank you very much for the $5. I'm catching up to you, Ross, as well, by the way. I'm catching up to you when it comes to the arm muscles. God, my arms are fucking huge these days. I think it's because I've finally stopped starving myself and I've started eating normally again now that I've lost a lot of weight. And it's like, oh, my muscles are building now. Because I've been living off of like 1,200 calories for about 6 months now, whilst also working out. And so my strength growth has been really slow. And now I'm back up to eating about 1.5 to 1.8. And it's like all of a sudden arms go. Anyway, enough about me. Let's start talking about Phase Connect. Oh, did Dizzy get in trouble for the black nurse uniform? I didn't notice that. I did wonder why she's always in the white. But I didn't notice that, actually. It's weird. I'm always like... My Twitter algorithm always tells me, like in the first instance, when shit happens with Dizzy. But then, like, the algorithm doesn't inform me of, like, the outcome of Dizzy drama. So it's like, I knew immediately, like, within a minute, when Dizzy made her tweet when she went on that hiatus. And then Sakana was very mean to her on Phase Weekly with Ember. But I never knew like what actually happened with that. Because Dizzy wasn't in my rotation of VTubers to watch. And the Twitter algorithm didn't give me any info as to what actually caused that hiatus. But I know what happened now and what caused it and why it happened. But yeah, I don't know, it's just weird that way. Excuse me, I misread hair Dizzy. Yeah, I really don't see why they'd see the black uniform as problematic. It's it's in Dizzy's normal color scheme. Dizzy's normal color scheme is black with some red. It's fucking. I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, whatever makes them happy, what allows them to do their thing stress free, is what matters most, really. But it's not unlike Phase Connect of all people, right, to bow to retarded like Twitter mob people. I mean, Phase Connect in many respects has built its brand off of deliberately, well, not deliberately, but accidentally, kind of on purposely, pissing off V-tweeters. So I don't know. Thank you very much for the $2 again, Ross buddy. At the gym now, got to keep up. Dizzy love indeed. We'll be talking a little bit about Dizzy as well. I've got a Dizzy video coming up soon, which I've had to delay the Phase Connect documentary for. Probably it'll take me another couple weeks to get the Phase Connect documentary out now because of working on this Dizzy video. But at least I can say that I finally made a Phase Connect video after like what, fucking 18 months. We finally got a proper full fat Phase Connect video back again. I recently got a free membership to Dizzy channel, and boy, she seems like the person that I thought she was like. Yeah, very much. Dizzy and Rie both have very interesting membership like sections. Obviously, I can't go into too much detail because it's paywalled shit, right? But yeah, those two are alike in many ways, but I guess kind of like the end result, the outcome of what they do is different now, right? You've got like Rie's more of the Rie's more of the entertaining type, right? She's more of like your grassroots idol VTuber performing lady, and then you've got Dizzy is more of the interest and kind of like she like fills a void, she like fills a gap in VTubing fans' taste, where there's like there is quite a big appetite for people to talk about VTubing as a medium, as a whole, and like corporate life and the dynamics of a VTuber corporation between talents and staff. And I think like most VTuber corporations, like they tend to keep that stuff very close to their chest, whereas Dizzy and Phase Connect are quite open about what's going on behind the scenes in most spaces, and they don't do it in like the performative virtue signaling ways, you know, mud transparency, which is like a massive meme. It's natural and it's organic and it's interesting stuff. So yeah, I'll be talking a little bit about the Dizzy love before we get onto Gem 4, because there's some stuff I want to go over. Well, I mean, let's just get to the slides. Let's get on it. Come on, here you go. Oh shit, I forgot. Yeah, I'm still trying to get used to this PowerPoint thingy. I thought I didn't have any of these on, but I have to keep tapping it. Okay. So yes, hello everybody. Today's stream is oh hey Ferrari Kid. Oh, we've got an Urufu gang here. How are you doing, Ferrari Kid? Thank you very much for the $2. As a Phase Connect fan, I'm excited for this stream. Ah, thank you, Ferrari Kid. I do have I guess I forgot to add a slide on Uruka, because I did want to talk about Uruka a little bit this stream as well when we look back on Phase Connect. So just you've reminded me, the Ferrari Kid. I'll talk a little bit about Uruka just for you. Howdy howdy. Sometimes it feels like Dizzy knows more about the VTuber world than the managers, which is interesting. I think you're right. I think that's absolutely on the ball there, Inferno. I think you're right about that. And it's interesting because I think, if I recall, I didn't actually know this myself. I only know this from watching Armchair stream on Sundaria, is I'm pretty sure that Dizzy actually first got into VTubing in the first place because she just wanted some extra money for college, basically, right? Like, she didn't come into VTubing already. You know, kind of like how I got into, I guess, becoming a VTuber. Like, I became a VTuber after being a fan for a few years and then just like having a midlife crisis and going, oh fucking hell, like, I love this shit. I want to kind of get in on it, you know, myself and kind of do the grassroots VTubing and try to talk about how I perceive this bizarrely autistic and crazy and cringe medium and talk about all the wonderful and the terrible things that happen in here. But I think Dizzy it was literally just a case of I just need a side gig, and then she's gone from being a person who got into VTubing for a side gig to being kind of like the Mick Foley of VTubing is what I'd call Dizzy. She's like an old school, like a really old school traditional wrestler kind of person who is really passionate and really loves the industry itself, and is prepared to take some really fucking like nasty bumps and work really hard to keep the spirit of the medium in its purest form going. So yeah, I have a lot of very good things to say about Dizzy, but there are always problems with being a Dizzy Dokuro, which is what I'll go into in the Dizzy video as well. I think one of the biggest things, right? There are two things that we'll get to Gen 4 in a minute, guys. We'll get about stop giving me excuses a tangent, all right? You know how I get. Now I'm going to talk about Dizzy for a minute, all right? Now hang on a minute. Before I get onto this, I'm going to need to get onto Dizzy, okay? Then we'll stop Dizzy schizoing and we'll get onto the stream. So, shit, what was I? I tangented too much away from my tangent. I forgot what my original tangent was. Oh yeah, two things really worry me about Dizzy. The first is I'm worried about Dizzy being taken advantage of by Phase Connect management, particularly Sakana. And now when I say Dizzy being taken advantage of by Sakana, I don't mean that in the sense of that there's some kind of like gaslighting or like deliberate malicious manipulation of Dizzy by Phase Connect management. Rather, what I mean by taking advantage of, for those of you who've ever been in a position of management, particularly upper management, know in quite a good corporation, know how it is sometimes, right? It's like when you're a very senior manager in an organization and you get some very young, motivated, highly ambitious, go-getting young thing joins your organization and they just want to do like a million billion different things. They want to take responsibility for all this shit. And they really want to get on and make the company proud and do really well. When you have those kinds of people in, you have to be very careful to make sure that they don't burn themselves out and emotionally like devastate themselves and cause themselves to get to a point of literal mental, emotional, physical exhaustion. Because people very much like Dizzy will very quickly burn themselves out and get overly emotionally invested into what they're doing and the company, right? And they themselves can't recognize when they're pushing themselves too far. And the way it becomes kind of taking advantage of is because as a senior manager, right, and you've got some salt behind you, you should recognize when someone's doing this stuff. But at the same time, you have that temptation to just sit back and let it happen and not interfere and protect that person from themselves, because you subconsciously start to depend on that person, or even consciously you depend on that person and you let them keep doing it because they do such good work, even though you know how much damage it can do to them. Or kind of what you do is you just take a step back and you just let them burn themselves out because they're just let them keep doing their thing. So I do. We don't. Obviously, I don't know. We don't know what kind of dynamics and what goes on behind the scenes. Really, what kind of conversations and how their relationships work. But I just hope that there are people behind the scenes in Phase Connect, particularly the management side, who are reminding Dizzy that she doesn't have to do everything herself. And I'm not saying she does everything herself, right? But it's like you can spread the work out a little bit more. Dizzy, you can let other people like support you and do other stuff as well. And it's like you don't need to do everything yourself. You don't need to rush around and like take on so much stuff and burn yourself out, because you are a talent as well. At the end of the day, you're not just Phase Connect's like project manager and like director of marketing with all her fucking shows and shit that she does, right? And all the off-stream stuff, right? It's like you need to pace yourself and be careful, Dizzy. And people need to just make sure she doesn't push herself too hard and that they don't, that they stop her from hurting herself, basically. Thank you very much for the 20,000 rubles. Sorry, I don't know what currency that is. Thank you very much for the 20,000 rubles, Kusa. I wonder how many talents still on basement now. Very good question, Kusa. Very good question. Honestly, I think Phase Connect has too many talents as it is. I really hope they don't have more people in the organization, because it can cause some problems, right? It can cause some problems, but I'll get onto that a little bit later. Take care, Adrian. Take care, buddy. Anya need to recover. Yeah, I'm going to talk a little bit about Anya later on. Thank you very much for the $2, Ross. She started... Exactly, we're going to talk about that as well. So Dizzy is... I'll save it till later. Absolutely, she's the one behind the Sad Girl title. Extremely useful human capital. Yes, she is, absolutely. You think she does managerial work for free because she feels like the one that wants Phase to work the most, even compared to Sakana? I do, honestly, I do. And I think the reason why I think that is because I do have I used to have the same sickness I think Dizzy has. I remember my first job after the military is that I joined a failing hospital, like outpatients department, and they had like massive staff turnover, particularly amongst the management, and there were just like loads and loads of empty spots in the management structure. And instead of just like sticking to my job or my contract and just doing my little part of the puzzle, for some reason, even though I was like a brand new hire, it was just in my nature where I took responsibility for everything, even though it wasn't my pay grade. I was actually like, I basically took it upon myself to act as the like director of that outpatients department, even though I was just hired as a operational manager, basically. So I kind of, without being asked, took on the responsibility of a role that's like 2 pay grades above me, because for some reason it's just in my nature to just take that on. So I know from experience, I know firsthand, all right, and because of all this, because of all the stresses and the struggles of trying to manage a failing outpatients department as the only manager who gives a shit and the senior most person there, it was like I was working like 12 to 14 hours a day, 6 days a week, right? And it's not sustainable. You burn yourself out, you stress yourself out, and you destroy your life. Eventually, after all that time spent, I look back on it now. Right? I did that for about a year and a half, and I look back on that time now, and it's just a complete waste. I didn't learn anything. It made me stronger, but I didn't learn anything from it, and I certainly didn't gain anything from it monetarily. So, based on those experiences of mine, like I do worry about Dizzy sometimes. I just hope that she remembers that her own happiness is important as well. So that's the first thing that worries me about Dizzy, is her taking on too much and causing herself issues. What's the second point I want to make now? Oh yeah, my second concern about Dizzy. Oh god, was that the thing? Was that the thing I wanted to say, or was it something else? I think it's relating to, I think I want to make a point relating to like her being Mick Foley and her character of Dizzy Dockery. The other thing that concerns me about Dizzy is that I'm worried, again, I guess kind of tying into the first point, I am worried that the character that she plays as a VTuber, I hope that's genuinely what she wants to be. Like in terms of being the pathetic, silly, clown, sad girl, you know, sex object thing. Right, that she acts like when she's streaming on her own terms and not doing company stuff. And the reason why I say that is, I don't know, it's just personally, I don't like the fact that Dizzy chose to do that as her character. I mean, if she enjoys it and she genuinely enjoys it and it works for her, that's fine. But it's kind of like, I think that Dizzy needs to be appreciated and respected for all that extra shit she does for FaZe Connect, in terms of turning FaZe Connect itself into like this kind of living, breathing character. Like Dizzy's responsible for like the vast majority of the lore and the character and the kind of like, she's turned FaZe Connect itself into a living, breathing thing, and she's not solely responsible for it, because people like Pippa and Tenma, and to some extent Urika as well, with their kind of talking about what goes on in the background, has contributed towards that as well. But I think that Dizzy doesn't deserve to be treated as like, even in a memeing, joking format, doesn't deserve to be disrespected as like a sex object, or, you know, a pathetic sad clown, right? Like I think Dizzy deserves quite a bit of appreciation and respect that you can't even jokingly disrespect, if that makes sense, right? It really bothers. I secondhand concern fag when I see people even jokingly like disrespecting Dizzy, because I don't think it's appropriate in any way, shape or form. But it's what is, again, it doesn't matter what I think, it's about what her and her fan base think, right? Anyway, so I'm really far behind. Thank you very much for the $5. Whiskateer, is that a reference? Are you a biscuiteer? Are you a Bibi Biscuit fan, or is that just a coincidence, Whittle? Thank you very much for the $5, so I really appreciate it. I only just recently fell into the VTuber rabbit hole, particularly FaZe. Now I have 5 memberships, not bad for a start, and another 4 active gifted subs. Sounds like you're making an impression in the community as well. Welcome to the FaZe Connect community. It's the best VTubing community in all of, well, Western VTubing certainly. As long as you love FaZe Connect or a FaZe Connect VTuber, then the FaZe Connect fans really will be like just an incredibly welcoming and welcoming and oh god, my brain, welcoming and warm wishes giving group of people. Honestly, the FaZe Connect community does have its dramas, and there are some weird people in the FaZe Connect community, and I don't just mean myself. Like, you do get capitalists. Well, not always necessarily capitalists, but you do get certain people, sometimes from the capitalist community, who are quite retarded and don't get the joke and claim to be big fans of Pippa, but don't actually seem to actually understand Pippa or FaZe Connect at all, right? So these are the guys who make jokes about shoes and wooden doors, but they're not joking, right? Like, they actually think that if only that cuck fishman would back the fuck off, then FaZe Connect would be, 4chan, the agency, right? Which is like, if you've been paying attention to Pippa or FaZe Connect as a whole for any length of time, you know that, right, that they're joking. Well, except maybe Panko and to some extent Jelly, who probably aren't actually joking, but the rest of them, right, they're just memeing, it's shit posting, right? They're not actual, Holocaust joke enthusiasts, right? Sorry, let me keep scrolling here. God, I'm so far behind. But yeah, the FaZe Connect community is fantastic. It's really welcoming. You have a good time. It's there's not much drama goes on in the FaZe Connect community, and they're very open. They're very open to newcomers. Yeah, this is the thing. They do need to have more talents because, again, the reason why they need to keep increasing the size of FaZe Connect as well is because it's like, well, because it's a business at the end of the day. A business exists to make money, and if they're able to make a return on each new VTuber, then more VTubers, more money. And then the other thing as well is that just debuting a new generation is in itself, like the new generational debut is such a huge event that attracts a lot of attention. A lot of people turn up to new debuts, so it puts a bit of steam. It shoves a rocket up the ass of the agency and makes them relevant again. Reminds people who've drifted off that it exists, and that's as we can probably see as well in FaZe Connect Wish and FaZe Connect Generation 4, is that it's basically brought FaZe Connect back from that period of stagnation following FaZe Connect Kaleido. Basically, they're like from kind of like the middle of 2024 to FaZe Connect Wish Quest debuting. There was like a period of stagnation where they were building up to stuff, right? But FaZe kind of fluctuated, kind of stayed where it was, or even decreased a little bit. So with Quest and Saga, again, like, subscribers are rocketing up yet again. And it's not just being concentrated towards the usual suspects either. In fact, some of the usual suspects are actually, again, not really increasing their funny numbers too much, but rather the distribution is heading towards other talents. So we're seeing previously like small and to medium-sized VTubers within FaZe Connect itself now becoming major players. So, and again, kind of what happens as you have more generational debuts as well, is that you've got replacements basically for when any of your old guard leave the organization. So it's a good thing that FaZe Connect has the likes of Cleo and Mari En in the organization now, because Cleo and Mari En, in a sense, can cover for the potential loss of like Pippa and Tenma. Now, if FaZe Connect were to lose someone like Pippa and Tenma, it would be like a terrible, terrible wound that would forever. It would be like being stabbed with a Morgul blade, right? It'd be a wound that would never heal. However, FaZe Connect could now, I think, exist without Pippa and Tenma, because they've got a nice distribution of like really popular talents these days. And that's the good thing about having more and more generations, is that it's like you take away a lot of the power from from any individual talent so that they can't negotiate an outrageous contract, and you just make the company sustainable and resilient for the future, which is ultimately, you know, what a company wants. Because it's not, because SAGA also has a duty to all his VTubers to make sure that the company remains solvent and strong going forwards so that they can do the shit that they want to do and continue to expand their projects so they can become 3D, you know, dancing and singing idols and produce music albums, which is what most of them want, because that's one of the main reasons why people join VTuber corporations in the first place, right? Rather than going independent or joining a company and then immediately abandoning ship and going independent once you become popular enough, is because many VTubers who go the corpo route have bigger aspirations than to be funny, performative, ADHD, autistic girl on the internet. They actually want to develop some pretty decent, you know, entertainment skills, like, you know, music and dancing, and there's also stuff like merchandise on the financial side, right? But, you know, many VTubers get into this thing because they are some form of creative or artist, and they just want to take that to the next level, essentially. God, how the fucking hell, the stream's half an hour in. I haven't even finished the opening slide yet. Good, yeah, I'm going to split this into 2 streams because we're not going to fucking get this done in one stream on a weekday. Thank you very much for the... I'll finish reading the donations and then I'll actually get on it. So thank you very much for the gifted membership, iStudy buddy. Thank you very much. And hey, Eric. And thank you very much for the $2 again, Ross. Very kind of you, thank you. They can't lose Pippa because it does start a domino effect, but I think that you're right, it causes like a failure cascade once you lose like really big important talents for an organization. But I do think that FaZe Connect could even survive a Pippa graduation at this point, because over the last kind of year and a bit, they have been FaZe Connect has been flooded with normie VTuber fans, right? So FaZe Connect is no longer the organization mostly comprised of people, of like guys in their late 20s and older who like 4chan, the Something Awful forums, and have that old school internet humor kind of mentality. There's just a lot of FaZe Connect fans these days who just want to watch cute girls doing cute things and will be just perfectly satisfied with people like Sinon from SAGA, or like Mimo or Rooney Roos and stuff like that. So I'm not sure. I do think that FaZe has grown beyond Pippa and Tenma at this point. Do you think, Ferrari Kid says, do you think that's one reason they're expanding to so many new talents? Because if one big core member ends up leaving, there is such a wide community of members that will stay for the other talents? Kind of. I mean, that's one part of it. SAGA needs to safeguard against one or multiple talents leaving, because remember, they have been... FaZe Connect has existed. FaZe Connect Origins has been around and graduation free for 4.5 years now. And most of them have been streaming before they joined FaZe Connect as well. So, you know, some of them have been streaming 6-7 years, if not more. You would expect after 6 to 7 years of being a streamer, they'd start to get bored or fed up and maybe want to do something else. So you need to safeguard about that stuff. You absolutely do. But then, you know, there's just it just makes financial sense, I suppose, for FaZe Connect at current to continue expanding, really. It's about the finances and it's about sustainability. I'm trying not to be a tourist. Oh, no. I mean, this is the thing. The word tourist gets thrown around a lot without people really understanding the meaning. There's nothing wrong with being a newbie. If you're a newbie, you don't know what you don't know when you're a newbie, and you need to spend some time lurking and engaging with the community before you build a proper understanding and of appreciation for what you're into. A tourist is someone who's new, or it can even be someone who's been around a while, who just refuses to get it and then just wants to change it into something it's not, and that no one appreciates, really. So that's why it's called tourism, really. It's because it's someone who doesn't actually belong in the community. It's someone who's sightseeing and is basically causing a disruption, and they're being a nuisance. in the community is what a tourist is, right? Being a newbie isn't tourism. I hate gatekeeping when it's like old fags like get super gay to new people who are genuinely trying to make an effort to understand the environment they're in, right? I hate that shit so much. It really annoys me. Like, I understand wanting the new guys, you know, to do their reps to make sure they develop into proper fans of a community, but there's a difference between maybe not spoon feeding them everything so that they don't really understand, so that they can't really understand and appreciate it for themselves. But then there's like, if something's been around for 5 years, you know, the new guys need to be told about the old lore. You can't expect them to go hunting through hundreds of hours of old VODs to find really one obscure reference that the community loves, right? Say so, Sinon, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Leah mentioned it on a 3D concert. Once you're in Phase Connect, you start thinking, hey, maybe I could do this singing and dancing thing. And absolutely, this is a point I'm making just a minute, is that Phase Connect is the more gig up. Lukester. Behave yourself, Lukester. But that's the thing. Phase Connect isn't really the sad girl company anymore in terms of the existing talents and the kind of people it's bringing in, which is sad. Gatekeeping is good. Gatekeeping is good. It's just that gatekeeping people who want to ruin the hobby is good. Like, making life hazing newbies. I don't like hazing newbies personally. Yeah, this is the thing about gatekeeping as well, is that in order for gatekeeping to work, you need to kick people out. You need to kick people out of the community as well sometimes to properly gatekeep. It's not just about let's not get into a fucking tangent about the definition of gatekeeping now, actually. Let's move on. He got accused of being... I mean, that's that's just a new bro thing to say, being surprised that a lot of VTubers are older women or hags. I mean, I'm 32 myself. I'm 32 and a half now. So, I mean, I'm an older guy as well. We've turned the guild failures into guild successes. Yeah, so, guys, this year is the year of Phase Connect goes mainstream. And as always, today's stream, is being presented by Lord Maulington, who is factually, I am the sexiest, I am the funniest man in VTubing, I'm the sexiest and funniest man in VTubing. And of course, I have replaced Vox Akuma in this role, who decided to become a communist Chinese twink for hundreds of billions of Chinese yuan, or however the fuck you call their currency. And I mean, to be honest, if I was Vox Akuma, I would also sell out to the Chinese for Chinese Fujo money. I don't hate Vox as much people do. I mean, I'd do the same thing. No shame, no regrets. Good for Vox. Get that bag, Vox. Get that bag. I wouldn't run a bar with no... Yes, exactly. Well said. I wouldn't run a bar with no bouncer. What are you doing? I don't know how to put my arm down, Felix. Reds, get out. The only good communist is a dead communist. Hell yeah. I like saying Vox's name because my natural accent encourages me to say Vox Akuma, right? Which sounds like I'm calling him Akuma. I know it's Vox Akuma, but I don't like saying the Japanese names for words. I like saying how I'd say it. So I call him Vox Akuma. Vox Akuma. And Akuma fits him as well. Oh my god, I've almost drank my glass of water as well. Thank you very much for the $10, QB. A moment of silence for Pippa's truck. Pippa's surprised. I don't know. Pippa confuses me, right? Because it's like, surely she makes enough money she could buy a decent car or truck or whatever. What is Pippa driving? I know she drives a truck, and she said on Twitter it broken down after she was having she was taking sheet metal to the vet or something. I know sheet metal's not very well at the moment or something. Don't know exactly what's going on with that at the moment. But thank you for the $10. A moment of silence for Pippa's truck. May it rest peacefully in mold heaven. Oh, it's dead. Oh, is it dead? Is she going to get it fixed? But don't let that distract you from the fact that the Yabbit has a fucking rabbit named Sheet Metal. She should have called it Pascal Saucer. Vox Akuma, yeah. She might make enough too, but I don't know if she... yeah, that's a very good point, Neighbor Crusader. Maybe Pippa makes enough to buy a nice truckle car. But what's she doing with her money? Spending it all on fucking Azure Lane gacha. Pippa's bi-curious, putting it generously. As soon as you have a JPEG with feet and fat tits on the screen, she turns into a raging lesbian. Maybe she's spending all her money on a gacha like Sakura does. I don't know. I'm not saying that Pippa should go out and buy something like a Mercedes S-Class as her first car, right? But you could buy like a 20... She could have bought like a brand new MX-5 probably, right? And got a good deal on that and had that as her first car, all right? That'd be a nice, reliable, simple car for a woman like Pippa, since it's slow, right? Because it's a Miata. You brought up Phase Connect hasn't had any graduation. I didn't say Phase Connect has had any graduations yet. I said Phase Connect Origins hasn't had any graduations yet. So in terms of graduations as a whole, obviously, well, I guess it's a termination, right? Not a graduation. Yuri's been terminated. I would say Saya Soroxis graduated, right? Technically speaking. I mean, given the fact that she's actively doing stuff on her past life now, I would say that she's probably, I don't know, I don't think Saya's coming back, honestly. So we can say that Saya's graduated, I'd say, even though she's a phase citizen. And who else has graduated? Well, who else has graduated? Am I missing someone? No. I know it's still up in the air as to when Hina's coming back full time. And we don't know what's happening with Anya. Am I missing anyone? I feel like I'm missing someone. Yuri terminated, Saya graduated. Hina still not really around, but not graduated. Anya somewhere doing something. Yeah, I really like Saya. Again, it's such a huge shame. I really like Saya. I think Saya had a lot of talent, but I don't know. I don't know what's going on in that head or what's going on behind the scenes for her to want to take the path that she did. I hope she doesn't regret it too much. But I mean, I've already said what I wanted to say about Saya. I want to buy a Toyota Hilux once they get rid of that stupid chicken tax from the 60s. Oh yeah, I forgot about your chicken tax thing. Do you want to buy a Toyota Hilux with or without the 50 cal on the back, Pablo? Without the Taliban mounted 50 cal on the back. Yeah, I remember hearing it's something to do with a family life, which is a shame. I don't know, it's really weird, I find, when family get in the way of like your career, particularly when you got a good thing going. But anyway, best of luck to Saya. Feel bad for the poor woman. Oh no, it's okay, Ferrari kid, don't worry. But yeah, so yeah, phase Origins pretty stable, still go. I'd be fucking devastated if Mishuru like graduated, man. God, please, I hope Mishuru stays with Phase Connect till the end. She was VTubing too long and got bored of it. I did wonder if that was the case, because it looked like she kind of, towards the end of her stint as Saya Soroxis, she did look like she just stopped putting the effort in. And it's like, yeah, you could liken that to just her being in a, a not great emotional state, that she doesn't want to put the effort in anymore, or it could be a sign that she's just bored and doesn't want to do it anymore, right? And I kind of understand that feeling, because sometimes of all the shit that goes on Twitter, it makes me hate VTubing and not want to do it anymore either, because a lot of stuff that happens in VTubing and a lot of attitudes and expectations as to people in this community just really gets on my fucking nerves and puts me off it. But anyway, so on today's stream, we're going to be talking about where was Phase Connect. So we're going to talk about Phase Connect's journey a little bit. We're going to be talking about where is Phase Connect now. We're going to talk about where Phase Connect is going. We still have the Clara. I might talk about Clara a little bit at the end of this stream, maybe, or maybe in a moment. I don't know. I'll see how I feel. I kind of every time the Clara question comes up, I have thoughts about it, and then I just immediately go to, well, I have thoughts about it, but we just move on at this point now. I mean, it's all been said and done, and I don't honestly really care all that much, because it's one of those things where I like and trust Phase Connect as a whole enough that I'm not going to let the actions of one VTuber make me boycott the entire agency. It's just a case of I'm just not going to watch Clara and just, support the talents who, as far as I'm aware, don't think and act in that manner. And it's like, just to continuously be on the point now is I guess I'm getting onto that topic now. We'll touch on that later, maybe. Right? Let's just continue on. Anyway, moving on from Clara. So, Generation 4 overview. We're going to talk a little bit about Anya, what we can say about Anya, basically. And then on today's stream, I'm going to go over Willy, and I'm going to go over Bibi Biscuit. I'm probably not going to have time to go over Nitya, Malice, and Sinon this stream, but I'll do a part 2 where I'll go over those 3. So yeah, we'll stick with bullet points 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and do 8, 9, and 10 later. You don't see good singing like Clara's often. Yeah, it's a shame. Clara is. You could consider Clara to be like engineered in a test tube to be the perfect Phase Connect VTuber when you consider her age, humor, behavior, personality, content, skills. And then for some bizarre reason, she just feels the need to throw that all away and cause, you know, not just her, but potentially her entire organization massive issues by saying some unacceptable and deranged shit, quite frankly. I guess I can kind of shoehorn that in a little bit into the Where Phase Connect is Going section, I guess, because we can kind of talk about the potential repercussions and I guess a little bit of the situation that Clara's put Phase Connect in after her little yab, I suppose. I think it is relevant to that at least. So maybe if I remember, I'll talk about it in that section. Yeah. Maulington's going over our Willy. Be gentle. Oh, you have no idea how many jokes I've got about Willy. The solidest snake of Phase. You know what? As I got older, Solidus is my favourite snake, honestly. Yeah, I can't wait to talk. I can't wait to talk. I've saved the I'm going to start with my 2 favourite VTubers of Phase Saga, which is Willy and Bibi Biscuit. Those 2 are definitely my faves, honestly. Okay, so let's start on the side. So, where was Phase Connect? So I still love Clara. Yeah, this is the thing as well. It's like, look, at the end of the day, a lot of guys either are still unaware or don't care about what Clara said and did. So it's like going after them, right, and giving them grief at this point is super gay. Like, if you have a problem with Clara or Phase Connect, take it up with Clara or Phase Connect directly. Don't just leave the oomphies to enjoy their Oshi and to enjoy the fact that their favorite VTuber is back in peace, and like don't go shitting over and pissing over, you know, their section of the pool at this point. It's not helpful and they don't deserve it, right? Just leave them alone and respect, you know, the guys, and take up any issues you have with Phase Connect directly. Like having arguments, harassing clippers, calling people like cucks and simps or whatever for choosing to continue to support Clara isn't required, really, and it's not helpful, quite frankly. She's been nuts since Kawaii, and the brain mod doesn't help. I don't know, something weird about VTubing. VTubing makes me weird and nuts and do and say shit I wouldn't normally do or say either, to be fair. So I can't think of Clara too harshly for that. I do and say stuff sometimes where I think, Jesus fuck, why did I think that was a good idea? Don't know, it's weird. Guess it's the kind of like subconscious confidence you get from being behind a digital avatar instead of like showing your real self. I'll give her a chance to recover. Well, this is the thing, since she's remaining on the roster and Phase Connect has basically said that we're all better now and she's here to stay. She's essentially got like a year of probation or whenever her contract renews to prove that her contract is worth renewing. So she's got probably a final chance at this point. So that's, you know, got to deal with it at this point or just stop supporting Phase Connect, I suppose, if you're that way inclined. Thank you very much for the $5, this is man, buddy. I don't understand people boycotting the whole company over one talent. I know it's their choice, but it's a stupid choice. I get it. I don't think it's a stupid choice. I understand it because it's the reason why you boycott the entire company is because I hate to say this, but it's like technically speaking by I don't want to get into it because now we're getting into Clara, but it's like it's very tricky because if Clara said that openly on her Clara account, then she probably would have been booted out the door. She probably would have been terminated for that. I'd be willing to believe, or at least suffered like some very serious and scary conversations about the future of her contract. But what adds a spanner in the works about the Clara situation is the fact that it was said on a past life. And so if she said it on the Clara account publicly, then by keeping her on board, then you could say that FaZe Connect is in a sense supporting her actions and her mentality for doing it, which would then obviously want people to naturally boycott FaZe Connect for supporting such an individual. But it becomes more complicated when it happens with a past life and kind of behind the scenes, because at that point FaZe Connect has, in order to protect the talent and not, it's better for both FaZe Connect and it's better for Clara and her own safety to not do anything that could see as an admittance that was actually Clara in the first place, and that you can get away with essentially putting a talent under the crosshairs for stuff they say outside of the character. So it just comes down to people don't want to support a company who supports bad people. It's like PR 101. Like mainstream companies will throw like associates under the bus at a drop of the hat the moment they do or say something controversial, which might bring disrepute to the company. So because generally speaking, people don't want to support companies who support bad things, right? Like I don't drink alcohol, but if I did drink alcohol, I'd never support Budweiser for their misandrist campaigns in the past, essentially, right? Yeah, layers of plausible deniability. Even though it's not really plausible deniability, really. Because if you think about it for more than 2 seconds, then for FaZe Connect to quiet, suspend, or at least withdraw Clara's activities for a long time following that drama is in itself an indirect admission that was Clara who got her past life exposed, right? So they have... It's unplausible. It's highly unlikely plausible deniability, essentially. But anyway... So we're going to talk about where was FaZe Connect. So back in the day, for kind of like the first 2-3 years of FaZe Connect's life cycle, FaZe Connect was a small VTuber corporation, right? And it was mocked by both VTweeters, and it was also mocked by even moderately sized Twitch slur VTubers for being a small group of pick-me girls catering to 4chan slurs. So you had people like Selene Tatsuki, right? So, Doki Bird, basically, back when she was in Nijisanji. And you had some members of VShoujo, like Nianas, for example, would make snide, condescending remarks towards FaZe Connect and some of its talents as like being pick-me girls and, like pathetic 4chan pandering slags, basically. So it didn't really have much respect. And they weren't very well liked or even really properly known about or understood by the wider VTubing community. Better reason to boycott FaZe Connect because of their terrible merch quality and fulfillment. True, real and true, mega based Pascal Saucer. Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, I know. I don't know, honestly. Clara was on a break already, apparently. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't believe that, honestly. But maybe it was just funny timing. I don't believe she was on a break in the first place, personally. But anyway. Back in the old days as well, when you take a look at FaZe Connect Origins, it's very disjointed. FaZe Connect is very disjointed, I think, up until the second wave of invaders came, so around about April 2023. I'd say FaZe was very, very disjointed, had no real vision and low prospects. So after its 2-year point, FaZe Connect was almost like this organization of almost independent VTubers who are operating in silos or cliques, right? So you'd kind of have Pippa would kind of like collab with Tenma, once in a while Leah, and then basically everyone outside of Face Connect, and she'd never really collab with people inside of Face Connect, which is kind of weird when you think about it. They wouldn't really, and again, just as a whole, they wouldn't really work together or collab much together, whether it's one-on-one or in groups or as a generation. They did get together every now and again to release a generational song, but the production value of like early Face Connect music videos used an awful lot of it used an awful lot of what's the word? They reused an awful lot of assets. They would reuse the same art and just slightly change coloration. Or they would just use like they would just do covers of very popular songs. And I guess when you kind of look at the size of Face Connect up until that 2023 point, it's very slow, steady, trickling growth. But they didn't, other than Pippa, they didn't really, and to some extent Tenma, they didn't really see much like viral breakout growth that really kind of set the organization out from its competitors. Face Connect has always had a unique, distinctive culture of, you know, the sad girls, the highly relatable, terminally online internet weirdos who aren't that much different than you and I, really. The only major difference being that they have a vagina. Right? When you take a look at some of the shit Pippa used to say and do. Same with Tenma, the way Tenma carries on. They're just like us, for real. And then when you think about, you've got like this really weird, disjointed organization where half of Generation 1 is Japanese, and like the other half are like US TZ, or like US European time zone. It's just really weird how they smash like Japanese and English language speakers all together in one generation, and then like two of the Japanese VTubers can't really even speak English all that well. And because of the language barrier and the time zone barriers, they never really do anything together either. So it's kind of like, what's the point? What are they doing? Doesn't make sense. And then of course, up until I think it was up until around about the mid to end of 2023, kind of not until it was approaching about the first quarter of kind of like the final quarter of 2023, they were kind of broke and losing money really fast. So I think they were probably bringing in enough money that it made sense to SAGA to debut a second generation with Phase Alias. So they were making enough that it made sense. They weren't hemorrhaging money that fast, but they were still very much in the red, and they were in debt for that early period of Phase Connect, right? So it's really scary to not be in a good fiscal status, because as we saw with VShojo, right, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how good your talents are, if the dickheads, you know, at the top can't handle money or make money that well, then the whole thing will go under. And I would say that initially, Face Connect was one of the weakest English language corpos when it debuted in the post HoloLive COVID boom era. So we're going back to, you know, the first kind of like summer of 2021 at this point. Around about this point, we still had Sundaria around about this point. We had Face Connect and CyberLife came at the same time, but before Face and CyberLife, we had Prison Project as well. Prison Project was a big one. We had HoloLive, Nijisanji, VShojo, Prison Project, Sundaria, what's it called? Pixel Link, Production Kawaii, fuckloads, right? Loads of them. And Prison Project in particular did extremely well for itself around about this time. Prison Project went live 2 or 3 months before Phase Connect did, if I recall. And Prison Project, particularly its third generation, so its third generation came out around about the same time that Phase Connect had debuted its talents. And like Shiki Miyashino from Prison Project was getting she was getting like a million views a short, and she was getting several 100,000 views each time she released a music video. And so, as you can imagine, she reached 100k Shiki reached 100k subscribers in a period of like 2-3 months, which is absolutely unheard of even at the time, and especially since, for a non-Hololive Niji-Sanji V-Shoujo VTuber, right? So a lot of the other VTuber corporations who came earlier were enjoying that COVID boom where people didn't have jobs, and there was like that new exciting rush to discover this new medium of VTubing in the Western sphere of influence. But then kind of what would happen is that eventually FaZe Connect would gradually win over all of its competition, because most of the FaZe Connect's competition were just almost indistinguishable from Hololive and Niji-Sanji. They were all Hololive or Niji-Sanji clones, basically. They were either generic cute girls doing cute things streamers, or they were VTubers who were more on the artistic and creative side rather than like enjoying gaming and yapping necessarily. And that led to complications, particularly for Prism Project, whose agency was primarily focused with developing music producing idols rather than entertaining streamers, basically. So the edge FaZe Connect had was that it was, from the get-go, a very good blend between being a VTuber corporation and having the silly cringe, funny voiced ADHD autismo girls. But at the same time, that kind of barrier between VTuber fan and the VTuber, it wasn't there really. Like they didn't have a kind of almost like a pretentious separation between corporation and fan. Like you'd go on Twitter, and it's especially true now, right? You'd go on Twitter and there's a very good chance where if you reply to or meme with a FaZe Connect talent, then they will reply to you, meme back, or include you as part of the show and as part of the humor, right? And that's what makes FaZe Connect special, is that relationship between talent and fan, which goes deeper than many other VTuber corporations do. Not in the parasocial sense, but rather in the entertainment sense. Like FaZe Connect VTubers typically aren't afraid to make community members part of the fun, right? And they're really good at doing that. And people start to catch on to FaZe Connect and how kind of fluid and how easy to talk to they were back in the early days. And then also, it is important to remember during this early period of FaZe Connect is that a massive bulk of FaZe Connect fans were, 4chan kind of type of guys as well, because Pippa was in peak schizo rabbit mode, and then you had Tenma with her slurs and her anger. So it wasn't just literal 4chan bros who were swarming to FaZe Connect, but it was FaZe Connect offered something that was quite relatable and probably missing in the hearts of many kind of older guys who grew up on early YouTube and like Flash culture entertainment, right? Thank you very much for the $2, Ross. Again, Ross. Yes, I do as well. I'll talk about Anya in 2 slides time, but I hope she comes and actually does debut. Don't clip that. I don't hope Anya comes. I mean, I hope Anya does in fact is able to heal whatever sickness is going on in her poor little head, and that she doesn't let this opportunity slip away from her is what I mean. The fact this one small painter I follow got commissioned by Pippa to do stream splash art was peak. Yeah. Yep, I just made an offhand joke on a comment Sheena made this morning, and she made a humorous comment back. It was cooler. Yeah, it is. It's a nice surprise, right? Like, again, I've had Lumi spook me on Twitter before on stuff that's even unrelated to her. Like, I made the post about this on YouTube. It's like I just made I just posted a meme on Twitter, and it was literally just the Soy Jack wife thing. But it was like a medieval painting style Soy Jack wife, and it had like the caption, "But when do you think you'll be back from battle?" And then out of fucking nowhere, Lumi replies to it, and she says, "Oh, so that's where you've been." And I was like, "What the fuck? Where did you come? First of all, where the fuck did you come from? Second of all, what do you mean is that where you've been? Have you noticed that I haven't been in stream for ages now? Or are you like memeing off the caption? You're fucking terrifying me now. Like, Lumi terrifies me sometimes. I can't tell when she's joking. It's scary. Lumi's You know what would be really funny, right? I do wonder one day if someone's gonna like gift a sub to me, and then that gifted sub goes to like a lurking Face Connect talent or someone. That would be so fucking funny, right? Like, can you imagine? Can you imagine if that would happen? It's not happening. That's never gonna happen because first of all, they don't know who the fuck I am, and I'd rather they keep it that way. And second of all, right, it's just that they're way too busy to like care about coming on my streams, right? So that's not happening. Be very fucking funny if it did happen though. Oh god, I'm gonna need more water. Oh dear. Oh, Henya, sorry, Ross. Sorry, I misread that as Henya. Thank you for the $2, Ross. So I thought you said you really want Anya in face. My bad. Sorry. Okay, but what if, yeah. Whatever it is, I'm going to tell him to fuck off and get out because I'm going to get really embarrassed and I'm going to tell him I don't want him here. They could be here. They could be here right now. The call is coming from inside the house. Okay, so yeah, we're broken, losing money fast. Oh yeah, and then one of the weakest DN corpos. Small trickle of growth again because of what makes Face Connect special. And then kind of developing on from that, Face Connect has been very much has built itself up as like a collection of niche fandoms, and it's built that extreme fan loyalty through its non-pretentious communication on social media, as we mentioned. So the long story short is, Face Connect VTubers, even though they're corporate VTubers, you kind of have like the same perspective and attitude towards them as you would an independent VTuber. And they're very big on their relatability and memeability as well. In fact, I would argue that Face Connect is actually more consistently more entertaining on the shenanigans and the shit they get up to on Twitter than they are on stream a lot of the time, honestly. Like, I know Leah can be fucking nuts on stream and she can be crazy and funny and full of energy, but and she says some shit on stream as well. But then you go on Face Connect Twitter and you'll see shit like Leah will say shit like, me and Urika are talking about each other's bonars, sorry, she said, whilst Pippa talks about racism. And the context of that being that they're all together in Canada or Japan or somewhere, like getting prepared to do a 3D concert thing. But then you see these tweets and the shit Urika regularly posts on Twitter, and it's like hysterical, right? It's a lot of fun. And what makes it fun as well, when they engage on social media like they do, is that when you're on their streams and you're there with like several hundred, if not over 1,000 other people, then obviously you've got loads of people spamming and shitting up the chat with their bullshit, and the likelihood of you getting seen, of your comment getting seen, let alone your comment being actively reacted to and used for content by the streamer, is infinitely small. One of the best things about Twitter is that relative to how many people see those tweets, not many people actually reply to them. So again, a big thing that VTuber fans like is they like to be perceived by their Oshi, and they want to have that funny interaction with the streamer. Very unlikely to get that opportunity on stream, but because the Face Connect talent's so active on Twitter, if you're funny enough, if you get there quick enough, you have a good opportunity there actually to have like just a fun, nice one-to-one reaction with your Oshi, right? Which is brilliant. The importance of that can actually be overstated, and it'll be something I'm going to talk about in the probably not the next slide. I think I talk about it in the slide after that. Wemmy tweets always scare me, man. Wemmy's tweets always terrify me as well. Like the day in the life of a Doremu is to just hope and pray that Wemmy hasn't eaten something covered in mold, or that she hasn't almost burned her house down, or that she isn't like in hospital for something. Pippa's membership chat guidelines, rule 1, fuck you, yeah. All expired, yeah. True. Oh, Wemmy's great. I like Wemmy. And then other than this as well, so finally the last thing that FaZe Connect has historically suffered from, other than merchandising, is its almost non-existent project delivery. And again, you can't really blame them for having like nothing in the way of really significant or well-planned or thought-out projects, because they only had like SAGA and like 2 managers and not very much money to begin with, right? And occasional support from Dizzy a little bit back in the day, because Dizzy was still Urara and was still in Sundaria. So they didn't really have the time or money to do big shit. They tried with FaZe Wars 1. They did try to do something special with FaZe Wars 1. But I've covered FaZe Wars 1 in the FaZe documentary. And I'm telling you guys right now, if you haven't seen it, FaZe Wars 1 is fucking awful. It's genuinely terrible. You'll probably hear from a lot of talents and old people from the community. You'll probably hear the rumors about FaZe Connect 1 being terrible and jokes about that. It's like, it's not jokes, right? FaZe Wars 1 is genuinely the hardest thing I've ever had to try and sit through. Like, the final day of FaZe Wars 1 was so incredibly shit, it almost made me graduate twice, and it is single-handedly responsible for causing the FaZe Connect documentary to be such a miserable component of my life that I had to take a 7-month break from doing it, because trying to watch part 3 was that miserable, basically. So you can basically blame FaZe Wars 1 for being mega shit for the reason why all 3 parts of the FaZe documentary weren't out last year, even. That's how bad it is. It's really bad, and I'm going to show you how bad it is. I love FaZe so much. FaZe Wars 2, meanwhile, was fucking excellent. Well done, Dizzy, for delivering on FaZe 2, which was excellent. I love FaZe so much, but my god, I wish Merch shipped sooner than one. Yeah. You and us all, buddy. You and us all, the maid guy. I ordered a fucking Pippa and panko coffee with a Mishru bean, like fucking 7. No, that example doesn't count because the Mishru bean was on pre-order, and the pre-orders aren't coming out till next month, so that's why they held it. But I ordered that fucking FaZe Connect, that FaZe Invaders second anniversary, the FaZe Invaders second anniversary standees collection, when it was being sold in April 2024, I believe. And I didn't get it until like March of this year. So it did nearly take it nearly took until the next anniversary to get my anniversary merch. And I know for some people they had to wait like 2 years for some anniversary merchandise. Thank you very much for the 2 Swiss francs, Vega, buddy. Thank you. Oh yeah, you did. Yeah, Vega got an order twice, and he gave me his extras. Based Vega. Thank you, Vega. I'm going to be using that fucking Sakura coffee cup when my fucking FaZe coffees get here that I've been waiting 8 months for or whatever. But I'm using the FaZe desk mat right now. In fact, actually, I did stain Yuri's fire a little bit on this FaZe Connect desk mat with some tomato sauce by accident. Yeah, there's so many talents in FaZe Connect now who are worth watching, who are just absolutely fantastic. It's like you just can't reasonably watch even like a quarter of them anymore, which is sad in a way, but it's good. It just shows how far the company's come along. That's why I don't order from FaZe. Yeah, Oshi Push sell better FaZe Connect merchandise than FaZe Connect does. Speaking of which, I think the Oshi Push, I'm not sure. Surely it can't be too much longer until the Oshi Push folios start being delivered to people. I want to say it's going to start shipping in January, but I'm not sure where I get that from. Don't say that 100% accuracy, knowing how Oshi Push has been so far. Probably some months after that, given all the delays. But I'm very happy that I got the opportunity to write the talent lore in the Oshi Push folios. That was really cool. So yeah, if you don't follow Oshi Push, then you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. But there's a VTuber card game. It's called Oshi Push. They're collaborated with FaZe Connect for Generation 1. They used some of my They used some of my videos for their research on the Phase Connect talents. They reach out to me a lot to help them with Phase Connect lore and to help design cards involving Phase Connect talents. And they did actually ask me to write the talent lore for all of Phase Origins so that they could sell this booklet, which had like some collector cards on it, right? Like it's like a display case, you know, it's like a portfolio thing, like you stick it on your wall or put it on a shelf somewhere. And so, yeah, I did like write a lore summary for all of Phase Origins, which is really cool. Oh yeah, actually, sorry, I'm pretty sure I missed a donation from someone. Did I? No, I don't think I did. I'm going to make sure to tag everyone with the heart so I remember who I have and haven't thanked. Okay. Thank you very much for the gifted membership, Snowman. Thank you. Very much appreciated, buddy. Okay, we're back to live chat. But yeah, that was pretty cool. So, yeah, moving on. Talking about where was Phase Connect? Oh yeah, no, we've done Phase Connect. Next slide. Okay, here we go. So, where is Phase Connect now? Maybe Phase Connect really does. Well, I'll talk about this in the next slide, which is where Phase Connect go, which is where is Phase Connect going? Okay. So where is Phase Connect? So I would say that this year is the year that Phase Connect has gone mainstream, or at least if it hasn't gone mainstream, then this year is kind of like the build up to it being properly mainstream next year. Especially as they've got a lot, as they say, they've got an awful lot planned for next year. So what I mean by mainstream is that Phase Connect is still a medium-sized organization, but it now has the respect and notice of the VTubing medium at large. Some pretty well-established, highly talented veteran talents want to join Phase Connect, who individually would be considered on the upper end of a Phase Connect talent. So there are people who would have very highly successful independent careers, ex-corpos, from much bigger organizations than Phase Connect, who would take major consideration into joining Phase Connect, probably because Phase would give them opportunities that they just quite simply can't do as an independent. I think that Mint would have liked maybe to have applied for Phase Connect as a Phase Invader, maybe, over trying to go through the VShojo route. I know I'm highly biased when I say this, right? But genuinely, if I was in Mint's position and I definitely wanted to join a VTuber corporation, I would have gone with Phase Connect. I would have gone with Phase Invader over the potential about joining VShojo. Honestly, I would have. And the reason why I would have done that is, even though that, I guess at the time, knowing what people would have known publicly at the time, including Mint herself, is that yes, whilst VShojo would maybe make the most sense considering it's a much bigger company, it's more elite, prestigious, and it has a smaller roster of talents to choose from as well. So it's like they're not competing or cannibalizing with each other too much. The reason why I'd say Phase Connected would still be the better pick and the one I would make is because for someone of Mint's ability and for someone with kind of like Mint's kind of like ambition and work ethic, she had an opportunity there to really help shape and influence Phase Connect into becoming a true rival. Isn't quite the right word to say it, but she had the opportunity to take a leading role into turning Phase Connect into something, a true alternative to HoloLive, really. I mean, Phase Connect is an alternative to HoloLive as is, due to Phase Connect's emphasis more on general day-to-day streaming and entertainment over the idleness of HoloLive. But I think that Mint could have made like a huge difference with Phase Connect, and she could have probably elevated both herself and by extension the company into levels that she wouldn't have been able to do in VShojo, essentially. I think Phase Connect and Mint, Phase Connect had more to offer Mint than VShojo, and I think that as well for Phase Connect, like having Mint on board would have worked really well for them as well at the same time. Keeping your IP is a big thing with VShojo, that's true, but then a Phase Invader can keep their IP as well, potentially, because Lumi was able to negotiate her IP when joining in a much weaker position than Mint is, right? And I think that ultimately, in retrospect, she did fuck up by not choosing Phase Connect, right? Because Phase Connect is here and Vshoujo is not. But this is the thing. She couldn't have. No one saw this coming with Vshoujo. I didn't see it coming. I was caught off guard with what happened to Vshoujo. But again, I don't know. I just think for any ambitious aspiring VTuber who can't make it into Hololive, Phase Connect is the safe bet. It really is Phase Connect, because they've got the coffee thing going on, and at the end of the day they still are primarily focused on being just delivering entertainment and focusing on the day-to-day streaming. And I know that Mint is one of those VTubers who wants to have like the big merchandise catalog and to be on stage doing a thing. But you know, Phase Connect will get there. And again, I don't know, maybe if Mint would want to take a leadership role in that. But again, you know, maybe Mint would have gotten something from taking a leading role in helping Phase Connect get there and helping develop that as well. And then that would have also probably put her on the list in Phase. That would have probably bumped her to the top of the queue within Phase Connect to have like a 3D model and to start doing the stage stuff, precisely because, you know, she's helping them develop those skills in the first place. But anyway, just because Mint is in Phase Connect doesn't mean that she can be, you know, de facto a member of the, you know, like she can basically be like a Phase associate, kind of like Kershaw used to be, because just recently Mint was on stage with Leah for Leah's 3D concert, and I'd like to see more of that, because I think that Leah and Mint are an excellent combination, the two of them. I love seeing those two together. Even though Leah puts herself in that co-high position, since Mint is at Oshi, the two of them have a kind of like wonderful stream presence together. And they're just, it's like, the two of them just work, right? The two of them have an excellent relationship. The two of them just they're on the same wavelength. Mint and Leah just works, and having those two together more often, collaborating, whether it's on stage or just on stream together, is fantastic. I want to see more of that. So good for Leah. I'm happy for Leah. And even though Leah puts herself in that weaker co-high position, as she's like the fan versus the Oshi, she doesn't make herself the weaker party in the collab. They are very much performing together as equals, really. So it's good how she's able to do that. Thank you very much for the $5 Canadian, Colloid buddy. Does that mean I have you to blame for the absolute peak? Is depressing would have also have his card? Yes, you do, actually. Yeah, genuinely you do. I am the one. Well, my video is probably what led to the birth of the depressing good divorce to Harvest card. But yes, thank you very much for the gifted membership, Snowman. Thank you for the dollars, Colloid. And thank you very much for the, oh my god, is it membership time already again, Lion? Fucking hell. Thank you very much for the 17 months, Lion. Why is it funny White Lion doing funny Austrian salute? Because I don't know how to put my arm down, I forgot. I used to move my arms in my very earlier videos, if you remember. And then I stopped doing it because it was just too finicky. Because you have to use the mouse, I have to use my mouse to move my arms, but I have to press a button first before the arms start moving with the mouse. And I can't remember which button it is. No one will get the merchandise, yeah. Yes, and that's another good point, Astasia. This is a point I made back when Phase Connect Generation 3 released. If you guys remember my Phase Connect Generation 3 video, and it's relevant to the current situation with Phase, is that as Phase continues to show itself as such like a stable, resilient organization that is making money, is continuously expanding, and does defend its talents quite strongly and in an ethical manner, they are going to become the first choice now for a lot of VTubers, a lot of very talented VTubers. It's going to be more and more commonplace where Phase is the first choice for VTubers. Like, they don't even want to apply to Hololive. It's not about Hololive rejects, right? Like Pippa and Panko. It's like, no, I want to join Phase Connect first. I don't care about Hololive or the others. I want to be a Phase girl. Is something we're going to see a lot more of now going forward, which I think is great as well. And I think it's I do think it's important, again, when you consider a VTuber corporation and the kind of for the sake of its future talent, and to ensure that it remains a quality organization with people and it recruits people who are a good cultural fit to the organization, that it does hire people who want to join FaZe Connect first, and they want to join FaZe Connect specifically for a good reason. There's not necessarily anything wrong with hiring someone who is like rejected from who have you as like their second choice, right? It's not necessarily a problem to be someone's second or even third choice, I suppose. But then the question is that when you hire people like that, it's like, are they wanting to join FaZe Connect for the right reasons? And are they going to put the effort in because they aren't the first choice, right? Are you going to hire them and they're just going to be continuously feeling sorry for themselves and like prepping to either go independent or jump onto the next best thing or make another shot at HoloLive? And that's what FaZe Connect has been very good at doing up to recently, is giving its talents a very good reason to stay with FaZe Connect, even when perhaps they outgrow FaZe Connect. And the reason why they're able to attract such loyal talent in the first place is because whatever you think about Clara, and even if you really hate the fact that FaZe Connect kept Clara on, at the end of the day, there are positive messages to the VTubers of FaZe Connect, and indeed, I guess just VTubers in general, by the way FaZe Connect handled that situation. Despite how concentrated and how actually quite big that attempt to cancel Clara was, at no point did FaZe Connect officially address it, even hint at throwing Clara to the wolves. Even though I think everyone knows that Clara was definitely way out of line and was massively in the wrong for saying what she did, they still like howled that it was a battle of Bunker Hill, essentially. Like it was a Bunker Hill for Clara's reputation and for Clara's continuation in FaZe Connect. And so from that, the FaZe Connect talents and prospective talents to FaZe can kind of look at that and they can go, wow, FaZe Connect isn't Nijisanji 2.0. They really will protect me, even if I fuck up myself. There'll probably be uncomfortable conversations in the background, and I might have to worry about my future. But if I fuck up, FaZe Connect won't publicly humiliate me or stab me in the back or throw me to the walls like Nijisanji would do. They'll really look out for me. And that is, again, what separates FaZe Connect from Nijisanji, is that FaZe Connect does take the professional approach to communications when it comes to disciplinary issues with its talents and the community. It's none of the community's fucking business how FaZe Connect chooses to discipline its talents. And that is the major thing that separates FaZe from Nijisanji. And in a sense, by keeping Clara on and resisting the attempts at the cancellation from the Clara antis, it's in a sense, it's probably been beneficial to FaZe from a power dynamics perspective, because what it does is it stops FaZe Connect from being the kind of like the chud version of Nijisanji, right? Because Nijisanji fans these days, the N-word sisters, are like woke leftist cultural Marxist types who, just shout from the river to the sea and want to cancel and like harassed and bullied Rosemi for having a fucking McDonald's hash brown prop on her fucking VTuber model because McDonald's supports Israel or stupid shit like that. As much as a chud as many of us are, it would be bad for FaZe to allow one specific demographic, one specific group of FaZe Connect fan to have too much power. And I think that if FaZe did buckle to that group, I think there would be a real risk of FaZe Connect becoming like Nijisanji for lib-based right wingers, which isn't ideal, really. And again, I don't want to imply that the only people who have a problem with Clara's comments are lib-based right wingers or chuds. What happened with the Charlie Kirk situation and the comments a lot of people made about Charlie Kirk goes beyond politics. It's just common decency and humanity. Like, normal people were disgusted with like the celebration and the comments made about Charlie Kirk, not because of politics, but it's literally the entire it's just in very poor taste. It's very, I can't even think of the word for it. It's savage, right? It's disgusting and it's savage. It's not a political situation at that point, right? Actually, hang on, let me refresh my stream. I don't know if my model's lost tracking or not. Okay, there we go. No, we're back. Okay, good. I haven't lost tracking, thank God. Oh, and sorry, did I miss some donations? Thank you very much for the $2 again, Ross Buddy. Rebby said she would join if she could. Oh, did she? I didn't know that. Yeah, I'm not surprised that a lot of people want to join FaZe Connect, because FaZe Connect, by being a medium-sized organization, it's still in this fun little spot where it's stable and it's got enough going on that you can expect FaZe Connect to look after you now, and you can expect to walk into a very big welcoming community, right? Like, you can join FaZe Connect now and expect at least 15,000 people to tune up to your debut, and then maybe it's quite likely you can expect to, right off the bat, have a CCV of about 800 to 1,000 now by being a FaZe Connect VTuber. So it's very enticing in terms of the benefits and what FaZe Connect can do for you, but at the same time, FaZe Connect still has so much room for development and has so much room to kind of like build upon itself, that for an ambitious VTuber who wants to, distinguish themselves from other VTubers or like really make their mark within the company itself, there's still plenty of room to do that. And by that, I mean stuff like Kaching, right? Stuff like Kaching Up, Irie's little pet project that she does with Clara, the podcast thing. Or more dizzy type of people who do like the management, the behind the scenes, the interview shit. That's brilliant, right? Like Kaching Up is great. FaZe Weekly. Oh, guys, what's the fucking name of the show? The other show Dizzy does now, the one with the managers, the night show. I've forgotten the name of it. My fucking old man brain's failing me now. But you know what I mean, right? Like I've said myself as well. If FaZe Connect recruited male VTubers and I got into FaZe Connect, my ambition to be as like a FaZe Connect male VTuber would be to basically get my fellow gen mates together, my male VTuber gen mates, and try to recreate the golden age of Rooster Teeth. All right, and I think that FaZe Connect would be able to give me the financial stability and the resources to help me, and it would have the culture to help me accomplish that. And it's something I would very much want to do with FaZe Connect as well, right? So it's like, again, when we think about what kind of people get into corporate VTubing in particular, yeah, there are a lot of VTubers who get into corporate VTubing purely because it gives them a jump start on their funny numbers. But I think a lot of people who get into corporate VTubing do have bigger aspirations, right? These are kind of the like people who want to make some plays and really want to want to distinguish themselves and do something different, I think, as well. Shonde said FaZe is a true talent-first company compared to other companies that like to parade saying they are. Yeah, and she's absolutely right by saying that. FaZe is just it's a professional, sensible company, FaZe Connect, despite its reputation and the shit that goes on in FaZe Connect. They don't virtue signal. Sakana is worried about the finances, and he wants to get and FaZe Connect management will get out of the way of the talents as much as they possibly can, so that they can do what they need to do to become popular and make the Fishman a lot of money. And then they tend to only step in when talent to protect the talents from themselves, basically. And one way you could look at it, you could say it's a talent first company. I would say that it's just common sense. If you're gonna, at the end of the day, when you hire a VTuber, when you hire an entertainer, you're hiring an entertainer because supposedly you have absolute faith in their ability to entertain your audience and bring in a lot of money. So at that point, if you need to baby your incoming talent that you're recruiting, right? If you need to constantly watch over them, interfere them, tell them what to do, then why did you hire them in the first place? Really, talent managers are meant to be a force multiplier, and they're meant to be like they're a force multiplier, and they're meant to be like an educator as well. They're meant to develop the talent and protect them from themselves as well. Whether that's saying, and the company, whether that's to stop the talents from saying or doing things that would, hurt sponsors or hurt the company at large. But, I think what the talent managers in FaZe Connect are good at doing is diffusing and communicating with the talents to stop them from tearing at each other's throats and from doing the typical thing that happens when you have a big group of women, particularly when you have a big group of women who are all competing with each other, especially a group of women competing each other for male entertainment, is that if left unchecked, if you aren't continuously checking in on them and alleviating their fears and kind of helping them through the brainworms and the toxicity inherent in women, then that's when you get situations like the Niji click. And then that's where you start to get the internal rot, which brings the entire thing down. So really what FaZe Connect does is they got their eyes on the prize, right? They need to keep making money so that they can keep going. And Fishman gets this nice big juicy fat gacha wallet so we can spend $10,000 a month on Hosho Marine merch. And in order for Fishman to be able to waste $10,000 US a year on Hosho Marine merch, he needs his talents to come to work happy, motivated, and happy. They need to be happy, motivated, and highly entertaining and distinguishing themselves from the competition, so that they then have a lot of pay piggies like you guys who will buy a shitload of FaZe coffee, FaZe merchandise, and will send donations and shit, which then Fishman takes a nice juicy cut off so he can buy his Hosho Marine merch. So it's not really about being talent first. The problem is with a lot of VTuber corporations is that they're just run by complete retards, quite frankly. Fiscally irresponsible retards, or they just have like a really fucking weak, stupid talent manager roster who don't know what the fuck they're doing, quite frankly. And again, even when you have like weak and ineffectual talent managers, whose fault is that? It's the CEO's fault at the end of the day. And what Sakana is very good at doing, and what Sakana has done with FaZe Connect up until this point, is he's hired the right people, and he knows when to step back and just trust in the process of others, and when he needs to put his foot down and actually get involved himself and disregard some of the advice he's being given, right? So examples of that, Dizzy told him not to hire Sheena and Pippa. Big fucking mistake. Sakana said, no, I am going to hire Sheena and Pippa because I see a lot of potential in them. He's very good at doing that. And then there are times where he's like, right, okay, you know what? I'm not getting anywhere with FaZe Origins. They all hate me. They're all going to leave and quit and rebel. So I'm going to hire Mumi. I'm going to hire another manager as well. I'm going to hire CC. And yeah, okay, here you go. You two can sort it out. I trust you to fix it. And I'll fuck off and do something else. And it's worked. It's worked wonders, right? So again, that's as much as people like to meme about Fishman and say, oh, FaZe Connect wins by doing nothing. FaZe Connect doesn't win by doing nothing. The way FaZe Connect wins is by being a proper professional outfit that does things that make sense and doesn't forget the whole purpose of what a business is, and understands the culture and understands their consumers quite well. And what a lot of rival VTuber corporations fail to realize is they either fail to properly maintain the finances, or they don't quite appreciate that if you want a VTuber corporation, particularly in current year, to continue existing, then you need to give people a reason to care about your company, and you need to differentiate yourself from the competition. And again, that's what makes people like Dizzy so important, is that no one else. Dizzy is the single most important character in FaZe Connect when it comes to making people care about FaZe as a whole, rather than just the individual talents within FaZe Connect. Now, having excellent talents within an organization is very important, because again, a big part of the reason why FaZe Connect has become so successful is because of the trickle-in effect from people like Pippa and Tenma, which has allowed the others to kind of have enough time to build communities and develop themselves as entertainers that they can then start running themselves as well, right? Like Urika, for example. needed a few years before VTubing fans really appreciated Urika's many exquisite talents, right? Like, Urika was my very first FaZe Connect talent video, and I thought that she's at like 50k subs when I first did my Urika video, right? And I said at the time she's really highly like underrated. People just don't realize how much of a talent Urika is, and the reason for that isn't because of a skill issue on Urika's side. It's more of a marketability problem was what Urika's issue was. It's just that people didn't know that Urika existed and didn't know what she was about. And the problem is with VTubing is that there's an awful lot of neurodivergent people here, but then there's also just so many fucking VTubers around, whether they be corporate or independent. People are perfectly happy and comfortable in their own little corners that they've probably been into for years. So if you want to drag people out of their little corners that they've probably been dragged into by fans or like the marketing of these other organizations, you need to give them some quick, snappy, direct, simple, straight to the point stuff to pique their interest. And two of the ways to do that is to either have a talent who is so outlandish and crazy or otherwise interesting that they attract headlines and they get all the crazy clips and talked about on Twitter, whether that's for better or for worse. Or you actually kind of build a meme or a reputation of the company itself. And then what happens is that people, by word of mouth, word of Twitter, hear about all these weird and strange memes and goings on about FaZe Connect. They go, "Oh, FaZe Connect is a coffee company." What do you mean it's a coffee company? Mental asylum patients? A coffee company run by mental asylum patients. The Fishman. Who's the Fishman? Tenma hates the Fishman. What? This is one of the talents, and she's threatening to kill her boss. Like, oh my god, they're all like this. They're all sad girls. Are they all this crazy? I have to check out this FaZe Connect thing. Fucking hell, this sounds like a riot. What the hell's going on in this FaZe Connect thing? Right, that's kind of what you need to do as a VTuber corporation to stand out. You need to have both the talent bringing people in, but you need to give people a reason to care about the company. And Tenma and Dizzy and Pippa have probably done the lion's share of making people care about FaZe Connect as a whole, but it is primarily Dizzy who have built the reputation of Sakana. Like, Sakana's memeability, like, everybody loves Sakana. Sakana's more popular than most of the fucking talents. Even people who don't watch FaZe Connect love Sakana and love the memes about him and hearing all this shit secondhand. And there's no one. Dizzy is probably most responsible for doing this shit. And not only does Dizzy make people care about, turn management into highly entertainable, like, memeable talent themselves, but it just spreads across the company as a whole. So yeah, well done to Dizzy for doing that. Sakura is very memeable. Yeah, the violin player. Yeah, Urika's great. It's fucking... Finally, people are recognizing how skilled Urika is. Thank you very much for the $2, Ross. The fact Pippa can call him and bug is crazy. Yeah, this is the thing as well, right? It's like Tenma's called Sakura on stream when Sakura's in the middle of driving to ask about that cabbage ASMR thing, right? Hey, Traban, I just want to give Dizzy a hug. I just want to give Dizzy a fucking hug as well. God, it breaks my fucking heart, guys, when I see, like, the brainworms that some of these VTuber women have sometimes, right? Like, I'm listening to, like, old VODs of Leah talking about how she feels like a fake and that she doesn't pull her weight in FaZe Connect. I'm seeing Dizzy go into burnout and have a meltdown every other fucking month at this, like, every other week at this point, bless her. I'm seeing what's going on with Nyana Banyana, and I'm like, I just want to like grab these women by the fucking shoulders and be like, right, ladies, you all right? You doing okay? You know, calm down. You know, seriously, like, what are you getting so upset about? You're doing fine, right? We love you. You're doing good. You're doing a good job, right? What's wrong? Just calm down, please. Like, stop. Just relax, all right? What's the problem? Go on now. Thank you very much for the $10 again, QB buddy. PC made it clear politics won't influence on what they do with their talents during the Silly Wizard game when cancel culture was at its height. But Fishman did show his patience has a limit. Yes, that's perfectly said, Kubi. That's absolutely right. And again, I think, you know, for the sake of fairness as well, right? It's like FaZe Connect let Pippa. Pippa wasn't making a political point with the Hogwarts Legacy stuff. I watched the stream before she did the shitpost on Twitter, and she actually said on stream that Pippa said on stream exactly that she was going to do that Hogwarts Legacy shitpost, and she said at the time exactly why she was going to do it. She did say that she is going to make that tweet, she is going to do that stream, and she's doing it purely to wind up the V-tweeters for a laugh. It wasn't a political statement. It wasn't like le-based Pippa owning the Troons or whatever some people want to think, people who don't even watch Pippa. It was literally just classic Pippa just wanting to shitpost and wind people up like a troll, like she used to be like sometimes, which is funny. And but obviously, when you like wade into that kind of thing, people are going to turn it into politics. So even though people didn't mean politics by it, you could interpret it to be a political statement by sticking it to the V-tweeters because of the whole J.K. Rowling transphobia bullshit that was going on. So if you see it as a political thing, then it's only fair, I suppose, in the sense that FaZe Connect does defend its talents from shitlib-esque political shenanigans as well, right? Like, they can't give favoritism to Jelly. They can't let Jelly and Panko get away with some of the shit they say just because it's really popular with the fandom. Now, obviously, because of the political leanings of most of the FaZe Connect fandom, yeah, a FaZe Connect talent, if a FaZe Connect talent wants to shitlib post on main, they're probably better off going to another organization. Sadly, I mean, that's the rules at the end of the day. You come to FaZe Connect, keep your mouth shut, or you're a chud. Quite frankly, that's just how it is. Sadly, but yeah, it's important that they're fair and they treat the talents equally if they do something, right? So it's not a case of if a talent says something that pisses off the FaZe Connect chud boys, right? If a talent says something that upsets the white supremacist Mexicans and the capitalist community, and it's not like an actual disgusting, like horrendous thing to say, then it's only fair that they tell these guys, you know, to shut the fuck up and fuck off, the same as they would do to any V-tweeter who thinks that Pippa should be cancelled because 3 years ago, you know, she made a joke about shekels and she read out someone making I forgot what it was now. She read out a comment from a chatter who was making a joke about Jews controlling all the media or something like that. I can't remember what the joke was now. Can't remember what it was. I put it in the Pippa video. I haven't put it in the FaZe documentary because I don't think it's. I've already done it, covered it, and I don't think it's helpful to keep bringing that up. But you know what I mean. I think like old Kapipis know what I'm talking about when I say that. When I say the needy streamer, the needy streamer stream and the shekels moment, right? And the cancellation attempts from Redditors, right? They need to be fair. It's only fair that they treat the talents the same. Otherwise, it will cause, you know, problems within the ranks where people are getting favoritism. Thank you very much for the $5, sorry. John, I found FaZe via Dizzy and Sakana's SAGA interview back in the day. Oh, really? That's interesting. Yeah, I don't actually know many people who actually joined FaZe Connect through Urara's stream. I've got that in the documentary though, segments of that stream. It's really good, actually. I actually really like Dizzy's old model. I really like the Urara model. And it's weird as well. I don't know if it's a microphone or age or something else, but Dizzy sounds really different when she was Urara versus Dizzy, right? Like she's got the same inflections, but her voice is completely different. It's just really bizarre to listen to. I definitely prefer Dizzy's current voice, I suppose. That recent Dizzy stream fucking killed me as well. I didn't catch all of it. I only catched the I think I watched like the first 5 to 8 minutes, or not the first 5 to 8 minutes. I watched about 5 to 8 minutes of that recent Dizzy stream, and I actually had to turn it off because it was like, yeah, I didn't like it. I really didn't like it. Right? It's like I don't. When I say I don't like it, I don't mean it in the sense that I'm not having a go at Dizzy. I mean like seeing Dizzy in that state made me sick. Right? I don't want to watch that anymore. So yeah, I turned it off, and then obviously she deleted the deleted the VOD, which is probably the right thing to do, honestly. Although it's probably been archived somewhere, quite frankly. So, but yeah, it's better to be archived and stuffed away on 4chan somewhere than it to be like, you know, public, like a public thing that loads of people keep watching over and over again. Jelly always says she feels like she's not doing enough, as if she isn't making music, a fucking VN streaming at the same time. Yeah, I know, that's crazy, right? Again, this is the kind of people, I think, who are good enough to get into elite VTuber corporations and want to join VTuber corporations, right? That many of them are these kinds of people who are just crazy, like determined workaholics with big ambitions and a solid work ethic, right? Yeah, Pippa's Hogwarts legacy wasn't about politics at all. It was more about making us. It wasn't about making a statement about Pikami's harassment, because that kind of came later. She had the idea to do it actually before Pikami got any harassment. It was Silverveil was the only one she was aware of at the time. She did say on a previous stream she was going to do it just to wind people up. Yeah, but I was so confused when Pippa started posting about Gavin Newsom. I was like, oh wait a minute, so Pippa, you are getting political now. Like I still don't really see how Pippa talking about Gavin Newsom really like isn't just a political statement. Honestly, I think that is, even if she's just fucking around, that I still think that's political, since Gavin Newsom's such a political hot topic at the moment with Trump. There are very many unemployed people that make politics their job. Yes, it's right. It's like, the thing is, I am quite, as you can probably tell from the slurs and my opinions on Indians, I am quite the chud myself. But the thing is, I don't give a fuck if like an entertainer I like to like really left wing. Like I really like Joshua Strife Hayes. And I'm the complete opposite of Joshua Strife Hayes on many political issues and just my entire outlook on life. I can't be more of the opposite of the guy. And even though he talks about his very like liberal, like open, like globalist, open borders, leftist politics on stream, it's like I don't care at the end of the day, because it's just a political disagreement. I love the guy's content. I just disagree with him on politics, and I don't. When he talks about this stuff, it annoys me slightly because I'm like, you're a fucking idiot for thinking this stuff. But yeah, it's inconsequential next to the entertainment value that he provides me as an entertainer, because that's what I'm coming to watch Joshua Strife Hayes to do. Really, is to entertain me. I'm not looking for his politics, and I just find it so just insufferable and boring and just gay and annoying when you see people, even if they share the same political opinions of you, to just fucking spurg out and like have such a meltdown because, oh my god, like Pippa doesn't hate the trans, and oh my god, Rie is left wing, oh my god, that fucking, you know, shit lib skank. It's like, oh fuck off, seriously, like, these people, they're entertainers at the end of the day, man. You know, what they're saying they're not saying terrible things. And it's like, don't fucking talk shit about these people because you don't like their politics. Like, fucking subscribe to Rie and then come back and then continue to slag Rie off. Like, I saw a Kemi of the VTards say talk mad shit about Rie for being a left-winger. And it doesn't really wind me up, but it does, like, it does fucking live rent-free in my head for a little. It does piss me off a little bit, because it's like, fuck, man. If you guys who are Hime Betos and know Rie know how much work and how much effort Rie puts into her VTubing career and what she does for her Betos. And it's like, and given the fact that, okay, yes, Rie is a very left-wing person, and yet despite that, she goes well above and beyond to show her gratitude and to put on a good performance and do right by her Betos, some of who are like chuds who she probably finds disgusting politically, but she treats them with respect, right? She treats them with the proper respect and appreciation as you would expect from a decent professional entertainer. That's good enough. Like, why is it a problem that she doesn't have your politics? It's just so fucking tiresome, quite frankly. Gets on my nerves. I want my 20 seconds back that I know that Joshua Strife has. I unfortunately extreme. He's a teacher He's an ex-teacher, Extreme Finger. Unfortunately he is a don't arrest criminals, like rehabilitate criminals kind of guy. Unfortunately, he is one of those people. He would very much support California approach on crime, sadly. But yeah, it doesn't matter because I like his stuff. It doesn't matter, whatever. At the end of the day. Anyway, where was I on this slide? So yeah, we've kind of gone over Phase Connect going, God, I don't have much time left. In the slide 2. We might have to split the fucking free streams. So, one thing I was really hoping I'd keep on topic and keep this nice, and I was hoping I'd get off at 10 o'clock tonight. I'm definitely not getting off at 10 tonight. So, so the situation that Phase Connect is on at the moment, it's no longer the sad girl company, all right? The existing girls are mostly fixed, except Dizzy, for obvious reasons, right? If you know, you know. And I'd say Sheena as well is still very much a sad girl. Sheena, I don't get Sheena. I really don't get Sheena, because normally, like, Sheena's just full of confidence. You know, she's a confident yapper. She's a big, free-spirited, you know, lovable Chinese, tiny Asian goofball. But then, you know, you go on Twitter and she talks about, she seems to have a lot of deep-seated self-confidence issues, does Sheena. But her performance, her behavior on stream betrays, I guess, her massive self-confidence issues. So I would say that perhaps Sheena is still a bit of a sad girl until she learns to love herself a little bit more, maybe. And I would say that a lot of the new hires coming in these days are normal. Now, when I say normal, I mean that normal in the VTuber sense. I don't mean normal. Like, I mean, they're not particularly Phase Connect coded, right? And so, I think that, you know, it's actually quite sad in a way that Phase Connect is really no longer the sad girl company, particularly that we're not really hiring many sad girls anymore, if any at all, really. I guess Nyana Banyana, if she does debut with Phase as Anya, will be like will be a sad girl. But I think it's actually quite sad that we're kind of moving away from the sad girl company now, and that the sad girl company is kind of more or less over. And it's not that obvious. I don't want the Phase Connect girls to be sad, of course. But a big part of the charm of Phase Connect was the fact that you had these like these weird rookie, like novice VTubers with extremely minimal skill sets, but they had an awful lot of potential and they had like an awful lot of heart. There was a lot of room for them to grow, both personally and professionally, right? I think that was like a big thing that really attracted us to Phase Connect in the early days. And it's been fantastic to watch them find themselves as entertainers and develop those skills and then like mature and grow up as people along the way. And with Generation 4 and Phase Quest, these days Phase Connect is mostly picking up long-toothed veterans who already know exactly who they are, what they're doing, and where they want to be. And this creates this, and it kind of creates this situation where the kind of like the newcomers to Phase now just get stuck. They get stuck just straight into it. They already know they've already got their rhythm from their past lives, and they're basically like, "Hello, I'm the new Phase Connect VTuber. You know, checklist, do the checklist, and then I'm just gonna do my shit that I did in my past life, but then kind of slightly mold it maybe to my new community." It's pretty obvious to me who swings which way, but yes, Lancel. Yeah, you can tell an awful lot about someone based on Tumblr use and Fujonas. Yeah, if someone's a Tumblrina or they're a Fujoshi, that's an admission of that right there is an admission of their character and politics, right? Because guess who isn't a Fujoshi or a Tumblrina? Wemmy. And you know what Wemmy is? Oh, actually, I don't actually know. Wemmy's she must be brown, right? Is she from Dominican? It's Wemmy Dominican Republic. I want to say Wemmy's from the Dominican Republic, right? I think. Anyway, Wemmy's a brown-skinned Mexican who likes her men to be big, strong, macho men. So, given the fact that she's a... Was it Filipino? I thought she was Dominican Republican. She's Malay? Oh, is it Malay? Where did I get Dominican Republic from? Am I confused? Oh, you know what it is. I think I'm confusing her with Iron Mouse because they kind of sound similar to me, actually. I think that's what it is. I think I kind of got it stuck in my head where I'm like, Wemmy sounds like Iron Mouse. Iron Mouse is from the Dominican Republic, right? Therefore Wemmy's from the Dominican Republic. Oh, she's Malaysian, like Jelly. Okay, but yeah, you know, it's like with Jelly as well, right? Like Malay, a lot of Muslims live in Malay, but it's otherwise a conservative, like Southeast Asian country where they don't like the gayness over there, right? It's one of the Southeast Asian countries that don't like the gayness, Malaysia. So you can, and given, so they don't do the Tumblr thing, and they don't like twink femboy men. They like big, strong, burly men like me. So you can probably get, based on that, you can probably guess that they're quite chuddy, right? They're not necessarily right wing, but they're definitely, you know, chudsters. Whereas TikTok, Tumblrina, brain rot girls like Amy and Rie, for example, you know they're just like super left wing people, and that's fine, right? It doesn't matter. Thank you very much for the $2 again, Ross. Murray _EN was a good pickup. Murray _EN was a very good pickup. That fucking stop now wiggle with it lives rent free in my head. Actually, hang on. I could kind of do it myself. Do it myself a minute. I'm not gonna actually put the song on because it will stop the video. The video will get copyright struck. But I can do the. Oh god, hang on. Where's OBS Studio so I can see how I look? There we go. And oh shit, what's my fucking? Oh, what's the? Yeah, there it is. Right. I love it when Mario goes. Now stop. I'm wiggle with it. Yeah, stop. I love it when she does that. It's so good. Do you want me to go back to the lion model, or do you want me to keep my human model? What would you prefer? Hang on, I'll stick myself over here. I should have never wasted. I wouldn't say waste because I love this model. It's my favorite model. But I should have just kept my $50 chibi because everyone seems to like that more than like the other ones I have. Mail on stream. Do the Tom Cruise dance of Tropic Thunder. Apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur. I fucking love that scene so much. Oh, we can't have movies like Tropic Thunder anymore. What do you mean, you people? What do you mean, you people? This is Flaming Dragon. Oh, okay, Flaming Dragon, fuckface. Why did you first take a step back and literally fuck your own face? Equal stream time for both. All right, let's do that then. Actually, hang on. Oh fuck, did I miss? Stop donating to me, guys. I lose track and I can't remember, but I don't know if I'm catching up with them all. Thank you very much for the $5. I think I missed this one. Thank you very much for the $5, Magdalenius Rex. Outside odd giggy promise stream, I just don't enjoy Hololive much anymore. Silly streams are just not as common. Mostly watching Roa, Saban, Nimi, and FaZe. That's fair enough. I find myself falling a little bit out of love with VTubing as time goes on as well, because I've been in this hobby now for nearly 7 years now myself. And it's like, you know, to watch the same kind of content for 7 years, you know, is incredible to even last this long, right? But yeah, for me, like even within FaZe Connect, I don't watch as many talents as I used to, because for the opposite problem, I'm actually finding myself in the situation where I'm just sick. I'm fed up with silly and cute streams now. So these days, I find myself just watching Tenma and Mishru most of the time. Like, if you want to know where I am when I'm not working on videos or doing, you know, like at the gym or at work or something, you'll find me in Tenma's stream or Mishru's stream, because they tend to have a very low cute and funny relative to actually doing something kind of thing, right? And it's not that, again, it's not that I have an intrinsic disgust or hatred of, you know, VTubers doing the cute and funny. It's just that it's the default state of VTubers, and I'm just fed up with it at this point. And so I've kind of gone full circle back to just enjoying regular streamers, but VTubers again, I suppose. And after watching a lot of Tenma and Mystery, I'll probably find myself back in a situation where I want to watch silly, weird brain rot girls again, I suppose. I'm a lead farmer, motherfucker! Romans aren't being thrown at shit. Oh yeah, I forgot I was throwing the Romans. It's a job of chat throughout the stream. You're doing a very good job at that. I fucking love Mystery so much. I've got 2 videos planned. I'm going to make 2 more videos on Mystery, but they're going to be 30-minute clip compilations of Mystery. And good old Maury, NASA's clipper, is going to translate Mystery for me as well, because I've only got the YouTube translations to work off of, which are about 80% correct, sadly. So he's going to help me with that. But yeah, I'm gonna make about an hour's worth of Mystery clips once I've done with the face doc. I take it as an on and off thing where mostly being off or just looking at... I do as well, Mr. Purple Guy. I think that's really helped me stay as a VTuber fan for as long as it has. Is that I do spend a lot of time just watching normal streamers anyway. Like I was taking a look at my YouTube. I was taking a look at like my YouTube end of year history thing. Right, that it gives you, and my top 3 most watched streamers are normal streamers, and then 4th and 5th is Tenma at 4 and Mystery at 5 actually, and then Lumi's only number 6. Hey Ixius, how's it going, buddy? God, I was surprised actually by how many love bugs follow me. You know, I was very surprised by that number. I thought I had like 2 love bugs following me, but there's actually quite a lot of them. Tenma scares me sometimes. I'm also like that now that I've noticed. I think it's why I like Erin so much. She's very, yeah. And again, it's the opposite for me, funny enough, the maid guy, where I would watch Irie an awful lot more if she streamed more regularly, or at least finished the games she started more often, basically. I fucking love Irie. She just doesn't stream enough, or doesn't stick to like finish games that she picks up enough times that I want to stick to it. But yeah, it's like if she streamed more often, or at least stuck to a game that she's picked up, then I would definitely watch a lot more Irie. Thank you very much for the $2 again, Magdalenius. Busy, so I prefer Kasuge over Soul's DMC X streams. Yeah, I prefer Mystery when she's doing her Souls-like or her No, actually, yeah, I prefer Mystery's Kusuge. I don't know how you say that word. Her shitty game streams. I definitely prefer Mystery doing shitty game streams over the. If I were to put my Mystery content in, if I were to put it in order of what I like most about Mystery, number 1, shitty games. Number 2, the Souls likes. When she does the Souls likes. Number 3. Oh, what was I gonna say? Probably just like her karaoke or just chatting streams would be number 3. I don't really like Mystery's GTA streams, her roleplay GTA streams that much. I kind of like them at first, but they've kind of gone on for so long now. I'm a little bit sick of Mystery's GTA streams now. But there can be fun. There can be fun moments in there sometimes. DMC streams at peak. Yeah, DMC streams are always peak. Yeah, it's too bad. Irie's just really busy in real life, right? Irie's an office lady, and she's also a Final Destination character. And she's so incredibly lucky, right? Since she's the Pond Wolf, the gambling wolf, and she's so incredibly lucky. If Irie's like been through 50 like Final Destination based events whilst in Face Connect, I'm surprised she's still alive, quite frankly. Yeah, that's a good way of saying it. GTA, I either watch most of Mystery's GTA streams, or I'm like, nah, I'm not interested in watching this now today, Mystery. I'll go see what Tenma's up to, thanks. I miss memory cooking and fretting us with a kitchen knife. That's great. I don't know what it is, guys, but does anyone else get a little bit horny and just interested in it? Does anyone get a little bit excited when you see a tiny Asian woman scream at you and like start pointing a knife at you? I don't know, is that just me? There's something about the condition. There's something about the male condition that just makes us go into, that just makes our neurons activate when tiny Asian women scream at us and threaten us with cutlery, right? Am I the only one? Anyone else get that way? It's hot, right? Yeah, it's hot. Lord S&M Maulington, thank you very much. I like both. Remember Bloodborne? No, Blaz, I don't remember. We don't talk about the Bloodborne streams, Blaz, all right? We don't talk about the Bloodborne. Michiru is undefeated. She's never been defeated by any game, all right? Michiru never played Bloodborne. Yeah, it's definitely not just you. There's a reason Rishio was the most super chatted VTuber. But this is the thing, though. I don't want to actually live with that for real. I just think it's exciting. I just think it's sexually arousing. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted memberships, Human NPC buddy. That's very kind of you. Thank you very much, my friend. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Small girl, not scared, love it. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, that's fine. Mishru defeats games and humiliates them for fun and profit. Yeah, very much. Wait, what's this about Bloodborne? Oh, Mishru did stream Bloodborne for a while, and she got the difficulty of Bloodborne got to her so much she stopped playing it and didn't finish it, basically. And then there was a time where every time if you'd ask Mishru, you'd bring up Bloodborne again, say, Mishru, you're gonna play Bloodborne again sometime soon. She'd just make like dying noises and say maybe next month, right? And then basically she dodged the question enough that people stopped asking it. Right, you'd be like, Mishru, are you gonna play Bloodborne? And she'd be like, maybe next month. And then the next month would come, and then she wouldn't play it. Yeah, Mishru got skill diffed by Bloodborne. It's not a case of Mishru couldn't complete Bloodborne. It's more of a case of she just doesn't want to, basically. Mishru's done Elden Ring. If she's done Elden Ring, she can do Bloodborne, quite frankly. I think Bloodborne is much harder than Elden Ring. Wait, sorry. I think Elden Ring is much harder than Bloodborne, personally. Shit, where was I? Oh, yeah. And so I was talking about why I'm a little bit sad, I suppose, over FaZe Connect kind of stepping away from being the sad girl company. And it's because, again, after they get into their rhythm from their past lives, right, and there's like, the problem is about having newcomers come in and then just get stuck straight into it, you know, going at 100% based on their experiences from their past lives, is that there's no more discovery from fans. There's no discovery from fans or the VTuber anymore, right? So the FaZe Connect basement, it makes sure the basement makes sure they'll get along in FaZe Connect, and that they'll understand the the community culture and the expectations from the community and FaZe itself, I suppose. But it doesn't create the sad girls. And I think this is going to be the future of FaZe Connect now, where a lot of the new people coming in are just contemporary VTubers. You would see at Aegis Link or HoloLive or what's another one? What's still alive? Aegis Link. V4 I suppose, right? That's the only one left standing from Brave Group. Fucking, you know, right? Be indistinguishable from the kind of VTubers you'd expect from those organizations. They're not really FaZe coded anymore. And I think this is going to be the future of FaZe Connect now, where new hires are just not FaZe coded. And it makes sense because, you know, FaZe is a business at the end of the day, and they want to make lots of money and get big funny numbers, and they're not going to turn down VTubers for being too good, right, or being too generic or contemporary, because that would be stupid. If there's supreme, highly popular talent available on the market, regardless as to what that person's content is, they're going to want to snatch it because it's free money, right? Oh yeah, Variance Project. Fuck. How could I forget Variance Project? I fucking met Variance Project in real life. How the fuck did I forget them? But yeah, it's like I've been saying for a couple of years, nearly 2 years now, is that, you know, this is the price, I guess, of FaZe Connect becoming more mainstream and becoming more mainstream successful. And is that there's essentially going to be like a dilution of the things that made them special in the first place. And I do wonder how many old school fans will stick around if FaZe does continue to become just another, cute girl idol company, I suppose. And that's not an entirely fair assessment to make, because we do have FaZe VTubers such as Jitler. We have Jitler, Panko, they're themselves. Pippa and Tenma still bring the old magic from time to time. Mari Ian is Mari Ian. Sheena is Sheena. I fucking love Sheena. But with this new generation, minus Anya, I don't really see it as like a FaZe Connect generation. I see it as like just another company's generation, really. And that's nothing against the talent. I don't have a problem with the skill of the talent. It's nothing on them at all. I think they're all absolutely fucking superb. They're all excellent, really. It's just a general sentiment, I suppose I have. It's kind of sad to see the impact on the culture of FaZe as a whole, I feel. I don't know. Yeah, even Nitty admitted on being family friendly, but it's like, yeah, I don't have a problem. I guess I do have a problem with it, but I don't have a problem with it. It's hard to explain the feeling. It's kind of like, I don't know, FaZe Connect as a whole is losing its magic for me, I find, a little bit with this new generation, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to stop enjoying the talents that I enjoy. But it's more of it's kind of having the opposite effect on me, where I'm caring less about FaZe Connect as a whole, really, and then I'm kind of going back to only caring about the talents who I actually who I watch a lot and quite enjoy. Because I'm one of those people where, generally speaking, I don't care about the company. I only care about the VTubers within the company, right? Which is the way you should be. But I guess kind of with like the lore and like the story and the memes and the shit that FaZe has built over the years from its rise as the Dark Horse VTuber agency, I kind of, there's kind of like being a FaZe Connect VTuber carried certain connotations to it, right? Like you'd be like prejudiced to think a certain way if someone said they're in FaZe Connect. Whereas, ever since Generation 3, I'd say, with most of the roster now, is that they're quite, again, like I said, they're quite normal. They're quite normal VTubers in the way that VTubers can be normal. So it creates a situation now where, because they're not FaZe-coded VTubers anymore, it kind of kills that identity of being a FaZe-coded VTuber for everyone kind of thing. It's weird. I don't know, someone who knows psychology, or someone who's better with like marketing or branding could probably explain this phenomenon to me better than what I'm trying to articulate. I know what I'm thinking, but I can't put it into words, kind of thing. So it's kind of like, it's put me, I guess it's like, as FaZe Connect kind of like loses that magic that made it special in the first place, it's turning me off from the company as a whole, but it's not affecting my enjoyment of individuals in the company. So it's kind of like, I've stopped watching, like, let's say for example, I stopped watching 12 FaZe Connect VTubers, a moderate amount, and instead I've kind of consolidated myself into watching 4 people regularly, is what I've done now, because of this kind of impression I'm getting, where the crazy, sad girl, relatable, sometimes edgy based company reputation's kind of gone. I'm not quite sure what to call that, honestly. Hey, Super Sucky Boy, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, good to see you here. We've got one of Leah's top guys here, Super Sucky Boy. FaZe as a company beat the main campaign, and now they're just doing the end content. They've beat the main campaign, but there's a harder DLC that FaZe Connect still has to conquer. There's some DLC that they still have to conquer, but they've done the vanilla campaign, I would say, and that's something I'm going to touch on in literally the next slide in just a moment. Something I want to talk about. Pico is the furthest thing from being FaZe coded, but I guess FaZe Japan, yeah, that's the thing, right? I'd say FaZe Japan is its own thing. The FaZe Japanese VTubers, well, due to them culturally being Japanese, are very different to, the kooky, weird Westerners and their politics and their weird shit, right? Like, the only thing really that FaZe Japan and the Western FaZe Connect girls have in common is their obsession with yaoi, boy love, and fucking smut. Whoa, a clipper. Yeah, I saw Super Succubi's cheating tweet as well. Every other day, I seem to see Leah replying to Super Succubi and Necro, complaining at those two for cheating. What's the DLC? The DLC will be FaZe Connect's journey to becoming a major organization instead of just a medium one, and dealing with the growing pains that come from being a major organization. So I'll get into that in just a moment. So let me just kind of like rush through the rest of this slide. So I would say that now FaZe Connect is definitely kind of like like I mentioned before. I got ahead of myself a little bit, but FaZe Connect now is very much a prestigious organization with plenty of scope for new emerging talent to shape the future of the company and make a name for themselves. Again, I think Mint made a mistake not going the FaZe Connect route, but you know, I can understand why she'd take the risk with VShojo. Wouldn't have made the same choice herself, but. And it's important as well now to notice that FaZe Connect is no longer, well, it hasn't been this way for over a year now, to be fair, but FaZe Connect for a very long time used to be the Shipkin, Pippa and Tenma Mayumi show. And now the popularity of the FaZe Connect talents is rapidly fluctuating. So you've got Rie, gone from arguably, you know, honestly, to be the weakest Western VTuber FaZe Connect had at one point, to where she's become one of its strongest and most dynamic. And you've got Pippa, has been dethroned by Cleo as FaZe Connect's most popular VTuber now. I know, number fag hate, right? But, you know, this isn't number fagging, this is just stating facts, right? At the end of the day, who cares who's number one? And then, of course, you've also got the rise of Jitla and racist Panko and her many streams on Indians, ethno-guesser, watching third world cooking slop clip videos, talking about tuk-tuks and do not redeem, and fucking stupid bitch. Panko, you can't say that. Right, and then of course you got Sheena as well. Like, Sheena did very well for herself very early in her career because she made it big on she made it big of her YouTube shorts. Like, Sheena does mega numbers on shorts. She was one of the other than Pippa, I think Sheena's the second best shorts producer of FaZe Connect, Pippa being number one. Like, Pippa's shorts get millions of views, by the way. Like, I was actually shocked to see that. I was like, whoa. I was like, whoa, fucking hell. Pippa gets millions of views on some of those shorts. Fuck. FaZe was an yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's pretty much what I've called FaZe in the past. I've called it an anti-idol company, but now it's becoming an idol company. Now it's becoming an idol company. Which as I said, I had mixed feelings about, but at the end of the day, the talents deserve what they've managed to bring to the company and themselves, and I want to see them happy. And, you know, again, this is the reason why many of them joined the VTuber Corporation in the first place, right? So even though I'm going to be even though on the one hand I'm going to have like those lingering feelings of being an old misery guts because they're much brand safer than they used to be. Yeah, as long as they're happy at the end of the day, they deserve every success in the world. So best of luck to them. Hope they continue to succeed and grow. But yeah, we're seeing the popularity of talents rapidly fluctuating. We're now seeing the distribution going more evenly across the board. So again, that helps with them not becoming too dependent on one or two talents to keep the company afloat. So I guess kind of what I'm saying is that at first, the Fishman's idle dream to begin with was a funny joke. And then after year one, it looked like it was actually a distinct possibility that Fishman's idle dream was going to happen. And then by year 3, it started happening. And then now we're at year 4. It's basically happened. It's like actually Fishman's dream has actually come true at present. Partially. It's partially come true, I suppose, because it hasn't affected all of them yet. But we're pretty much there, and I'm pretty sure, based on the kind of hints the FaZe Connect talents have been giving us, it's going to be here next year. Next year will be, undisputably, the year that the Fishman's dream does come true, honestly. And I guess to kind of like talk a little bit I suppose, about how some of these talents have developed over time and like how they have grown. Kind of what makes like Phase Connect special, I suppose. Like let's start. Let's talk. I'll talk about Rie. I'll talk a little bit about Rie, Leah, and I didn't have anything. I thought about Uruka, but I didn't have anything prepped like notes wise for Uruka. So I'll try to make up some Uruka stuff on the fly because, again, hopefully I can get these thoughts into words, right? So to talk about like the history of Rie, Rie's come very, very far. Rie is very well on her way to reaching that mainstream territory. She's gone from one of the weakest and having a very uncertain future with Phase Connect as a talent to becoming a major player. The kind of the lore behind that is that old Rie, she used to have like terrible audio, like her microphone was complete dog shit, like she had a $20 microphone from fucking Best Buy or something, and she managed to basically like piss off and cause like a revolt and alienate a lot of her like fans to begin with back in the old day. And basically she did that was because she liked to make, you know, sex jokes involving herself, but I think unfortunately at the time she didn't quite understand or appreciate that, you know, VTuber fans, a great many of them are like socially stunted autismos or too many online weirdos who don't understand boundaries or appropriate behavior, or don't understand how to be gentlemen or like civilized in company, right? So you can imagine how this went. Rie would make like sex jokes about herself, and then people in her community would treat that as the green light for them to essentially openly post about their sexual fantasies about Rie in chat, right? Like I'm talking about, they would post their 50 Shades of Grey headcanon about Rie and the shit they would do to her if she was like in the room with them right now in her chat, right? And that used to, understandably, that used to discuss Rie and really piss her the fuck off. And then because she used to get pissed off at them, they then got angry and snapped back at her because they were like, well, if you're making sex jokes about yourself, why can't I? And I do feel really bad for Rie because it's like the sex jokes she was making about herself did not invite some of the comments she had coming her way. But you can't argue with these people, unfortunately. So, oh, sorry, did someone raid me? Who raided me? Oh, thank you very much, Rena. Thank you very much for the raid, Rena. How are you doing? How was the stream, Rena? What were you guys up to? God, what a time for Rena to raid the channel as well when I'm talking about poor female VTubers being sexually harassed by some of their fans. We love Phase Connect, we love sex jokes. We do, Rena. We love Phase Connect, we love sex jokes, but yeah, sometimes the fans go in that territory where it's a bit too far and it's not very tasteful, right? Right? Sometimes, you know, just because a talent doesn't openly show their discomfort with something, you know, just be. Sometimes people need to be a little bit mindful as to how certain comments might be received, right? You know, it's about respect, not going too far. I get here, and the first thing I hear is Rie sex jokes. But no, thank you very much for the raise. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Take care, Vega. Take care, buddy. So, where was I? Now that, so kind of like over time, what's happened with Rie is she's gone from being like one of the kind of weakest and more uncertain of the Phase Connect VTubers. She's now the queen of Limbus Company. She's like Limbus Company's top guy when it comes to marketing. She's very lewd-tubery, right? And she's able to now kind of do a lewd-tubing, you know, kind of sexually suggestive kind of thing in a manner of a community that it doesn't cause those problems anymore now. So she kind of like learned, adapted, and improved kind of from those early experiences. And she's a very creative VTuber. She's got like a Howl Me thing that she does for Halloween. You know, she made that little visual novel thing, and she's got that terrific engagement with the audiences, with her audience. So it's like if you're not an actual, I'm an actual paying member. I'm like an actual member of Rie's channel. I'm a actual paying Hime Bito, right? And if you're a paying Hime Bito, you would know that Rie is constantly uploading membership content all the time, every single day. If Rie isn't uploading like a new video in a membership only section, she's uploading a new song, or she's just treating it like a journal, telling you what she's got planned coming up, what she's doing at present. You know, if you are one of those VTuber fans who really does, you know, like to know the goings on of your VTuber, you know, and you like that socializing element of it, then you can't really go wrong with Rie. It's, the woman is like a machine. She just doesn't stop working. Her work ethic is incredible, right? So not only is Rie a very hard worker, but she's very intelligent too. She's quite intelligent, especially for a VTuber. And this is the thing, guys. I know that not everyone genuinely believes that the tuber, that a VTuber is actually like a kooky moron. I know that, you know, pretending that a VTuber is an idiot, or they're like a girl with brain rot, it's a big part of the bit and the fun. But what you have to remember is that actually many of these VTuber women are actually quite intelligent and sophisticated women, honestly. But even if they're actually not an intelligent and sophisticated woman, then they will at least have the cult of personality, or just the sheer talent to overcome that disability, I suppose. So Rie has that excellent combination of intelligence, determination, and ambition. And she struggled to begin with, because I think she had a little bit of a temper and an ego to begin with. So she struggled with not being in control of how her fans were behaving when she did certain things on stream. So but rather than let the brainworms, the despair, you know, take over, and rather than kind of wallow in like self-pity and then, you know, just quit and resign and feel sorry for herself, she got back on the horse, and she made her best effort to do right by her community. And, you know, she learned to, she kind of let her shoulders back and just embraced being cringe and free, and, you know, trying to improve. And in the end, she eventually found it, right? She got, I like my woman disabled. She got there in the end, right? She got back on the horse. She learned, she adapted from the situation, and she kept on trucking. She did really well for herself. So no, good for Rie. She's come an awful long way in quite a short amount of time, has Rie, and it's good. She's really, it's really showing with her funny numbers these days, right? She's doing very well for herself now. I recently started watching Rie and her karaoke VODs are always fun to listen to, and that's one thing that makes Rie quite special. Is that when Rie does karaoke, that she does like to have fun with it sometimes. She doesn't just sing songs, but she like you know, she memes along. You know, she plays along with it, does some funny stuff. She'll like she'll sing meme songs. She'll use fun props. And it was just a good time with Rie, right? Rie's everything. Rie's everything you could ever want from an idol VTuber. Essentially, it's just whether you like it's whether you just like that smart TikTok, you know, Zoomer brain of hers. Really, is the only difference as to whether or not you like Rie, I suppose. But obviously, you take a look at Rie's fan base, the Hime Bitos. They're one of the most devoted people who really, really fucking love Rie that I've ever seen. Like, I know that Pippa lists are really devoted to Pippa, but I would say that there's no one in FaZe Connect more devoted to that Oshi than the Bitos. Honestly, like the Bitos genuinely love Rie. They have a lot of devotion to Rie. Rie does more work than anyone could credit her for. Exactly. Hey, Christopher. Wemmy is the smartest girl in FaZe and smarter than us all. Don't believe it. Yeah, I agree with you, Christopher. I see straight through Wemmy. Wemmy's actually really intelligent. She's quite a calculating and smart woman, is Wemmy. I can see it. I'm very good at seeing straight through some of these VTuber women, whether it's good or bad. Right? Like I can see straight through Shondo. Sorry, not Shondo. I can see straight through Bao. Right? I see straight through Lumi. I mean, Bao derogatory, Lumi not derogatory. I see straight through Wemmy, not derogatory, right? She's a masturbator. She is a masturbator. Although speaking of Wemmy, Wemmy's come a bit of a way as well. Because when Wemmy first joined Phase Connect, I could barely understand the word that Wemmy said. Because at the time, most of all I could basically hear was like lisp and drool out of Wemmy's mouth. So it made her difficult to listen to sometimes. But her speech has gotten better over time. I can understand Wemmy okay now. Tasty. Yeah, I figured a lolicon enthusiast would say tasty, yeah. At one point, I found myself the Lisan Al-Gaib of the lolicons for like a day, when I just made a tweet just reaching out to lolicons and said that I think they're funny and cool and silly. And then apparently, literally like out of nowhere, that got like 100,000 like views, and like over 100 lolicon guys just like followed me on Twitter just for saying that. And I was like, shit, I've become the Lisan Al-Gaib of the lolicons. I'm the outsider who's gonna, yeah, I literally made a tweet where I went, I love the lolly bros. They're so funny and silly. They're like horny chimpanzees with their, whoa! And out of nowhere, thousands of lolicons came and they were like based and followed me. And I'm like, yeah, I'm the fucking outsider, the one who will lead the way for the lolicons. I discovered Faith because Wemmy appeared randomly in my feed one day. Also, she probably wouldn't still be alive if that wasn't an act. Yeah, that's the thing as well with Wemmy. It's like, I don't know if people genuinely believe the shit that Wemmy says sometimes, or if they're playing along with the bit. Like, I believe that Wemmy has almost I can believe that Wemmy has almost burned the house down, and I can believe that she's got medical issues, and I can believe that she's you know, that she's accidentally almost eating expired foods. But the frequency and just how ridiculous it can get sometimes, it's just like, okay, no, I don't believe you at this point, Wemmy. That's too much now. You're going too far now, too often and too far. You're a smart lady. I think even if you are like filthy and lazy and inattentive, I think you're too smart to do the same thing twice. The frequency. I'm turning into a fucking Skaven, yeah. The problem is I'm really dehydrated now. It's hot as fuck in my room. And so now I'm lisping myself like a motherfucker because my lips are dry, my throat is dry, my tongue's dry, it's boiling hot in here. I assume everything Wemmy says is a work of fiction. I assume everything Wemmy says. I assume 80% of the 90% of the shit Wemmy says is a work of fiction. She has given us receipts before, which shows that perhaps she did almost burn the house down, or she does like have some disgusting mold surrounding her, but I believe that's like 1 in 10 of cases, she says. Yeah, that's the thing. Wemmy is a K-Fab. Wemmy is definitely a K-Fab VTuber. She did call in, I want to say she did call into Rie once, like off stream, and she was using her normal voice, not her VTubing voice, and she sounded like, and actually, she sounded wise beyond her years. She sounded like an Ara like hag woman almost when she was speaking normally to I want to say it was Rie during a call in. Okay, you know what? Give me 1 second, guys. I'm just gonna go grab some water so I don't dehydrate, so I can talk relatively normally. 1 sec. I'll just turn the microphone on. There you go, microphone back on. You don't want to hear my old man grunting noises. I fucking make Yoda ass noises when I get up and down off my chair. Do not, there's no joy. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering. Thank you very much for the 10 Norwegian kroner tour, buddy. Thank you. Actually, am I missing donations again? Thank you. I'm not. No, thank God for that. Okay, good. Tick, tick. Thank you, Tor. How are you doing today, Tor? It was Panko's birthday. That was it. Thank you, Asdaja. If I forget something, I've always got Asdaja here to help remind me of what it was. That's a good Yoda. Hey, Moonshine. Thank you very much, Moonshine. Defend the city we must. Oh, Jedi Master Yoda. You seek Yoda. You know him? Take you to him, I will. Sorry, I'll stop now. Is there a clip of Wemmy's real voice? I'm curious to hear it. I imagine there is one. It's on stream. I imagine that stream hasn't been deleted. Okay, who else did I want to talk about? I want to talk about Leah, didn't I? Yeah, so I got some notes here on Leah, what I think about Leah and kind of how far Leah's come. So, no, keep going. I don't know, R2. It feels like... Feel like what? I feel like we're being watched. Away, put your weapon. I mean you no harm. I'm wondering, why are you here? I'm looking for someone. Looking? Found someone I say you would have, He's a great warrior. Not likely to find many of those in a place like this, He's a Jedi Master. Oh, Jedi Master? Yoda. You seek Yoda. You know him? Take you to him, I will. Yes, but for now, we must eat. Come, good food, come. I cannot teach him. The boy has no patience. I'm not doing Yoda the rest of the evening. Don't get me started on my schizo voice acting roulette now. Your weapons, please. We don't want to make a mess of things in front of the Chancellor. You won't get away this time, Dooku. My powers... I don't know why every time I try Anakin I sound like a gay retard. My powers have doubled since the last time we met, Count. Good. Twice the pride, double the fall. I love the prequel so much. They're so quotable. Tree. I am no tree. I am an ant. Don't talk it, Mary. Don't encourage it. Tree beard is what they used to call me. Final count, 42. Right, no, final count, 42. Oh, 42. That's not bad for a pointy-eared elvish princeling. I myself am sitting pretty on 43. 43. He was already dead. He was twitching. He was twitching because he's got my axe embedded in his nervous system. I cannot jump the distance. You're gonna have to toss me. Well, this is one dwarf she won't ensnare so easily. I have the eyes of a hawk and the ears of a fox. Ooh. The dwarf breathes so loud we could have shot him in the dark. Do you want me to do the last one? Okay, last one, and then I'll move on back to Face Connect shit. What about that, Legs? I'm starving. We've had nothing but maggoty bread for 3 stinking days. Yeah! Why can't we have some meat? What about them? They're fresh. They are not for eating. What about their legs? They don't need those. Oh, they look tasty. Get back, scum! The halflings go to Saruman alive and unspoiled. Alive? Why alive? Do they give good sport? They have something. An elvish weapon. The master wants it for the war. Just a mouthful! A bit off the flank! No! Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys! Give me your name, Horsemaster, and I shall give you mine. I would cut off your head, dwarf, if it stood but a foot further off the ground, you would fall before your blow struck. My name is Aragorn, son of Arathorn. This is Gimli, son of Gloin, and this is Legolas, son of the Woodland Realm. We must join with him, Gandalf. We must join with Sauron. Tell me, friend, when did Saruman the Wise abandon reason for madness? Ah! I gave you the chance to join me willingly, but I see you have elected the way of pain. Ah! I am the servant of the secret fire, wielder of the flame of Arnor. The darkness shall not avail you, flame of Odin! Go back to the shadow. You shall not pass. Gandalf! Fly, you fools! No! Legolas, Gimli, get them up. Give them a moment, for pity's sake. By nightfall, this entire matter will be swarming with orcs. Oh, what was the other one? Who else gave me? Well, almost done. One more. A ping, Vasily. One ping only, please. Captain, Vasily. One ping only, please. Vasily, one ping. Yes, I'll have a vodka martini, shaken, not stirred. Yes, good morning, Miss Moneypenny. Okay, now we're done. Now back to Face Connect. Quick, before I remember another impression I can do. That pity sakes sounded more like Graham from Billy and Mandy. Oh, Billy, why you got to say? Why you got to talk like that? I'm the Grim Reaper. I lost a bet with a bunch of small children. I'm gonna have to enlist you for future work. Hey guys, I got a job. Thanks, me-chan. Woo! Please do. Hell yeah, we got a job. We even got Red October. Oh, Red October's a great movie. Alec Baldwin, Sean Connery, Sam Neill. Hell yeah, that's what it's all about, boys. Where was I? Oh yeah, I was gonna talk about Leah. So over the years, Leah's really come into her own as well. So I'd say, you could honestly very much classify Leah as being like the face of Face Connect, or like one of the major faces of Face Connect, honestly. I mean, when it comes to the idol side of Face Connect, like the actual stage performing, dancing and singing part of it, roar the man now, dog. Your best. Losers always whine about doing their best. Winners go home and fuck the prom queen. But Leah, when it comes to like the stage performing idol part of the company, she's definitely like the face of Face Connect in that regard. I definitely think that Leah's so good at that. You definitely put her like front and center of the stage and have her like as the frontman. And it's kind of like seeing Leah's recent 3D concert and kind of like looking at what she did with Anime NYC last year. I can very much see why Sakana wanted to make her the face and leader of Generation 1 to begin with. It's like, I can see it. I see what Sakana saw in Leah. And this is another incredible thing about Sakana. He has an eye for potential. He has an eye for talent. So, W Fishman chat. I want a W for Fishman in the chat. Chat, W Fishman. So Leah, the woman, has a rare ability that even most VTubers don't have, and that's genuine like charisma. And when I say charisma, I mean like actual charisma, not the meme slop charisma that gets thrown around. Our little tropical Mexican Leah has so much energy and enthusiasm. She really knows how to work up a crowd and build that excitement without sounding cringe or boring and flat, right? Like, she's an actual cheerleader. Now, most VTubers of any worth can talk at you and just yap for ungodly hours straight about anything and everything, much like what I'm doing right now. But what makes Leah special is that she leads the crowd. She's a leader. She is a leader. She's like the protagonist of an idol group anime. Leah is like an anime character, and she's finally found something tangible that she truly excels at, other than her voice acting yaoi deku voice thing she likes to do, right? Like if you guys don't know, Leah's very good at voice acting. She always has been, and she enjoys like reading shit out and doing voices, especially when it comes to smut and yaoi. But Leah could honestly do a better job than many professional Western voice actors. Like, yeah, I know that's not a high bar, but she genuinely could when it comes to voice acting. Leah will like talk out yaoi boy love fan fiction whilst doing the Deku voice, which is crazy, right? She'll be like, "Oh boy, I hope I can stick my tongue in Ka-chan's like mouth, and we can have a tongue battle and like swirl them around in there a little bit." It's like, fucking hell, Leah. It's funny and disturbed. She used to roleplay in Tumblr, yeah, exactly. The Deku voice slays me as well, I love it. The Deku voice is funny. Hey, Uncas. It's very funny. Oh, Leah's crazy. I fucking love Leah, though. Leah's great. I can cook it. Yeah. Leah did struggle to start off with, but this is the thing. This is why this is a big part of the reason why Leah cons love Leah, and it's why I love Leah. The reason why so many of us love Leah is that, you know, behind the young Tumblrina queen Fujoshi boy love degenerate pervert crazy for Chris Chan lore internet history goatsy watching weird shit that she does, Leah really is at her core a very she's a very sensitive lady for one thing, but she is a very just a genuinely like good-natured, nice person who cares she's a very dedicated person. She's a very caring person, and she has an awful lot of talent behind there, and she cares a great bit. She genuinely cares a great deal about her gem mates and her fan base as well, and doing a good job, doing everyone proud, whether it's her mother, whether it's Faith Connect and her fans. I think she's really introspective and conscientious, and she lets it get to her. She does let it get to her quite a bit sometimes, I think. But even so, even though she is quite sensitive, most of the time she doesn't let that negativity deter her, right? You tune in to 99.9% of Leah streams, and what do you find? Just pure fun, smiles, energy, passion. You know, you come to a Leah stream and it's always her is the one who's like looking after you. Leah's always the one who is picking you up, right? You never come into a Leah stream and you're the one who has to pick her up. There have been a couple of occasions, and I've got it in the Face documentary, where she has like had a real moment, kind of like a Pippa-esque real moment, where she's like spoken about her, you know, sensitivities and her self-doubts, right? I think I mentioned that earlier in the stream even, but you know, that's like a 1 in a million Leah stream. Whatever you think of Leah, I'm never disappointed when I turn into a Leah stream if I just want pure positivity, passion, and fun. And sometimes that's all you really want from a stream, really, when you're having a bad day or you're you're not in a good mood. You just try to follow what the fuck Leah's talking about as best you can. Like, I don't understand what the fuck Leah's going on about, but I'm having a bloody good time listening to it. Yeah, Leah's one of the few VTubers who actually nails the hanging out with your little sister vibe. That's a perfect way of seeing it. I don't think it's like it's a little bit performative, sure, but I think the magic to Leah's streaming presence is in it's like when you look at the history as to how Leah auditioned for FaZe in the first place. Like when Leah, if you know, like when Leah said that when she auditioned to FaZe Connect, basically all she did is just record herself unedited, like talking for 5 minutes about stuff she's interested in. And that was enough for SAGA. And that, as I said in my Leah video, that was probably the single best thing she could have done to have sold herself to Face Connect. But it's worth bearing in mind, just a 5-minute unedited clip of her just talking about anything and everything that came into her head was sufficient enough for SAGA the Fishman, who does, again, have a pretty good instinct for talent, to go, yes, I want this person. They're going to be the leader, and they're going to be the face. They're going to be the face of my company and the leader of my generation. So that just goes to show you, I think, what talented businessmen with a good eye for talent like SAGA see in Leah as well. Everybody loves Leah, even my white supremacist mutual. He knows that she's half brown and Japanese. Loves Leah, yeah, a little half Japanese, tropical Mexican. Leah's teaching Urka face. That stream was absolutely stunning. She thought someone a fake, but oh yeah, you know what? I have seen. I haven't seen that stream. I've seen clips of that stream. When I think of like the quintessential Leah stream, I think of her reacting to the Law of Chris Chan when she's like, "What's Goatsy?" And it's like, "Oh my God, Leah, no, Leah, no, don't look up Goatsy." And then I also think of her watching that hottest Sonic character videos from that autistic guy where he's like, "Okay, gamers, get your favorite snacks in a juice box, and we're gonna go over the hottest Sonic characters." And then I guess like the other iconic stream of Leah is the one where she thinks that the world started at year 0 and the gorillas and the Big Bang. Shit, it's incredible. It's so good. What a price to pay. Yeah, I love the Chris Chan moment as well. It's archived as well. It's still there. Unfortunately, the mod is scrubbed. So I think I've missed some donations. Thank you very much for the 20 Norwegian kroner again, Tour Buddy. Roller Fon 2025 funds for old man Maulington. Guys, you're giving me... I really appreciate all the donations and the support, by the way, guys. Thank you very much, everyone, for being so fucking patient with me with the videos and the Face Connect documentary. The Face Connect documentary is coming. It's almost there. It's within reach. But again, it's probably not coming out in 2025, it's coming out in 2026. But it will be coming out probably in January 26. If not January, it'll be out in February, but I'm almost there. If you want to know why it took so long, you can fucking blame Phrase Wars 3 for being so incredibly shit as the cause for it not being here already. Phase Wars 3 made me want to quit VTubing and content creation. Sorry, Phase Wars 1 Day 3 was so bad, it made me want to quit content creation. Basically, it's the problem. But then also, because I want to get this right, because I do want to get into the nitty gritty or like autismo breakdown of what happened to the company and all the VTubers, I have watched an ungodly amount of like VODs and like read an ungodly amount of tweet. Like when the Face Connect documentary is done, I'm gonna look really fucking like deranged and creepy because I'll be plastering the screen in so many weird bookmarks from like years ago because I've gradually been building up to this for years, right? And you're gonna be like, what the fuck? How does Maulington know about all these tweets people are making? Is he like fucking obsessively categorizing and like recording all this shit somewhere like a fucking like on a massive spreadsheet? And it's like, well, actually, yeah, kind of. Kind of. But that's why it's taking so long. So I want to get everyone and everything right so that potentially in 10 to 15 years time or whatever, when Face Connect is probably dead and gone, and maybe VTubing isn't really a thing anymore, that someone who knows nothing about Face Connect can watch my Face Connect documentary and then basically become an expert in everything that happened to Face Connect and its VTubers, you know, from scratch. Basically, it's like the intent of that video. It's basically a time capsule as much as it is a retrospective and documentary. Are you going to talk about Ethan? I am going to talk about Ethan Ralph. Yes, I am. There's some stuff I'm not going to talk about because I think there's some stuff that's best left forgotten. I'm on the fence about Kumalot. I don't know if I will talk about Kumalot. I feel like I have to talk about Kumalot because it's an important part of Pippa's development, and it's also the explanation as to why Lumi has reformed in her Twitter name. But Ethan Ralph has to be included in a Face Connect documentary because it's the first turning point of Face Connect, really, is when Pippa did the Ethan Ralph stream. and I'm on the fence, about Kumalot because of that. And then I'm definitely not going to talk about community civil wars. So I'm not going to talk about Vietnam, for example, and I'm not going to talk about some of the other stuff that was basically just a community, community being, whether rightly or wrongly, really mean to their talent, because that just opens up old wounds, and it's not really of any. No one really gains anything from knowing this information. But that's not to say that I'm not going to include dramas where FaZe Connect is, technically, you could sort of say, in the wrong. So I will be bringing up Lumi's Skinwalker incident, and I thought I understand what Lumi was trying to accomplish with the Skinwalker incident, but she was in the wrong, as she did deserve to get in trouble for doing what she did without permission, right? So I'm not shying away from FaZe Connect drama. It's just that there's certain FaZe Connect dramas that just aren't worth bringing up, because that just aren't worth bringing up, really. Press the best to leave the Clara thing out. True, yeah. And this is the thing. I'm gonna have to, if the past life stuff, if what happened with Clara was just left at the past life element of it, then I would still have brought that up, because it would be worthwhile to bring up Clara's Charlie Kirk comments in a FaZe Connect documentary, even though it would, make me probably persona non grata amongst the community, and certainly among the talents. I consider active comments, like comments done today, even if it's done on a past life, a fair game in my opinion. Bringing up old, like, disabled, disengaged past life comments and then bringing it to the present is not okay, in my opinion. But if a talent is going on a past life and saying heinous shit on a past life, even if they're currently a different VTuber, that's fair game, in my opinion. So I would say that if it was just the past life stuff, then the Clara drama would be fair game. But the problem is, like I said before, if I mentioned Clara drama in any way, I'm basically signaling to potentially a massive audience the rabbit hole. I'm sure I'm putting skylights and dropping flares on a big rabbit hole that will then attract more people to want to dig in, read more about it, and then it will go to somewhere where I don't want it to go. A place I don't want to bring attention to, and again, not that it makes it okay. I recognize that, but I'm not so hesitant to do it here on this stream and on this channel right now, because I know that pretty much all of you here know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, you know what I'm vague posting about, right? And if you don't know what I'm vague posting about, then hopefully you aren't the kind of person who will go digging into it, basically. Are you gonna talk about bring up Pippa and Jim meet up during his? I am gonna talk about Pippa and Jim in the retirement stream for no other reason than I forgot to put it. I don't think I put it in the Pippa documentary, and people wanted me to talk about it there. So just out of respect for that, I will bring it up in the FaZe documentary. But yeah, that's kind of like my situation on the Clara situation, because as I said before, despite what Clara said and what she thinks of people with political opinions like myself, I don't want any harm or harassment to go towards Clara, or particularly her family as well. So like, I don't want to invite more people to know about that, and then potentially get really fucking silly and inappropriate with her or her family in particular. So yeah, I won't be bringing that stuff up. And again, this is like the problem that happens when you go way too fucking far over stupid comments on the internet, is it's like this would have probably been picked up and criticized by mainstream drama news VTubers if they hadn't gone as far as they did, right? Because again, I like to think that most drama VTubers, whatever you think about them, are not so fucking sociopathic that they would spread this information to potentially hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people. And that's the concern, is that the FaZe Connect documentary could maybe be seen by about 100,000 people, and that's, I don't want to bring attention to it, right? Best not to make things worse. But Jim and Pippa retirement stream, that's fine. I've actually got a meme. I've got two memes. Let me spoil it for you. So I've got two memes about Jim and Pippa. So I'm gonna in the Pippa section, I'm gonna make a meme after the Jim retirement stream where I'm gonna kind of joke about Pippa's fake graduation, like the Pippa graduation meme from a couple months ago, and I'm gonna be like, after Jim's retirement stream, Pippa decided to retire from VTubing and become a classical liberal, where she married Applebee's manager Sargoy Vakad, and then I'm gonna have the infamous rental girlfriend scene where you'll always be my rental girlfriend, and the crying guy is going to be Jim, and then it's going to be, I'm going to Photoshop Sargon's head and Pippa's head on the, you know, the cucking guy, and then Pippa on the heroine, and it's going to have Sargon's head on the guy, on the groom, and then I'm going to put a little Applebee's manager name on his suit. That's the first meme. That's the first meme I'm gonna do. And then the second meme I'm gonna do is, do you know that scene from RoboCop when oh shit, what's his name? When there's that guy, that CEO in the company has two hookers in his room, and then he opens up the door, and a villain whose name I forget like comes in with a gun, right? And he says, "Bitches leave." So the second meme is that Jim is gonna be the guy with the hookers, and then the guy with the gun is gonna be Sakura, and the bitches that Sakura's ordering to leave the room with Jim is gonna be Pippa and Kersha. So, and then it's gonna have like, and then there's that scene where they run out, and then one of them who has a Bostonian accent says, "Are you gonna call me?" That's going to be Kersha. And as the two of them are running out, it's going to have Kersha doing a laugh, right? So as they're both running out, it's going to be Kersha going... It's going to be so good. I mean, this is the whole reason why I make these Face Connect documentaries, so I have an excuse to do these memes. How are we doing for time? Who is Sargon putting on the screen? He's a classical liberal. Okay, yeah, I think that's actually everything I want to say about Leah. Anyway, so yeah, that was it. It's been a good year for Leah this year. I'm hoping, very good year for Leah. Her 3D concert that she did over the last week. Absolutely fantastic, guys. You should go and watch. I'd buy that for $1. Yeah, that could also be Sakura as well, honestly. Who'd be I'd buy that for $1 guy? I think I could be that could be me. I'd be the I'd buy that for $1 guy. I don't know what it is, but that I'd buy that for $1 guy is genuinely hilarious. Like, I fucking love it every time I see that little clip. It's so good. I'd buy that for $1. Yeah. Good year for Leah. 3D model, more concerts. Go check them out, guys. Great year for Leah. And then, oh my god, 1 hour a fucking slide at this rate. No, even not 1.5 hours a slide. Have you said anything about biking or Willy? Willy's after this. No, she's after 2 slides later. Oh, sorry, actually, Pascal Saucer, you said something, didn't you? Thank you very much for the membership, Pascal Saucer. Bloody hell, membership for 5 months. Check your art tag now. Nova demands it. Also, 5 months and never giving more than my money. Yeah, you've been gifted subs for 5 months, you lucky bastard. All right, hang on a minute. All right, let me check my art tag. I don't check my art tag unless people tell me to, because I'm not yet popular enough to regularly get art on my art tag. Ooh. But where the fuck is my art tag? There it is. Hang on, I've got to show people this. Hang on. Oh, this is incredible. Hang on a minute. Is there anything on the screen that's sensitive? No. Okay. Okay, look, this is what Nova Crusader drew for me. It's one of Nova Crusader's OC with me. Who left this sassy child? Also, let go of my hand. That's true. Fucking Emma here is fine as fuck. Oh, but I'm not a furry, by the way. You're gay if you don't think this is hot. Anyway, back to stream. Oh, yeah, you know what? I was in a bit of a rush, honestly, to add graphics to this presentation, honestly, Inferno. But I do have stuff like that lying around. I'm just not very organized when it comes to like my media production. So it's like I couldn't find it, so I didn't bother to stick it on. As well, I don't have any fucking room to put it on here either. Hey, Hagfish, how's it going, buddy? You're always a Maulington fan. It's Super Night. Hell yeah. Look, a new slide after 2 hours, finally. Sentinel Moon in shambles, as he should be. Hey, Daniel Sierra, buddy. CP's final stream before a break is now. So, where is Phase Connect going? So, I would say that over the next year, Phase Connect will be definitely earning its spot as the #2 Western VTuber agency. And the reason why I say that, it's not to say that Phase Connect isn't deserving of being the #2 Western VTuber agency, but what you guys have to remember is that the reason why Phase is currently #2 is because its competition keeps killing itself, basically. You know, Phase Connect hasn't beaten a lot of its competition through skill, through the skill of its talents as such. All its competition keeps dying because it's run by retards who don't know how to manage a company, can't manage talents, or are highly fiscally irresponsible like VShojo, or they're run by actual evil black company charlatans like Nijisanji. And the reason why that's important is because Phase Connect is the #2 Western VTuber corporation, even though it's a very tiny fraction of the like funny numbers and the money that Nijisanji was bringing in back during the golden age of VTubing, right? Like, Phase Connect fills the shoes of the #2, but it is not even remotely, by any stretch of the imagination, it's not even the same fucking it's not even the same fucking continent as HoloLive, relatively speaking. So I think with all the developments, with all the effort they've put in and all the investments and all the hard work the talents are putting in, I think over the next year, we will see Phase Connect actually properly grow to fill in the shoes of the #2 VTuber corporation. And it's still, even if you consider the best possible circumstances, it still won't be a realistic rival to HoloLive in a year's time. Not that it needs to be, but I have every confidence, though, that with its continuing development of its 3D models, its stage performing idol stuff, its releasing of pretty sick albums like Last Signal, bringing in some of the new brilliant talent it's got with Phase SAGA and Phase Quest, particularly thanks to people like Cleo. Yeah, I told you guys a couple months ago that Cleo was a game changer for Phase Connect and that she would be like fucking massive and would bring so much honor to Phase Connect. I knew she would, because Cleo is one of those people who is incredibly entertaining and endearing to normies and VTuber fans whilst being a VTuber, right? So it's like anyone, Cleo is one of those, Cleo is like an introduction, it's like a high quality introductory VTuber. Like, I challenge you to find someone who doesn't like one aspect of Cleo's content. And where that comes from is, again, I think that teachers in particular make excellent content creators because of the kind of like the skills that you develop from teaching. And let's be honest, most VTuber fans are like literal children, so being a teacher helps you manage those kinds of people as well. But not only does Cleo have a massive broad appeal, but the quality of her content doesn't suffer for it. Again, this kind of sounds rude to frame things this way, right? I really like Queso. I watch Queso, but I can't fucking stand Queso's like the typical Queso fan, right? They're the absolute worst. They're the best worst representative of Twitch culture, right? So what Cleo's able to do is she's able to attract a large number of normies by producing such high quality normie friendly content, that she's able to bring in a lot of normies who don't otherwise normally watch VTubers, but at the same time she does filter out the people who spam ow and w and try hard in the chat like non-fucking stop, right? And the way she's able to do that is because of her mature and dynamic personality. And then it comes to the kind of content that she does as well. She plays very normie-friendly games, stuff like Battlefield, you know, little map-moving Autismo Men games. But then also, you know, she does her history streams, and then she has like, you know, like her yapping streams, her fucking 24-hour long goddamn Europa Universalis 4 and 5 marathon streams. Right? It's just anyone can watch and enjoy some element of Cleo's content. She's just incredibly versatile person with a solid personality, high quality. She's inoffensive without being boring and stale, is Cleo, right? And then she plays all the right games on top of that. But then, you know, she can be a filthy fucking animal. She can be a dirty fucking pervert at the same time, right? That entertains and amuses VTuber fans. I flocked towards Mari Ian and Sleepy more than Cleo, but that's just me. Yeah, I mean, that's completely fine. I'm not saying that, you know, that everyone prefers Cleo to the other members of FaZe Connect Quest. Not at all. I'm just saying that, broadly speaking, I mentioned in a stream a couple months ago that Cleo would probably become the most popular and most significant member of FaZe Connect because she's just so broadly, she just has such a broad appeal. Thank you very much for the £5, Hagfish. Just letting you know, my in real life British citizenship was approved. Oh, congratulations, Hagfish! How long did that take you to get? I'm glad that a great, hardworking, valued, you know, British person, well, yeah, now British person like yourself, was given citizenship, Hagfish. Because with the citizenship these days, they tend to turn people like you down, but they'll happily give it away like candy to rapey people from the third world, quite frankly. So it's nice to see someone deserving actually come here and get citizenship. So yeah, good to have you, buddy. Welcome aboard. Welcome to being British. Yeah, she just needed more eyes on her. And that's something actually I want to bring up about. I guess it's not really relevant to the stream, but one thing I'll say about Sleepy as well is that Sleepy, and I guess I'll talk about this in the video. I still need to make a video on FaZe Connect Quest, and I will do. Once I've done the FaZe documentary, I will go back and do a video on FaZe Quest and Gen 4 separately. Like, they'll have their own separate long-form videos, like I did for Gen 3. But what I find interesting about Sleepy as well is, I'm not surprised, but I find it interesting. I'm not surprised at all. I knew this would be the case. I understand, because I think I've got a pretty good grasp as to how content creation works. I understand this is the case. But, you know, Sleepy wasn't that much bigger than I currently am before she joined FaZe Connect. We had very similar funny numbers. And then after joining FaZe Connect, Sleepy went from a YouTuber of not much bigger than I am to where now she is pretty much she's in the top 1 percentile. She's a giant, absolute giant of a VTuber now. Well, I guess she's I'd say, yeah, I would say she's big. She's not Hololive giant, right? But she's a very big VTuber now, Sleepy. And it's like, the reason why Sleepy went from being someone of approximately my size to, you know, a really big VTuber overnight is it's just down to it's proof that sometimes when you're a content creator, it really is just about exposure. It really is just about your marketability, your ability to, you know, put your name and content out there, really, to draw attraction from people. Because Sleepy's always been an excellent VTuber, but there's been no like massive improvement in her content that has caused her to gain such a massive increase in her funny numbers. It really just goes to show that sometimes it really is just, you know, marketing. Really, it is just making people know that you're there and you exist, and it's not actually a skill issue from you as an entertainer. God, when you said Sakana Beam for a second there, I had a heart attack. I saw the @ above that, and I thought Sakana was fucking in here when you did that. But yeah, I really like Sleepy as well, and the reason why I like Sleepy is actually, I guess, for the reason that many people, it's probably inverse to the many reasons why people watch VTubers in the first place. See, I really like Sleepy because she is a very chill and quite normal woman and a huge gamer who's into guns and stuff, right? I actually love the fact that Sleepy is, for the most part, just a regular streamer just using a VTuber avatar. I actually love that because this industry naturally is full of, you know, very weird, very loud, very cringe and crazy people. It's nice to just have a VTuber who is just a normal woman within 4 years or so, I suppose, of my age range, with just down to earth, similar habits, you know, an actual real human being, essentially. I actually really like that about her. He could always be lurking. That's true. That's true. I have seen her alt account. I do follow her alt account, but on main, most of the time, Sleepy behaves normally, I would say. The one thing that concerns me about Cleo's audience, since the streams are so long, I think she's had very little mod support. So you get some complainers and negative Nazis in the chat. I mean, yeah, that's true. That's always going to be a problem. And it's, oh, hey, Ravenchill. How's it going, buddy? But, yeah, I guess the problem is as well, though, is that Cleo is so big as well. More of those kinds of comments are going to slip through. And that's kind of something, again, part of the growing pains when I talk about like the DLC that FaZe Connect needs to go through as it continues to grow, is that FaZe will have to, the talents will have to see, we'll see if the talents do have the emotional resilience to deal with increased scrutiny and to have not only a larger volume of negative Nancies, but to have a larger number of negative Nancies within the walls of FaZe Connect, right? Because during the Hogwarts Legacy drama, it was pretty much a case of, you know, it was pretty much a siege situation where it was Pippa, well, so it was the Capitalists and the Campai Nikki had fortified themselves in the behind the big FaZe Connect castle. Everybody there was on the same side against the outsiders, against the Ottomans, trying to tear down the walls of the FaZe Connect kingdom. These days, FaZe Connect is no longer just some small little castle on a hill somewhere. FaZe Connect is now a proper manor. It's a proper castle town now, is FaZe Connect. And so there are now a lot of enemies within the gates who are just waiting for the right price or the right opportunity to try and stab the lords and the nobles in the back, right? And that's the thing that the talents will have to, I guess, cope with as FaZe Connect becomes more mainstream and gets bigger, funny numbers, is that they'll have to deal, they'll have to, because some of them are quite sensitive, they'll have to have the emotional fortitude to deal with Rev Says Dezu, Rima, False ID, maybe reporting and scrutinizing things they say and do and drama from the outside. And then they'll also have to deal with, you know, people who are fans, insiders, people with Oshi marks of friends as well, turning on them on the inside for whatever reason. And what's really helped FaZe Connect up until this point, particularly as I think quite a lot of FaZe Connect VTubers are more sensitive than they let on, is that shit that goes on in FaZe Connect land just doesn't attract the interest and is therefore not worth the time of people like Rev Says Dezu, False ID, Rima, Evenstar. So that helps them brush this stuff under the carpet, because, you know, when there's Digisanji, Hololive, big independent drama going on, you know, the big drama news VTubers are going to go after that because it brings them more money and views. But as the competition dies out more, and as more people, and as, you know, as there's fewer competition, FaZe Connect will stand out more, just on that basis of being one of the only handful of corporations left standing. And then, yeah, they'll probably, the drama tubers, news tubers will probably get their pound of flesh, and more people will be making attempts at trying to farm clout or cancel a FaZe Connect VTuber or FaZe Connect if they don't like them, for example. I know that in particular, like 4chan schizo, certain types of 4chan schizos, like holofags, for example, are so like pissed off with, I guess it comes from, on the one hand, I guess it kind of comes from them being fed up with smug posting from FaZe Connect fans, but then it also just comes from like sheer schizo jealousy rage from those types of people. But there are a lot of people out there who really do want to bring FaZe Connect down for no reason other than their success just makes them absolutely apoplectic with rage, right? So, you know, the FaZe Connect just has to be prepared that one day something will break containment like it did with the Clara situation, but there will be no more lifelines or goodwill or other drama going on to protect them, essentially, right? So kind of the thing is that Clara and Phase Connect have gotten away with the latest Yab, even though it broke contamination. But there are potentially long-term implications, though, that this has happened. So kind of what Clara's done is she's exhausted some of the goodwill that Phase Connect has built up over the years with its reputation and with its efforts, and she's used up some of the lifelines the company has. So the problem is now is that all Phase Connect VTubers, even the ones who have no history of doing anything wrong, are going to be on thin ice with the more chuddy people or the people who are really upset with Clara but weren't upset enough to, boycott Phase as a whole. Now, if any other Phase Connect VTuber says anything even remotely unbecoming, I suppose, particularly if it's like anti their politics, then what's going to happen is that these people are going to kind of leapfrog off of the existing animosity that Clara's built for the organization, and they're going to like massively blow it out of proportion and get really emotional about it. They're going to be like, oh, I fucking, after the whole Clara thing, I fucking knew Phase Connect was that woke shit lib gay company now, fuck Phase Connect, etc, etc. And when these kinds of people, I think, who would act like that are a minority of people, but there's still a pretty sizable amount of people you should be concerned about it. But it's not about these people leaving the fandom isn't the problem. It's not these people leaving the fandom that's the problem, because most of them, I'm pretty sure, given the shit they say and think about Pippa, most of these people, I bet, never actually watch Pippa stream, for one thing, even of VODs. And I bet they don't even fucking watch clips either. Their opinion of Pippa comes entirely from shit they hear secondhand on Twitter or like whatever, or maybe like one or two popular clips that everyone's seen. Like they don't, I don't know, when Pippa made that tweet about loving her friends, sorry, and I saw like the reaction some people had to that, I'm like, what? You clearly don't watch Pippa if you think she's this super based right-wing Holocaust joke-loving person. Like, you're outing yourself as a tourist. So obviously, when you have people who don't watch streams or even clips, let alone spend money on Phase Connect, and they're threatening to boycott Phase, fucking so what? It's like the V-tweeters saying, we demand Phase Connect be cancelled. Okay, and if we don't, what are you going to do about it? You don't watch Phase Connect or give them money anyway, fuck off, who cares? But where the problem comes from, though, is that what these nasty little gremlins will do is they will go hunting and searching for past dramas wherever they can find it archived, and then they will continuously bring it up and badger both talent and agency and spread this shit, right, like wildfire, to try and bring them down, to try and get under their skin. And that's the problem, right? Like any of us, all of us as people, any organization just have skeletons in their closet. And kind of like the more animosity that Phase Connect, could potentially bring among these types of people, that I imagine that they'll go looking for shit, and they'll do some pretty sick and twisted stuff with it. So I guess Phase Connect, needs to be careful, and the talents need to be careful with their per second OPSEC, and try to not give these people an excuse. Try not to trigger their massive spurgatory, essentially, right? Because they will do it given the right incentive. And I guess that kind of like links into what happened to the VTards and why what happened to the VTards did, despite the fact that they are all on the same side. And it's because the reason why the thing that happened to the VTards happened the way it did is because they went way too hard, way too quickly, and made enemies with the wrong people. And they made a point of they made it a point that they were doing it deliberately to push people's buttons and to push boundaries. And the thing is, at least on an unconscious level, many of these schizos are willing to not go nuclear if they believe that it's not being done deliberately, right? If they believe that FaZe Connect isn't deliberately trying to upset them or isn't going too far with pissing them off, then there's like a line that they'll stop at that's relatively okay. But if you go too hard, too fast, then, you know, these people just have no impulse control. They have like no behavioral control, and they will do really fucking stupid shit, like really nasty, horrible shit, to try to upset people over shit that doesn't matter, essentially. So yeah, they've got to be careful. Got to be careful about managing that goodwill. They spent so long building this shit up, and it'd be a shame for them to lose it all and to allow it to be ruined. The bigger you are, the more... Thank you very much for the $10, QB. The bigger you are, the more antis will shout over the co-audience. For example, Kali is super successful with the Gachikura. Her antis are still... Yeah, exactly. You're exactly right, QB. And yeah, I guess that's just kind of like... I waffled on a lot there, but essentially, you've hit the nail on the head there, is that as they get bigger, people are going to go looking for shit to try and upset them and bring them down. So, you know, they themselves as talents and FaZe Connect management just needs to make sure that they're all prepared to deal with being under increased scrutiny and, you know, having old shit, being bludgeoned with old shit that's like years out of date, right? So hopefully they have the strength to continue on despite all that. So yeah, so anyway, FaZe Connect probably going to fill the shoes of the second biggest VTuber corporation next year. So yeah, as I mentioned before, Sakana's idle dream has been partially achieved at this point. I imagine it will be fully achieved next year. But what I will say as well, in addition to, you know, making sure that that no more yabs come out of talents that, you know, cause a civil war in the community. FaZe Connect going forwards will be and should be held to a higher standard. FaZe Connect can no longer expect nor demand respect from FaZe Connect fans now, whether that comes from merchandise, drama, or project outcomes. It's not 2023, it's not 2022, 2023 anymore now. FaZe Connect has a fair bit of cash. They've been around for quite a long time now. They should know what they're doing. Not all the merch drama is their fault. Sometimes it's a supplier issue where you've got flaky Chinese companies are, you know, run by fucking idiots who can't deliver a quality project in time. But, you know, if FaZe Connect is going to take that leap into being a bigger and more prestigious organization, they can, you know, get on Twitter anymore and say, you know, well, we worked really hard on this, you know, so try to gaslight you, try to emotionally manipulate you into loving something that just isn't up to standard, right? As FaZe gets bigger, needs to push itself more, needs to be conscious that the fans deserve a better quality project, a better quality product that comes with, you know, all the extra money that they're getting from us to fund the organization. So yeah, we'll see if they can improve the merchandise situation. See how they are able to continue. See if they're able to continue to navigate through major drama as excellently as they have been. Because again, all things considered, the way they handled the Clara drama, absolutely fantastic. Well done. Can't fault them for that. They did it perfectly. And I'd like to see more. I'd like to see more significant projects from FaZe Connect. Honestly, I'd like to see FaZe Wars 3. I'd like to see FaZe Wars 3 improved a lot more. I'd like to see a higher production value for FaZe Wars 3. And I would like to see more, I guess, like more kind of like golden era Rooster Teeth stuff from FaZe Connect. So I think the one thing that VTuber corporations really miss out of, and it's a big part of what made old school Golden Age Nijisanji so well, is that you had top talent from Nijisanji on the regular playing, like doing challenges and playing multiplayer games with each other, you know, trying to grief each other and piss each other off and entertain the audience that way. Like you'd have Selen and Vox and Ike, etc., you know, playing Civilization 6 together, right? And I want to see more group collaborations from FaZe Connect, stuff like the Lethal Company collab, but more generation versus generation or team-based, team versus kind of content from FaZe Connect. You know, stuff that isn't just your old, oh look, I've got a new outfit and we're at the beach and oops, my tits are spilling out of the bra, give me $1,000 kind of shit, right? It's like, look, the reason why most of us watched FaZe Connect in the first place and we gravitated towards FaZe Connect is because we see it as the best, the most premium entertainment focused VTuber corporation out there, right? I think that objectively HoloLive is a better VTuber corporation than FaZe Connect, but even so, I would say that there is no VTuber corporation more entertaining than FaZe Connect. I think FaZe Connect does that better than anyone else. So I really do think that SAGA and Co and the management team and the VTubers themselves, I know at this point they really want to, you know, focus on the singing and dancing stuff, but they can't forget their roots, and I do think they should continue to develop and push what can be done in terms of like VTuber entertainment and interactivity, particularly with each other, especially as they're really good at banter and like being weird with each other. I don't think they're quite there yet. Like the Mahjong Seoul tournaments back in the day were excellent as well, where you've got like Tenma and Co like screaming at Irie as Irie's like fucking cleaning the house with all of them, and then Irie's being really cocky. You know, we need more of that stuff. We need a lot more of that stuff, and then we need them to elevate that stuff more, I think. Sorry, am I missing donations again? No, I've read QB's comment, thank you. And yeah, thank you very much for the $2 to Ferrari Kid. I saw the Fishman jump scare. That was you actually did scare me, the Ferrari Kid, when you did the Sakana profile picture there, because I didn't know you were doing it at first, and I was like, wait, Sakana is here. Oh no, it's you. Never mind. Thank you very much for the $5, Colloid. I imagine FaZeCon will turn out to be a make or break moment with regards to its ability to feed these shoes. Yeah, I forgot to say, actually, during my Vexpo comeback stream, I did speak to Sakana during Vexpo in person, and I asked him about FaZeCon, and Sakana said that they are looking at California for FaZeCon. So, I mean, that doesn't mean it's going to be in FaZeCon, but I can tell you that Sakana himself did say that he is looking at California as a first answer. I'm hoping it's not. If it is going to be in California, I'm not sure if I will. I'm happy to go to anywhere in America except the major Democrat cities, basically, right? Like I don't want to go to Portland, Oregon. I don't want to go to Washington State. I don't want to go to fucking California, because those places really are just lawless, dystopian shitholes, right? Like I'd rather go to India than fucking California at this point, honestly, because at least in India, as a white man, the police will want to protect me in India, because they don't want the white man to fucking, you know, stop coming and giving them our crisp dollar bills and British pounds. Guess I'm scared. Well, here's the thing: we don't know if he hasn't got a venue sorted out. Last I spoke to him at Vexpo, so it could be in California. If he can't find a good venue there, he might go somewhere else. So I just need to read a bunch of comments there that really upset a lot of you. Sakana in California, Copium. You just moved there. Let's go. Oh, one person's happy at least. Boo. Yeah. Irie's definitely fighting him on that. Yeah. Yeah, he should just fucking go to. If it has to be in the West somewhere, then why not Arizona? Why California? Why Cali? What's wrong with Portland? Oh no, I don't know. I've seen Portland, Oregon in the news a lot with Antifa and shit. So Portland, Oregon doesn't look very good either. I don't know. Well, you live there. I don't know. Is it safe? Is it safe in Portland, Oregon? Yeah, I'm not. I might go. You know what? I'll definitely go to FaZeCon in California if Oshi Push is going and they pay for my ticket, like to the convention. Then I might go. Honestly, have you got the old Offkai venue? What was the old Offkai venue? Where's that? Yeah, I agree. I really hope it isn't California either. Cali is nicer than Arizona. Oh, okay. I thought Arizona was like a Republican state, so I thought it'd be more safer. Let's see. I guess Texas might be okay, but then I hear Texas is being like overwhelmed with Democrat shenanigans. So I don't know. I don't think Austin or like Victoria, Texas would be good places either, or Dallas. I hear they're not very good places these days. It's San Francisco. Oh, San Francisco. Okay. Where'd be a good place for FaZeCon, I wonder? Florida would be good, I reckon. Florida, North Carolina, West Virginia, not New Mexico. Ugh, New Mexico. You know what? El Paso, Texas. FaZeCon in El Paso, Texas, so the Capipolis could just hop across the border and get to FaZeCon easy. Oklahoma, when the wind comes sweeping down the lane. The shore smells sweet when the wind comes sweeping down the lane. Fuck, I forgot how the song is. Either Orlando or Las Vegas. El Paso, Texas. Let's do it there. El Paso, Texas for the Mexican boys. I think, oh yeah, Seattle would probably be good. I think Seattle's very expensive though, I think, with Seattle. Oklahoma. Please don't sing Oklahoma if you don't know the lyrics. Okay, Pascal Saucer. Just for you. Fuck you, Pascal Saucer. I made a joke about Texas. FaZeCon in Alligator Alcatraz. Then the Mexicans in the community will feel right at home there. Yeah! FaZeCon at Alligator Alcatraz. Hell yeah. What's your wish list for FaZeCon? I think that FaZeCon is gonna be like just a con focused on FaZe Connect and maybe one or two FaZe Connect fans. Maybe Mint will go. So I do think that FaZeCon will be mostly, if not entirely, internally focused. And in terms of what I wish for FaZeCon, I don't know. I'm going to be honest. I'm not really a big fan of VTuber conventions in general. Like I went to Vexpo. I technically worked at Vexpo, but I'm glad I worked at Vexpo because it was like, if I came there as just a regular audience like participant, I would have gotten bored by like half a day on the first day of going to the con. I'm not really a big con goer kind of guy. So in terms of what's my wish list for FaZeCon? I think I'd only go there just to play Oshi Push with people, and that's basically it. That's the only reason I'd go to FaZeCon. And if Oshi Push will be going there, then I'll ask them if I can attend staff there, and then I might be able to meet some of you guys in person again. They should come to Detroit, so I'd send him to Detroit. If someone dies, that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. God, you know, guys, I got a new plan. By the way, I've kind of done some more research. I've got a new plan for my America trip. Right, so one of these days, I'm gonna get a US green card, and I'm going to, when I got my green card, I'm gonna enlist in the Air Force now. And I'm going to join the security forces, serve 4 years as a military policeman, get out the military police, and I'm going to be a glowy. All right, I'm going to be a glowy. I'm going to join ICE, though. I'm going to join a good glowy agency like ICE. And I'm going to be a Department of Homeland Security investigator. And I'm going to take all the immigrant-related cases, all right? All the immigrant-related cases are going to be mine. I'm going to take them all. They're all going to be mine. I'm going to be king of immigrant... I'm going to be king of like immigrant investigations, and there's no one who I'm going to hunt more aggressively than Canadian and British immigrant overstays. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to fucking kick the door in on suspected. I'm going to perform high risk warrants. I'm going to kick the door in on the homes of Canadians and British people overstaying their visas in the United States, and I'm going to point my HK-416 at them, and I'm going to shout "gun!" and I'm going to plant a gun on them. Right, I'm going to send them fucking back. I'm going to send them all back in body bags. Send them all back. Gun. Oh yeah, no, guys. Oh no, I'm sorry, boss. My body camera had a malfunction. But he totally had a gun. See, look, there's a gun right there. Maulington, this gun is registered to you. This is your gun that you bought. No, I didn't. It's not my gun. This is. He stole it from me. He took it from my holster. But Maulington, you have a level 3 holster. He couldn't have he couldn't have grabbed it off you, but he did. Anyway. Yeah, so anyway, Face Connect will be held to a higher standard in the next year. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to end the stream and we haven't even touched Gen 4 yet. Fucking hell. Yeah, I should have 3D printed it, yeah. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. We never did get to anything about Gen 4, but don't worry. In part 2, we'll talk about Gen 4 and we'll probably finish that at one stream. We probably won't finish that at one stream. We might have to do 2 more streams, or I might have to do it on a weekend and do like an 8-hour stream to cover Gen 4. You know what? I'll rush through Willy, maybe. Maybe I'll rush through Willy and then I'll do Willy again properly next week. Thank you very much for the $2, the Ferrari Kid. Official challenge to you for an... Oh yeah, I'll play Oshi Push review Ferrari Kid. Absolutely. But essentially, I think that Face Connect's in a situation now where it's basically theirs to lose at this point. It really is Face Connect's to lose. I think the only way Face Connect is going to have a downfall is if they expand way too quickly and have way too many failed merchandise sales, or they or a VTuber within Face Connect does or says something that causes the powder keg that is the Face Connect community to properly explode, right? So if a Face Connect VTuber does or says something really untoward on MAME in particular, or gets leaked, or Discords get leaked, then yeah, there's a risk. I think the 2 major weaknesses of Face Connect: potential community civil war, and financials and its financial situation by its overpriced, poor quality, far too frequent merchandise situation. And the reason why merchandise is very expensive to get set up, and the returns on it can be pretty decent, but all it takes is 2 or 3 really bad merch runs before the green rapidly tanks into the red, right? And the thing is that as the Face Connect fandom continues to expand, naturally they're going to order more stock. They're going to order more stock up front because they're going to expect, you know, sales that match the number of potential buyers, right? It's just basic demand and supply. But the problem is that if the merchandising situation doesn't improve, if it still continues to take way too long for merch to arrive, and it still arrives broken and fucked, or the merchandise itself is just boring and shit, what Face Connect may find itself in the situation where normally let's say 1 in 50 fans normally buy Face Connect merch each time a new run is going on, right? And then people eventually just get fed up of doing it. So the next time they run a merch sale, they prepare for 1 in 50 people to buy their next merchandise run, and then only 1 in 100 people end up buying that merchandise, and then they're sitting on a lot of shit that they you know haven't sold, right? So now there's a loss on that, and then they go, oh shit, well, you know, another 2 or 3 merchandise runs that do terribly, right? And then maybe next time, instead of 1 in 100, maybe now it's 1 in 200 buying the merchandise, and then all of a sudden they spent an absolute fortune on merchandise that they can't move, and it's like, fuck, how do we get that money back? They're not buying the merch anymore. They're very fortunate though that the vast majority of their merchandise money does come from the coffee sales. And the thing about what makes Face Connect like one of the best VTuber corporations is that coffee has done so much work for them in their financials. It is by far the biggest part of their income pie. And not only have they massively marked up the prices of those coffees, by the way, they've almost doubled the price of Face Connect coffees are almost twice what Tails Coffee themselves sell their coffee for. So they've got like a fucking like 100% markup for each coffee sale they make. But the other thing about coffee is that it's a consumable. You need to keep buying more and more of it, and you can run out of it pretty quickly. I ran out of my Leah coffee drinking like 1 cup a day. I think I ran out of like Leah coffee in like less than a month drinking 1 cup a day, right? So, you know, the coffee will always give them a nice big fat buffer, but making physical merchandise is fucking expensive though, and it can ruin them if they don't improve the physical merchandise situation. How many servings is in each bag? Oh, I can't remember now off the top of my head, Crystalline. It's been a while. I haven't had any phase coffee since my last coffee review. It's actually not very much at all. It's not very much. It's about... I honestly, you know what? Actually, let's Google it a second. Let's have a look. Phase Connect Coffee Pippa. Okay, how much coffee is in here? 225 grams. Yeah, so not very much at all. Not very much at all. Only 225 grams. So that's, generally speaking, you want to put about 12 or so grams of you want to put anywhere from about 10 to 12 grams of coffee beans in each cup of coffee you make. So that's like, yeah, that is about 20 days of coffee in the bags if you have 1 cup a day. Yeah, it says here anyway, I've gone on the Phase Connect store and the Pippa bag says 225 grams of coffee. What kind of coffee maker does it need? It depends on what you prefer, really. I've got some Phase Connect coffee reviews on this channel. I like to use French press to make the coffees myself. But it depends. Each coffee needs to be grinded differently, though, because the coffees are all different styles. Some of them are Ethiopian style. Some of them are Brazilian. So when you've got different coffees, like different coffee styles, you need to grind them differently to extract the proper flavor from them. You ordered a keychain and a bag of Dizzy coffee last April. You're still waiting for it. Fucking hell, Pablo. Yeah, I'm waiting for my Pippa and Panko coffees, and I'm still waiting for my Mishru bean as well. Oh yeah, hang on a minute. Have I got that right? 60 grams per litre of water is the standard for drip coffee. God, it's been so long since I made a coffee now. I've fucking forgotten myself what my measurements are. But I've got a video on there if you want to see how much coffee I use per French press. And again, I use the absolute minimum that you need for 1 cup of coffee as well. The amount of coffee I make is just enough to fill up 1 cup. So the God is that for physical albums, they seem to be moving away from CD jewel cases and more of the big menu looking light cases like we see with the AEP. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know much about the production side of that, honestly. I don't know why they do that. I don't know what the benefits of doing that are, honestly. Not really. I could tell you a lot about financials, leadership and marketing and people, but I don't know really much about the... I don't really know much about merchandising and about, you know, merchandising basically for this kind of stuff. I bought 2 keychains for $30. The delivery fee was $31. Fucking hell. Yeah, that's a big part of the reason why I don't buy much Phase Connect merch either. It's because I have to spend like £30, Great British pounds sterling, every time I order something, or 25, 30, 25. I think it came down slightly when they opened up the US warehouse, but it's still like, if I just want a standee, that's £25, and then I have to pay £25 of shipping for it. It's like I'm spending £50 on 1 fucking standee. Like, fuck off. They used to have a warehouse in the US according to Fishman. I think they still got it, right? I haven't heard anything happen to the warehouse unless Shido crashed the Mercedes-Benz into the warehouse. I don't know. $40 for a brick plush? Yeah, I know, right? So overpriced. Fucking... I buy a lot of merch from independent VTubers, Shikimi Ishino, and she like offered a t-shirt, a plushie, a keychain, and like a fucking standee, all inclusive, all together was like £40. She was like selling that shit for as an indie VTuber. And then you got Phase Connect being like, yeah, you want 1 tiny little standee of jelly? That'll be $50, please. They're using the US warehouse for US orders now, yeah. Ah, okay. Yeah, I don't know much about Phase logistics right now. So, yes. So it's Face Connects to lose at this point. The major success of Quest and Saga show that there is still very much a major interest in corporate VTubing from both fans and talent. So what I'm alluding to there again is that a lot of independent VTubers or ex-corpo VTubers are hungrily looking upon Face Connect and wanting to join Face Connect. I imagine there's a lot of people who have since joined other VTuber corporations, particularly SOCs, who have failed Face Connect applicants, so I wouldn't be surprised if an awful lot of SOCs VTubers, or even some like VLore or whatever VTubers, did have Face Connect as like their number one choice and were like denied, and so, you know, went to those agencies instead. So yeah, the competition to join Face Connect, I imagine, is quite very, very fierce at the moment. Probably seeing bigger numbers than they've ever seen before, which just goes to show that there's no shortage of talent who can continue to bring profit and do their company proud. And the like 20k CCV a stream during the Saga debuts shows that despite the doom mongering from some people that there are still an awful lot of people who prefer corporate VTubers over indie VTubers and are still excited to see what corporate VTubing produces. And I'm one of those people. I'm not a strict corpo only fag kind of guy, right? But I do generally much prefer corporate VTubers over indies. I used to be the other way. I used to prefer indies over corpos. Now I prefer corpos over indies because there tends to be a quality and consistency in corporate VTubers that you don't get from a lot of independent VTubers, I find. Now again, there are exceptions to any rule, but what I find is, again, I talk about this a lot, but a lot of the old indies I used to watch back in 2020 and 2021 now kind of phone it in a little bit now, I'd say. And I don't blame them for that, because they've been, you know, working on their own for so long. They've been doing VTubing for so long now. They've been working on their own. They sort out their own merchandise. They sort out all their own contracts and sponsors and networking and shit, right? So they do work really, really hard. I fully get it, and I appreciate why they might not have the same kind of energy and spice that they used to have 4 or 5 years ago. But then, you know, that's the thing I find about many corporate VTubers, is it's not about them being better than independent VTubers. It's just about that consistency. It's just, I find myself tuning into a lot of independent VTubers, and it's like, there are great streams that make me a fan of them in the first place, but I'm finding myself switching off of corporate VTubers less than I do independent VTubers these days. And again, I guess it's kind of maybe a red herring a little bit. I think my problem is that I just can't stand Twitch content creators. I think is the problem, because most indies are on Twitch. You know, YouTube content creators can fall into many of the same vices that Twitch, you know, content creators do. But YouTube culture is just so much better than Twitch culture. I just can't stand Twitch culture these days anymore, as I become a miserable old man. I just think, oh, shut the fuck up, like, grow up. Right? It becomes like high school and pathetic at times. Yeah, I'm leaning towards indie VTubers more than corporate. I'm not surprised if you, Hagfish, all your fucking favorite VTubers keep all their corporations keep fucking collapsing. Yeah, Twitch is bad in general. I've made this joke before, right? The sound alerts. Like, I don't know. It's been a while, unfortunately, since I've tuned into a Kurisha stream. But as much as I love Kurisha, one thing that did used to annoy me about her streams is that you tune in and you just constantly hear text-to-speech's voice going, "I like you, Kurisha. You're the funny fuck woman, Kurisha. Yeah, Kurisha, you talk about the politics. Kurisha, even though it's your stream, I'm going to give you a 500-word essay with a $2 donation talking about the politics." And it's like, will you guys just shut the fuck up and stop? I want to listen to Kershaw, not you. I don't give a fuck what you think. Like, shut up. Turn the fucking text-to-speech voice off, Kershaw. Stop giving these people attention. Yeah, and this is the thing, right? Yeah, and Nora's on Twitch as well. I fucking love Nora. Watching V-tweeters, by the way, get themselves in a twist over Nora's and virtue signaling VTubers on Twitter get themselves into a twist over Neurosama is always funny to watch. Like, you can tell these people have no actual morals and don't believe what they're saying because their programming shuts down when you go, well, what about Neurosama if you hate AI? And they go, no, but Neurosama is okay because, yeah, well, why is Neurosama okay? And it's like, the reason why they say Neurosama is okay is because they're just scared about the backlash if they say mean things about Vida or Neurosama is the real reason, right? They're fucking moral cowards is what they are. But anyway. Many have dialed that stuff down. I'm glad, yeah, good. Slaves built the pyramids. Slaves built the Marvion. But I guess I've already mentioned this before now, actually. Let's get a move on. I need to go to bed. What time is it? 11 o'clock. Okay, I normally go to... I can go... You know what? I'll go one more hour. We'll do a 5-hour stream today, all right? All right, you guys better be grateful I'm doing a 5-hour stream. Sun. So continuing decline or even death of the old school phase culture. How will veteran fans deal with this? Does it matter? And that's always the thing. This is one of the things that really does interest me about VTuber corporations. Is the spectacle and psychology of VTubing, right? And kind of understanding how trends change. So, as I mentioned before, over the years, Face Connect has become more mainstream. Because it's more mainstream, it's attracted a lot more tourists and fair weather fans who are here as long as Face Connect is like the new fluffy, cute hotness. But these same people might and probably will turn on Face Connect or certain VTubers within Face Connect if they knew some of the shit that Panko and Jelly, for example, would say, or if some of the past dramas got like brought up and shit. And kind of, I can give you a direct example of that actually. So I do know some Face Connect clippers who have come in the last sort of year or two who really like Pippa. Don't get me wrong, they're big fans of Pippa, but they think old Pippa was a bad person, but it's okay because Pippa has grown up and learned from that experience. And these are like the kind of people who I'd call like the new Fairweather kind of fans. And the reason why this is a problem, again, it's not the politics of the situation that makes it dangerous. It's about how it can incite a fan civil war, because the old school Capipalists and the people who actually like, you know, who watched and grew up with old Pippa, you know, they love old Pippa, right? They don't see old Pippa as being a bad or shameful person. So when you get these new Fairweather fans go, yeah, but it's okay. Even if they like Pippa, but they're like, oh, old Pippa was a bad person and she's learned and grown up from it. That is an indirect insult at those guys who liked old Pippa, right? It's basically a nasty indirect insult at them. And especially it's important to remember as well that Pippa herself has never apologized. She's definitely regretted some of the stuff she's done, as she said as much, right? But she's never apologized for any of it, which is exactly the right thing to do. Not just because she has nothing to be sorry for, but to apologize, for Pippa to apologize for what for kind of the content and the kind of person she was in the past, would be doing an iDubbbz, and it's the same thing as admitting that you're ashamed and disgusted with the kind of person your fans were back then, right? So, you know, as FaZe continues to just attract more contemporary audiences, I do wonder if the veteran fans will be able to kind of cope with the change in direction and the shift in kind of like the way the talents conduct themselves on stream. And then I do wonder, does it, if most of like the old slurs of who were here for the first 2-3 years of Face Connect did all leave, would it really matter? Because at the end of the day, us old school guys are being replaced very rapidly, right? It's like open. Basically, Face Connect is in like a position of open borders immigration at this point. Like, so many people are flooding in who don't understand what Face Connect was and why many of us liked it in the first place, which is fine. Stuff changes over time. But again, the problem with Fairweather fans is that they are famously not very loyal, and they will very quickly swing from branch to branch. So I do, and the thing about the veteran fans is, as politisburgy and politics brained and annoying as some of them can be sometimes, even when they do throw a temper tantrum and they throw their toys out of the pram, the vast majority of them do come back and they do stick around no matter what, even with the your big dramas like the Clara situation, or if Pippa says something that really pisses them off, they will be back next stream, right? Because I don't know, it's just something that happens where the more chud-brained guys are more willing to seem to be more willing to let things slide, whereas the more blue-haired people are more ideologically Puritan and will, scorched earth everything if they don't get their way. So I'm just wondering, it's just amusing, I'm just curious to see that if FaZe Connect does become just another cute idol girl company, and will the veteran fans leave if that happens? Most of them, and what consequences would that have, if any? Honestly, I don't know. I'm interested to see how that kind of develops over time, if anything happens. The Overton window has widened to that issue. That's true. The Overton window has shifted. However, it's not really. It's kind of slow to take hold in VTubing, I think. Like with the recent Zentrea drama, right? Is that we still got major VTubers who have an opportunity now to kick back and tell these VTweeters and Politisbergs to fuck off, but they still apologize because they're still scared about their branding and they still want to, have that reputation as being safe and enjoyable as a safe space for everyone, basically. Yeah, like trolls remorse, basically. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah, trolls remorse. She's not ashamed, but she gets. Well, it's not even about trolls remorse. I do as much as funny and unproblematic as I find old Pippa. I like I said in the Pippa video, I did think that she did do some things on stream sometimes that did go too far for a corporate VTuber. That could have put some of her, colleagues, some of her co-workers in a scary position, right? Because, for example, going after Ethan Ralph, for example, was stupid because there are a lot of docs fags. I mean, Ethan Ralph himself is a major docs fag, and a lot of people within in Jim's community are like docs fags and shit, right? So the problem is that even if Pippa has the has the favor of Jim and his community, by doing the Ethan Ralph and Jim stuff, you are inviting an awful lot of people who in a industry that's built upon keeping your identity safe, right, and hiding who you actually are. It could have gone so bad. It could have gone so bad. Like Ralph out of spite could have started doxing all of FaZe Connect, right, and fucking, or some just bored dickhead who really hates VTubers in Jim's community could have done the same, right? You really don't, where possible, you really don't want to attract the attention of these kinds of people. So that's why I think it was dumb to have done the Ethan Ralph stream, honestly. But fortunately, it did seem to have it. Well, it's the foundation. Honestly, it's the first pillar, the foundation of what made FaZe Connect so successful was that Ethan Ralph stream. But I do think to some extent it's lucky that it didn't go really bad, right? Because as I said, other stuff could have happened. Yeah, exactly. It's lucky that Ralph was too drunk and drugged up to do anything about it. Yeah, the worst of the right-wing types is that the old style are also docs happy, which is suffer piggy. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, fortunately things didn't go that way. And then I don't know, I fucking lost where I was now. And then I guess the kind of last suffer gunt. The Kirsha Medica stream was pretty good. It was, but it's okay for Kirsha though, because she's an independent VTuber. That's on her. She's not going to get anyone else potentially into trouble by, incurring the Rage Pig's wrath, right? And then finally we'll get on to Dizzy, the kind of ramblings I made about Dizzy earlier. So Dizzy, and has helped FaZe Connect compete in a crowded VTuber market, especially as other agencies close its doors. She's been a major player in positioning FaZe Connect as a resilient mid-sized dark horse, with her ability to turn casual interest into sustained fandom. So again, that's kind of the big thing that makes Dizzy so special, and it's why you should really not brainworm and put herself down so much. Is that this is where I'm talking. This is what I mean when I say that Dizzy has turned FaZe Connect itself into like a living, breathing organism. She's built the lore, the meme, the legend of FaZe Connect and the Fishman. She's turned people's casual interest into FaZe Connect and VTubing and corporate VTubing, and has turned it into a sustained fandom. Her FaZe Weekly, her management interview streams, when she's just on her own channel, just yapping about, the goings on, life in a VTuber corporation. It's all very, very interesting stuff, right? She knows exactly the kind of stuff we're interested in, and she's a really good storyteller, right? And again, not only does that make us attached and interested in Dizzy herself, but it really builds the meme and the legend of the company, so that even people who don't have the first fucking clue what FaZe Connect is, well, like what many of VTubers in FaZe Connect are like, they certainly know the meme of the company, and it becomes fun because memes bring us all together. And even if people aren't the biggest FaZe Connect fans, just being able to make jokes and be silly with other people, showing an interest, showing a love of something, is such a powerful tool to get people invested, particularly emotionally invested, in seeing that thing succeed and do well, right? Yeah, the out of character streams. That's it. I was thinking couldn't fucking think of the name of them. And what makes Dizzy unique is that, Dizzy doesn't just do what she does for herself. She does everything for the company and staff as well. So in essence, Dizzy turns the entire brand into a lovable, iconic character that has allowed FaZe Connect to stand out amongst its many competitors. So this is where it kind of comes into a big part of the upcoming Dizzy video. We'll be talking about Dizzy's leadership style and the unique position she holds in the company. So particularly the respect and the trust that the former Sundaria talents have in Dizzy, and kind of what happened in Sundaria prior to its collapse, speaks volumes about the kind of person Dizzy genuinely is. It's not speculation, the proof. The Dizzy has like the best peer review of like any VTuber I'm aware of, honestly, because the ex Sundaria VTubers trusted Dizzy so much they stayed in that fucking train wreck until Dizzy had enough. And then whilst Sundaria was collapsing, Dizzy tried her best to financially support the talents to get their stuff ready for stream. She helped them, get their production, get their streams ready, gave them, advice and guidance and that mentorship and leadership when actual management was absent. No one asked Dizzy to do any of this stuff. She took it upon herself to take personal responsibility for the well-being and the welfare of not only her colleagues, but her company as well, knowing that she would not get any form of financial compensation for it, let alone any appreciation for it. And then this continues on into FaZe Connect, where still, Jelly, Moo, all the ex-Sundaria girls, have just hold Dizzy in such high regard, as do many of her new colleagues in FaZe Connect as well. So I imagine kind of a role that Dizzy plays within FaZe as well is that when people are having, struggles, or the, talents are having like a bit of a tizzy, or like a schizo girl falling out with each other in the company, Dizzy probably has like this unique position where she plays, even if she isn't necessarily the oldest, but because she has this level of respect towards her, they do see her as like the wise old aunt kind of thing. So rather than make things like official and administrative by complaining to management or winding up management, instead Dizzy probably plays that role of a mentor and agony aunt for the other talents, to kind of so that she can kind of like interfere and stop things from escalating into a toxic situation that makes everybody miserable and uncomfortable. So again, Dizzy is one of those. Dizzy is an extremely rare character in a business such as VTubing, which is an entertaining business, where she has demonstratingly proven time and time again that she will put others ahead of herself, and that she is a true leader and genuinely takes care of and cares about the well-being of those under her far more than you would expect a corporate manager to do so, right? Like, it's incredible what Dizzy does for other people in any organization she's a part of. So FaZe Connect has been incredibly lucky to have Dizzy on board and do all this stuff for them. Now, I wouldn't say that FaZe Connect is successful, because of Dizzy. I wouldn't say Dizzy is the biggest reason why FaZe Connect has been successful and is why it's enjoying its current levels of success. But what I would say is that Dizzy is very much a major player and a major cause of FaZe Connect's positive reputation, and why it's become such a beloved kind of household name now in VTubing. She's had a major role in it. And I know that sometimes she looks at her own personal funny numbers and subscribers, and she just has to get herself out of this mentality. She has to remember that, unfortunately, when she does this stuff, it won't. The fans themselves won't always necessarily recognize or appreciate the work she does for the company as a whole. But nevertheless, the proof is in the pudding. The reason why FaZe Connect, Dizzy has had a major hand in FaZe Connect being where it is today, and it's kind of like she does get to enjoy the fruits of her labor, because if she didn't do all this extra work, then the company might not be in as strong as a position as it is currently. So by doing this extra, from a financial perspective, doing this extra work makes her job more stable and secure, because she makes FaZe Connect so popular and beloved by the community. But I do sympathize with the woman, is that all these extra countless hours and effort that she puts into this work she does for the company, she probably almost certainly doesn't get the appreciation, or certainly the funny numbers and income from directly from the fans that she would probably like. And knowing Fishman, knowing how the fucking Chinese are, particularly Chinese Canadians, I bet Fishman doesn't even pay Dizzy overtime or give her any massive incentives for her to do all this extra work for FaZe either. I bet he's just happy to let her do it for free. I don't know, maybe some love bugs can fill me in on that if if she said otherwise, because I don't watch every single Dizzy stream, but I do try to watch her as much as I can. There's so much behind the scenes that Dizzy has her hands in, making Queen's Country to success. Exactly. And again, I think she needs to sometimes step back a little bit and let others take that initiative to get involved as well. Brummy, why is Lisa not in FaZe, by the way? Is there a reason or any clips about it? I can't remember. Oh god, I almost don't want to say it because I can't remember, and I don't want to tell you guys completely wrong information. But maybe if I talk about it, what I vaguely remember, someone can correct me. If I recall, I think Lisa, kind of from about 2023, 2024 or so, as she herself admitted, she wasn't in the best of places mentally. So I think she did have an opportunity to potentially join FaZe Connect, but she didn't do it because at the time she wasn't really concerned about VTubing, because she was having a bit of a mental health crisis. So obviously she has now since overcome that, little bit of a mental crisis, and it's well, that opportunity's gone now. It's not gone entirely. She could apply to the next wave of invaders or the next FaZe Connect generation, but I imagine at this point, I don't think Lisa would probably want to lose her IP at this point. So maybe she might be the next generation of invaders if she wanted to be. I do think there's a place in FaZe Connect for Lisa, but at the same time, though, to speak purely from a business standpoint, though, at the same time, I think that Sleepy actually fulfills most of the role that Lisa would have in FaZe Connect. So I'm not sure, really, thinking from a businessman's standpoint, that doesn't make a lot of sense really to have Lisa in FaZe. But on a personal level, I do hope that if Lisa, assuming Lisa even wanted to, I hope she does join FaZe one day. Very happy to see Sleepy in FaZe, certainly. A lot of people don't know this, but yeah, I know about this. But she gives a lot of money to her family and funds FaZe projects out of her own pocket. God knows how much money that woman had if she didn't do it. Exactly, right? It's like crazy how Dizzy takes all this. You know, it's not bad for someone who became a VTuber just to pay for college, essentially, right? Like Dizzy has a doctorate as well, by the way. She has a PhD. Dizzy does, and she has a PhD with distinction too. So again, Dizzy, extremely intelligent, hardworking woman, unsurprisingly. So Jerry joined because of Dizzy. I wouldn't say Jerry joined. I wouldn't say that the ex-Sundaria talents joined because of Dizzy, but rather what I would say is that the ex-Sundaria talents, you know, would probably trust Dizzy with anything, right? Like I don't actually know. I think Sakana like just picked up a lot of ex-Sundaria talents because he wanted to invest. He wanted to invest in Sundaria in the first place. So if he wanted to invest in that company in the first place, when Sundaria goes under, it only makes sense that he wants all those VTubers who he had enough faith in to want to invest in to bring them into his corporation. But certainly, if you've worked with Dizzy in Sundaria, then you would definitely, you know, I think you'd love to work with Dizzy again, right, in a different company. You know, after that experience in Sundaria, I'd be like, do you want to join a corporation with Dizzy Dockery in it? Oh, hell yeah. Well, with Urara in it? Hell yeah, I would. Damn straight I would. Hell yeah, I'd love to work with Dizzy again. Though it was double PhD actually. I think you're right. I think it was a double PhD. Actually, yeah, you're right. Dr. Stugbug. The old FaZe fans would probably love to see Lisa join, but the new fans probably wouldn't get it. Yeah, the old Lisa Pippa streams were brilliant. But then this is the thing though, is that the old Pippa Lisa streams worked really well when Pippa was at her schizophrenic girl failure rock maxing max though. Pippa's still got a bit of the old grossness and girl failure in her, but she's not, you know, she's not as crazy anymore now. You know, she's not living, her teeth aren't rotting out of her skull, and she doesn't have a vomit drawer anymore now. So it's kind of like that those old Kino streams can't really be replicated anymore. Chinese people, I think Chinese people are even more frugal than Jews are, honestly. Yeah, that's right, Lindsay. She did have a bit of a breakdown stream, bless her. Yeah, we did talk about a little bit about that earlier, and I had to turn that stream. I was watching that stream live, and I had to turn it off after a few minutes because it was genuinely making me very uncomfortable and very like I don't know how to describe it really. It was like, you know, it's like that feeling when you go around your friend's house and their parents are having a domestic. It was that feeling I was getting, so I had to turn it off. Right, I was like, I don't want to watch this. It's making me very uncomfortable. It's making me very uncomfortable. Idol, it did. Idol used to be the big FaZe competitor way back when, and this is the thing. At the time, I said that Idol probably did make the most sense for Lisa because Lisa's more of a musician-focused VTuber, and at the time, Idol was better at music production than FaZe, and particularly as at the time they were getting a huge surge of investment from Brave Group. But at the time I did say that I think that Lisa still did make the wrong decision though, because FaZe Connect seemed the more stable and more likely to succeed VTuber corporation that would eventually get to where she would like with the music production stuff. And unfortunately, turns out I was right about that, sadly. At the time I said, I hope I'm not right. I hope Idol does continue to be a good competitor to FaZe Connect, but I'm not sure. I got bad vibes from Ariel, quite frankly, and Idol management. I didn't have any confidence in them to steer that ship to the same level of FaZe Connect. Yeah, that's right. And then Ploxwood says down here, FaZe did not have the same music label offering as to the Idol Corp at the time. Exactly, and that's exactly it. That's the major point I made at the time, is that that's probably what sold Lisa on joining Idol. That, and the fact as well that Idol let her keep her IP, whereas FaZe Connect possibly might not have done as well, is another thing to consider. Was Jelly... I think Jelly was Sundaria, wasn't she? Definitely no Ember was. Yeah, a lot of people think Cleo's the only PhD in the company. Oh, hang on. Sorry, I'm just trying to get caught up with chat. Chinese bankers get the same jokes and jabs that Jewish bankers get. You know what? I've never even heard of a Chinese banker before, you know. Yeah, it was hard to watch. More of a matter of in-group investment. Oh god, who needs to do his reps? What's going on? What's going on? You don't backread love bugs enough. What's going on? Who needs to do his reps? What's going on? Imagine the dark timeline where they said yes to Fishman money. God, yeah, that really would be the dark. Oh my god. Yeah. Where would they... Dizzy would not be a VTuber anymore if Sakana did take... If Cinderia did take his money. Like, Dizzy would have gone up... Dizzy would have left VTubing, I think. Crazy how one small thing can have such wide-reaching and like long-term implications. Oh, okay, yeah. Moon Jelly was indie. Okay, yeah. Sundaria wasn't before my time, but I didn't watch Corpo VTubers really back when Sundaria was like at its peak, so I can't quite remember the Phase Invaders' past lives. I remember Muyu as Purina because I actually quite like. I remember watching Pippa collab with Purina back in the day as well. Again, I barely remember her name as well. And I can't remember. I can only remember Moo's past life. Actually, I can't fucking remember. I remember Sire's as well, but I can't fucking remember Ember's. I know Ember was in Sundaria. Can't fucking remember now. I just had it in my head for some reason that all Phase Invaders were relating to, like all Generation 2 Phase Invaders were ex-Sundaria, but actually, it's not, is it? Is it? Oh my god, I'm getting myself confused now. Is it? Am I getting myself confused with Generation 3? Is it Generation 3 who are mostly ex-Sundaria now? Or is it like, it's like a mix of both, isn't it? It's a mix of Gen 3 and Phase Invaders Gen 2 are ex-Sundaria. Canon, yeah, that's it. Is it just 2? I thought it was more than that. Yeah, that's not a good time for me to rack my old noggin. I can't remember. Gen 3, yeah, I thought Gen 3 had 2 as well, right? Yeah, 2 from... I thought it was 2 from Phase Invaders and 2 from Gen 3. Oh, did she? I didn't know Ember still had a link to her past life account. Yes, I know that Ember talked about life in Cinderia on one stream. I vaguely remember her talking about her interaction with a manager or something, and a manager who was a bit of a creep or a weirdo or something. I vaguely remember that stream. 2 in each. That's it, Purin, not Purina. Purina's a animal food brand. That's it. Muyu, Saya, Dizzy, Ember. Yes, that's it. Muyu, Saya, Dizzy, Ember. That's right. Yeah. He was one of the head honchos and an investor at Sundaria. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So anyway, that's kind of. Now we're finally getting to Gen 4. S-Train. That's the guy. Yeah. What was the story of S-Train? Whilst I'm going on with this. So the overview kind of Generation 4. It's been an extremely successful Generation debut, minus the one man down. Poor Anya. Anya's debut is still to be confirmed. There's no news on that yet. Last we heard on this is that Nyana Banyana, who we assume is almost definitely gonna be Anya, made a tweet where she literally just said, "Please pray for me, bros." So I think what's going on at the moment is the poor banana cat for some reason is having a bit of the old VTuber classic, having a little bit of a mental health crisis. So we still don't know what's going on at the moment. I hope that the little banana cat manages to exercise those demons and will debut and join her gem mate soon, because I think she'd be a fantastic addition to Phase Connect. And it's everything, everything's been leading up to this, right? Joining Phase Connect is everything that Nyana probably wants in life, and it'd be a terrible shame for her to kind of squander. Yeah, praise for Anya in the chat. It'd be a terrible shame for her to pass up such a wonderful opportunity. Her dream, like the banana cat's dream, it's right here. She just has to reach out and grab it. And Lumi was Cyberlife. And I'm just curious as to what's happening. Why now? Don't know if it's, you know, family stuff going on in the background, or if it's like the pressure of joining a big organization like FaZe Connect, where she's going to get a shit ton of eyes on her. It's causing her to panic a little bit. Whatever it is. Yeah. I wish her the best. I hope we hear from her again soon. And, you know, she lets us know that she's okay. I would say that, you know, obviously, the longer that this goes on, the more challenging it gets. Unfortunately, you know, her gem mates are, you know, they're making music videos and they're doing stuff, you know, without her at this point. I don't think that Anya's debut is ruined, right? Given how much time's passed, actually on some level, because of the anticipation of seeing Yana Banyana again. And I think kind of because like the mystique and I guess the kind of low-key drama of her of the delay in her debut, I think a shitload of people are still going to show up to her debut anyway to check out to try and, you know, figure out, and they're going to want to know what happened with this missing FaZe Connect VTuber and why they're debuting now, right? So people are naturally going to be very curious and nosy. And other than that, obviously, they're going to be just people who are just really excited to see Yana Banyana again. So I don't think it's going to be the end of the world. However, at the same time, though, the problem is that as this draws out longer and longer, is that, you know, it's like being picked. It's like being picked. No, that's not quite the analogy. How would I say this? It's like, you know, VTuber fans. It's like reverse dodgeball team picking, right? It's like the VTuber fans pick what team they're going to be in, and, you know, at this point now it's been a month. I can't remember how long it's been now after Saga's debut. It's been several weeks at least since Saga's debut, and, you know, a lot of FaZe Connect fans and a lot of outside VTuber fans have picked their team now. They've gone, okay, I'm gonna be a Willy watcher. Actually, Willy should have called her fan base the Willy Watchers. Shit, I should have come up with that. But, you know, people have picked their teams now. They're gonna go, oh, okay, I'm a Willager, I'm a Willy watcher, I'm a Biscuiteer. You know, I watch Malice. You know, whatever. So the problem is that Anya's gonna find now, right, is that there's not many people. There's not many potentially new people now for her to snag, basically. So that might affect her debut, and obviously it's robbed her of time to, you know, get to know and really groove with her gen mates as well. Her gen mates are, you know, they're going off having fun, building a name for themselves, and she's going to be behind by quite a bit. So it's just as well. It's just, but I do think it's just as well. She'll be able to recover because she is Nana Banyana, and the anticipation from people waiting for Nana Banyana to come back, well, I think will help her bridge that gap and allow her to catch up with her gen mates eventually. If she wasn't someone, if she was like an unknown person, right? If we didn't know who the fuck she was, and then it turned out she wasn't someone who was particularly, you know, well known or cared about in this community already, then yeah, I think she'd be in quite a lot of trouble and would probably be destined to be the weakest and most struggling of her generation. But long story short is, I think the Banana Cat's going to be fine. I think she is going to be fine, and that her delay to debut isn't going to cause her too many problems. But yeah, it's obviously it's not good the longer this gets drawn out though. And I do think that FaZe Connect will give her all the time in the world and will try to keep a hold of her as best they can, because they've already done it. They already did it with Hina, right? So they've already done it with Hina. There's no reason why they wouldn't do it with the Banana Cat. So if you are really worried about the Banana Cat being dropped, I don't think that's happening. I saw a lot of rats and rumors. People were thinking that the Banana Cat was going to be, they were going to replace her with another VTuber. I'm gonna potentially put my foot in it here and say something that might age terribly, but I think to say that at last minute FaZe Connect would replace, you know, Anya with a different pilot shows a complete lack of like understanding as to how the VTubing culture works and how Face Connect operates. Again, because they gave Hina all the time in the world as well. They've given Hina all the time in the world to, you know, come back full time as she's doing, as whatever's going on with her is happening. But, you know, Face Connect has the year in the basement rule policy. So if they try to like rush in a new person last minute, well, there's not going to be enough time for them to go through their pre-screening process, right, after they've got the job. So I don't think Face Connect would compromise on the basement time to make sure they've got a proper fit for their company. And again, because people are so looking forward to seeing the Banana Cat back, if they did replace, you know, Anya with a different person, and right, and they didn't have to do it because Nyana said, you know what, actually I changed my mind, I'm not going to debut anymore. The Face Connect fan base would fucking flip the fuck out, right? Like, it would be a huge drama. People would be fucking pissed. So, and again, I don't think like it's that cynical either for the reason for them to keep him on, but that is another thing to consider. I do think that people would be fucking pissed if they replaced Anya with another person when they didn't have to. Is it med school for Hina, you reckon? Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to be honest. I'm not... Please don't crucify me. I don't hate Hina, but I'm not a fan of Hina, so I don't watch Hina, so I don't have a fucking clue what's going on with Hina. So yeah, I have no idea. I don't know a thing about Hina. Sorry. Don't pull an EB. I'm not pulling an EB. I'm not pulling an EB. The rats I've heard she's in Japan doing work. I don't know. Where the fuck do these rats come from? Like, they just make the most random of shit up. Honestly. Like, honestly, I don't know. Yeah, pre-debut is a long time. They can't just swap in the last-minute replacement. Exactly, and it's horrible optics. And they gave Saya all the time in the world too, actually, as Dajva, you're right. Yeah, that's not going to happen. The backlash wouldn't be worth it. This might as well debut one with a new model. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. God, is Hina going to medical school? Fucking good for her. Hell yeah. Well done, Hina. Good for you, if she is. Or nursing school, either. If she's going to some form of, you know, if she's going into medicine. You know, good for her. Might have to chuck Hina some money. I might have to chuck Hina $100 or something then if she's going to fucking medical school or something. Good for her. Several VTubers have already put Sakana on those to treat Anya. I know that people think Shondo is really funny and based for doing what she did towards Sakana, but you know, it's not actually cute and funny and based when you think about it, because Shondo could have very easily got Nyana fired from Face Connect by pulling that stunt, right? Like, she could have got Shondo could have got Nyana in so much trouble and ruined her dream, right? Like, you know, I know people go, it's funny, oh yeah, based schizo Shondo showing that dumb fishman fuck. It's like, no guys, that's way too far, right? Like, I know we all like the Sakana memes and the Sakana hate and the Sakana jokes. The man, at the end of the day, the man is actually quite a serious CEO, and he does have a line, and he does have expectations of professionalism. He's patient, but he does have rules and he expects people to follow them, and he will punish people if they do break the rules in a major way. Remember, he did terminate Yuri. Despite what Yuri says on Twitter, her contract did not simply run out. Face Connect chose either to outright fire her, or they chose to not they chose to not renew her contract. So there is such a thing as going too far. And I think, you know, there are, like most VTuber corporations, even though it's like an open secret, it's a trust check. It's that if you go around telling everybody that you're about to join this VTuber corporation when you're not meant to, then it shows to, you know, your employers that you can't be trusted with any company secrets. You can't be trusted with any form of discretion. So if you're a leaky leaker, then, you know, no one's going to want to hire you as a VTuber, because how do you know how do they know you're not going to spill shit to 4chan or false ID or get the company into trouble, you know, and say dumb shit on your private YouTube channel, right? So yeah. It's yeah, it's a bit crazy that she did that. Too sleepy to read chat. Yeah, I'm getting too sleepy to read chat. Honestly, I'm struggling to keep up now. My eyes are starting to get heavy. Oh, thank you very much for the $5 again. send you a DM on Discord, the Ferrari Kid. I think I missed your donation. But yeah, thank you very much. Oh, Ferrari Kid's such a nice guy. I think he's a young guy as well. I know him from the FaZe Discord. He's one of Uruka's most loyal and passionate and active Urufu gang. I really like the Ferrari Kid. What a nice young man. I like Ferrari Kids. Hang on, sorry, I'm just trying to get caught up with the chat and just read some stuff before I move to Willy. Oh, I might not have time to read too much of Willy. If she really overdid that joke, it went too far. Yeah. Oh, was it Niddy? Oh, I thought it was the banana cat. Oh, okay. Sorry, Niddy. My bad, guys. I thought she was talking about the banana cat. My bad. You know what? That's what it is. The name is similar. I thought she meant Nyana, not Niddy. Yeah. I think I'm confusing myself with vaguely same sounding words. I do enjoy listening and participating in your streams, Maulington. Thank you very much, Lindsay. Yeah, I appreciate you listening and participating in my streams. I am on the FaZe Discord. Guys, I am on the FaZe Discord and I am watching the streams, the same streams you are at the same time you are. I just don't talk very much, if at all, on the Discord or the streams. If you chucked enough gifted subs in Tenma, Mishuru, Panko, Jelly, Disease, am I missing anyone? Moo, no, not Moo. I can't watch Moo live. Yeah, those guys. If you threw enough gifted donations in any one of those guys' streams, you would eventually catch me lurking in there, right? Like I don't just watch clips and only watch FaZe VTubers for the sake of a video. I do try to roulette and watch as many of them as I can. I'm always watching. That's how do you guys think I know which communities you belong to without even looking at the Oshi mark, without having Oshi marks here? Like that's how I know the Ferrari Kid is an Urufu gang. Maulington doesn't talk because he get banned. And the reason why I don't talk is I don't actually want to be perceived or I don't want to be talked about by the FaZe Connect community, and I certainly don't want the talents to actually perceive my existence. I think I failed in that regard because when Tenma did the Oshi push stream a couple months ago, and I just sent her a donation just to tell her, just so she'd see my comment where I said that her deck is arguably the strongest in the game. Tenma said to me that she noticed I've been streaming it a lot lately, so she might watch my videos to help understand how to play the game. And then that absolutely terrified me when she said that, because I was like, wait a minute, Tenma, how the fuck do you know I've been streaming a shitload of Oshi Push? Are you subscribed to me or something? Like, what the fuck? Like, how the fuck did you know? I don't know, it's like, oh shit, please don't tell me Tenma is subscribed to me. I'd be terrified if she was. Oh, I don't want her lurking in here watching my shit. Oh dear. I'm not making it up, by the way. You can literally go watch the VOD right now and find it. If you search by super chats, if that's easier, but you'll see it. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about. She could be any one of us. She could be you. It could be I could be Tenma. You guys will never guess who my Oshi is. Is it Pippa and Mr. Snowman? Not FaZe related, but the first time Rebby said she remembered something I posted on Twitter, I felt a chill run down my spine. What do you mean you could perceive me outside the stream? Yeah, true and real. She could be me. She could even be... What? It was obvious. He's the red spy. Watch, he'll turn red any second now. Any second now. See? Red! No, wait. That's blood. Alright, who's ready to go and find the spy? Right behind you. Ah, my petit chauffeur. Maulington exists outside these streams. Take your meds, Dragon Lord, and I'll disappear. Thank you very much for the $5, QB. Fucking hell. Tenma knows all. How else did you know Sakana said the famous perfect actor line? But that's to be fair though, QB. Actually, Tenma, the campaign Nikki ratted Sakana out to Tenma though. Like they were telling her in a chat that he said that, and then she went and verified it first before she jumped in. So unfortunately, unfortunately the campaign Nikki tipped her off. Decent American impression, more. Here, take your citizenship. Thank you. Yeah, doing the soldier from Team Fortress 2. Maggots. That was funny. It was very funny. Iconic moment. I can only put on my best behavior on Tenma streams. That's probably for the best. Tenma's such a character. She's so Tenma can be so sweet and lovely and cute, and then she can be incredibly intense and angry and horny the next second. Thank you very much for the $10, Agamata buddy. Guys, my favoritist Phase Connect artist in the world here, Agamata Arts. If you have Twitter, or even if you don't have Twitter, I'd recommend making a profile just to follow Agamata. His Phase Connect art is so fucking funny. Or if he's not doing some hilariously like cursed shitpost, or actually pretty damn good art, or like funny manga-esque mangaka style panel, then he does massive Phase Connect lewds. Although I think that Twitter, the Twitter algorithm has been throttling his lewd alts recently, so I don't think that account's gonna be lasting much longer, sadly. Yeah, I love Agamata art love. I fucking love his artwork. So good. Okay, you know what? I'm not gonna have. It's not even worth me starting on Gen 4 and Willy and etc. And now, cause I don't have this 15 minutes till I go to bed, but I'll quickly just show you the slide so you kind of know what to expect for part 2. So actually, let me move myself out of the way as well so you can actually see the shit behind me. Hang on a minute. I'll just move myself under. I'll move myself under Willy. I'll move myself under the Willy. But quick rundown of Willy, and then I'll go over this in more detail next stream. So Willy, Australian. Australians make the best kind of VTubers as well, by the way. You know, the story. So I'm a big fan of Willy's past life, right? Because as you guys may or may not know, I did a documentary on Prison Project. I'm a massive Prison pal. And it was funny. So I couldn't stay up to watch all of Phase Saga's debuts live. So, thank you very much for the membership, Wolf and Wings, buddy. Glad to have you back, buddy. Thank you. I bet Tenma's watching right now. Yeah. Yes, constant Simpsons references. But it's funny because I went to bed in the middle after like the first Phase Saga debut. And then I get a ping on Discord from Armchair Expert because he's watching the debut, right? And it's like 2 a.m. or something my time. So I open up Discord and I'm like, what's this? And then I'm reading Armchair's comment and he's saying, hey, do you think this VTuber's like British? She sounds British. So I go on, so I open up YouTube on my phone and then I open up, you know, I go searching for who's currently debuting. I go, okay, it's Wilhelmina Frost. Go on Wilhelmina Frost's stream. And then I've had like 2 hours of sleep, right? Because I went to bed at midnight. And then I'm watching this for a little while, right? It's like 2 a.m. and I'm like, and I'm listening to her speak for like 30 seconds. And then I put the phone down beside me so I could just kind of like drop the phone to the side and listen to her speak as I'm kind of like led back, you know, lying on my bed. And after listening to her talk for a little while, I'm like, you know what? She does sound a little bit middle-class English at times, right? She sounds like a posh English woman at times, but no, she's definitely Australian. I'm like, no, she's definitely Australian because I can hear that distinctive Australian drawl and their unique way, that nasally unique way they tend to pronounce their consonants that Australians do that we don't in the UK. So I'm like, yeah, no, she's definitely Australian. And then as I pick up the phone to reply back to Armchair Expert, I'm like, I say to him, I'm like, no, you know what? I'm like, you know, she's definitely Australian. Oh, you know what, Armchair? Actually, she kind of sounds a little bit like, you know, Sarah Nagare from Prison Project, you know. And then I click send, and then I put the phone down, and I go back to bed, and then there's like, and I'm like this, I'm like, it is fucking Sarah Nagare. That's fucking Sarah Nagare from Prison Project. I don't believe it. My fucking favorite Prison Project VTuber's back. So then I then stay up to watch her debut, and then I get in massive amounts of trouble at work the next day because I start drifting off in the middle of the day because I was up all night watching Willy's debut. But yeah, I had to like DM all 4 other Prison Project fans just to confirm them. I'm like, this is Sarah Nagare, isn't it? It sounds just like her. And they're like, yep, it's Sarah Nagare. So yeah, I'm really glad to have Snake Woman back. So yeah, Australian, best kind of VTuber. Massive nerd and dwarf, massive nerd and dork, dwarf fortress streams. Any VTuber woman who streams Dwarf Fortress is wife material. All right, I want to marry Willy. All right, she's my future ex-wife. And also, there's all the Simpsons. Actually, I should put that in there as well. I forgot to put that in there. Oh shit, I forgot about the Simpsons references. I'll edit the PowerPoint and put that in later. So I'd say that Willy, quick wit, great comedic timing, very Commonwealth sense of humor. She enjoys role-playing, improv, League of Legends. Unfortunately, she is not forklift certified. Oh my god. Did I just say I love Willy? Don't clip that. And you know full well the context within which I meant that. All right, look, I don't. Oh my fucking god! I walked right into that one, didn't I? Fuck's sake! I didn't even think about that. Oh my god! No, I love Wilhelmina Frost. I don't love Willy. Oh no! Speaking of Willy, by the way, look. Now, guys, when I say this, okay, I want you to calm down. I want you to behave yourselves, all right? Now relax when I say this. But I want Willy to step on my willy, okay? Now, look, guys, look, calm down, okay? Don't be fun. Don't get weird in the chat. You know exactly what I mean, all right? When I say I want Willy to step. Look at that. What do you mean? No, don't Maulington me. Don't Maulington. Don't ellipses me. Now, look, come on. Look, I mean, look. Look at those boots, all right? Now, look, those boots were made for walking on willies. Right? Look at that. I mean, come on. Now. What? What do you mean? What do you mean? Stop broing me. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Boots on or off, by the way. I don't mind. I prefer it with the boots on, but I mean, pantyhose are peak, quite frankly. Look, I mean, look at that. I mean, come on. What is this? Look at this posture she's doing right here. She's stepping on something when she does this, look. She's stepping forward. Hopefully it's my willy. That's my willy she's stepping on, all right? Leave it alone. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted memberships, human NPC. This is exactly why I don't want Face Connect, by the way, to perceive me, because I don't want them to hear shit like this. But yeah, she's a I'm down bad for Willy. No, I did it again. I'm not down bad for Willy. I'm not down bad for Willy. I'm down bad for Wilhelmina Frost. And she is. I did it again. Oh shit. She's a KFab night VTuber. I'm interested to see if she'll keep this up, honestly. I get every time I see a KFab VTuber, I'm really curious to see how long they'll keep that up before they start talking normally again. So we'll see how that goes. Her fans are the Willagers. I think she should have called them the Willy Watchers. I think that would have been better. Call them the Willy Watchers. And yeah, I think Willy is, again, to kind of sound rude, I think Willy's the silver medal of the generation. She's my personal favorite, but speaking objectively, I think she's the silver medal of the generation. So I think that Willy is going to prove to be a highly popular and excellent fit. The Willy's going to be an excellent fit to FaZe. Particularly through her supporting existing characters like Lumi, Jelly, and Rooney. And again, I'm just skimming over this because I'll go into more detail and like I'll develop why I'm saying these things in the part 2 stream. I guess I'll just quickly go over BB Biscuit as well whilst I'm here, since I accidentally showed that slide. So again, to quickly run through. Hang on, let me get out of the way. Actually, if I put myself down there, how does that look? How does this look? Am I in the way here? I'm still kind of in the way a little bit there. Let me, if I move myself over there. There we go. Yeah, so BB Biscuit. I think BB Biscuit, probably, objectively speaking, takes the gold medal of this generation, in my opinion. I think BB Biscuit is the most impressive VTuber who's debuted as part of this generation. She's an American living in Japan, and she's bilingual. She's a meme lord with an incredible sense of humor. I think Bibi understands it has shown the best understanding of the FaZe Connect community, and has an exquisite handle on. She basically has the FaZe fans on Twitter wrapped around her finger. She really understands their sense of humor perfectly, and like those little memes, those little doodles and drawings she does are incredible. They won people over instantly. I don't know whether it's just FaZe Connect understands how powerful its social media marketing on Twitter is now, and they're like giving this training to new VTubers to help them, you know, have the best possible debut, or if Bibi really is just that intelligent, and whether Bibi is just that intelligent so that to just understand exactly how to do a pre-debut. But I think Bibi has had the finest pre-debut, and I guess kind of like immediate post-debut of any VTuber I've seen come from FaZe Connect, quite frankly. So yes, I really like her lovely little memes. The "I know what you are" is my favorite. That's incredible. That's really good. She's got a lot of energy. She's very playful and very cute again, which is nice to see. We've kind of got like she does remind me of Shiki Miyashino quite a bit, honestly. I mean, they're both dog VTubers even. I could quite easily see Shiki. I think Shiki even has an outfit very similar to this. But Bibi's, like, the human being behind Bibi is like the perfect fit to this VTuber model, right? Like, again, like Clara, when she came in, that like this is Bibi Biscuit, right? Like, this model was made just for her. There is literally no one more perfect for this model than the woman behind Bibi Biscuit. I mean, this is a perfect synergy between VTuber and pilot, basically. Thank you very much for the $2, Widow Whisketeer. One. And so yeah, I'm very impressed with Bibi's showing so far. But she was given the perfect model. I'm gonna, when I do next week's stream, I'm gonna talk about my thoughts on the design of the models themselves as well. So I'll go back to Willy as well, and I'll give you my thoughts on Willy's design itself. Which won't, I have a bit more. I have a bit more to offer on my thoughts on Willy's outfit, other than I want her to step on me. All right, trust me, we won't just be about that. And Bibi is a filthy animal. She's very perverted, like Leah. Although I don't know, I would say that Yuri is the filthiest animal. Oh, take care, Mr. Human and PC buddy. Enjoy your evening, buddy. But I would say that Yuri is still the filthiest fucking animal in FaZe Connect, but Bibi's definitely up there. And she has a lot of interests, right? Bibi does. She's got a lot of interest and opinions. Her art, she collects pens, she hates milk, she loves platformers, you know, she's got a hyperfixation with Tamagotchi. And the reason why having so many different interests and having so many opinions and like kind of like relatable everyday things like this and talking about it is really good, particularly for like a new or debuting VTuber, is this is the shit that gets the autistics going, right? Like, there's nothing we love more as VTuber fans than to get a VTuber who's just like us for real, and like has all the same passions and shit that we do, right? Like, as soon as I see the word Tamagotchi, it just makes me want to start spurging about having a Tamagotchi as a 6-year-old. So again, very, very strong, powerful opening for Bibi. You know, she's a veteran. I think was Bibi ex Sundaria as well, right? I think was Bibi ex Sundaria, but yeah, she's obviously a veteran VTuber. She knows exactly what she's doing, and I don't know whether it's coincidence or if she's really done her research. But yeah, she really knows what she's doing with the FaZe Connect fandom to get their attention. She reminds me of like early Clara, where Clara would be in every comment section, like every clip on YouTube. She would be responding to every tweet, you know, just everywhere Clara would be. And Bibi reminds me of like opening Clara, where she's really putting in the work to make herself a beloved and endearing member of the FaZe Connect community, right? Rather than just letting the content speak for itself, she's actually, you know, getting in there with the crowd, right, to kind of to win their affection, which is good, which is what you need to do when you're a newly debuting talent, honestly, to make sure you have the best possible start. and she is a border collie coffee shop dog maid. When I look at this outfit, I immediately get vibes of like a 50s diner. Like, do you guys see where I'm coming from? It's like, actually, when they say maid, it's like, oh yeah, I do see the maid. But I could see this as being like some kind of, you know, Japanified 50s diner kind of thing, right? I don't know. Like, you replace her shoes with rollerblades, so I can imagine her being in a diner of some sort. Something, it's like the headband, the socks, and the dress, I would say. Can you see it? Yeah, I think it's the red does the lion's share of the work. And her fans are the Biscuiteers, obviously, the Biscuiteers, which is a fun name. And I guess like the summary of Bibi is that she's just pure fun, and she's probably this generation's strongest from a skill level at present, I would say. I think Bibi is going to continue to be the strongest of her generation, but we'll see how that goes. Skateboard maid and 50s hot waitress, yeah, kind of like that, I would say. More like a cafe maid. I would say she has a similar personality to Clara, broadly speaking, not perfectly similar. It's a joke with the lunatics, particularly being called a furry by a misspelling. Yeah. Oh, actually, I didn't know. I missed Bibi saying she was really into Medabots. I fucking loved Medabots growing up as well. Still got the theme tune to Medabots like memorized, the dub one. Medabots, let's go, Medabi. Go get your friends. Good fun little anime, Medabots. Medabots is good. I guess that kind of ages her then. I mean, the Tamagotchi thing already ages her. But she watched Medabots and plays Tamagotchi. She's probably roughly my age, I reckon. I don't know. I didn't really listen out for identifiers as to Bibi's age. I guess she's a hag. Is she a hag? Or is she just really into retro shit? Irie calling her BBC, not knowing what BBC. Yeah, classic Irie. Yeah, Irie, the lovely little pod wolf saying shit again. Oh, she played Medabots. Okay, yeah. Cyan Dog. Wasn't Cyan Dog useless because he had like a fucking monkey chip in his frame, right? Like that was the lore with Cyan Dog. Ah, poor Cyan Dog, best boy Cyan Dog. Cyan Dog. She could still be under 30. That's true. She could be in the late 20s. But what time is it? Yeah, I'll end it there, guys. It's fucking midnight. I'll do a part 2. Hag enthusiast chose to classify her as a hag, but personally I don't think she is. She's probably in early 30s, not late. Oh, if she's 30 or older, that makes her a hag. I'm 32, so that makes me a hag as well still. Well, male hag. But yes, guys, thank you very much for watching today's stream. I'm so sorry I spent like 2 hours of fucking slide. I'll see if I can finish off the stream next Sunday or something. Maybe next Sunday we'll finish this off. I'll need a lot more time, I think, if this is the pace we're going at to finish off this stream. So I'll try to get all of Gem 4 done next Sunday. I imagine we'll be here for about, unironically, like 8 to 10 hours probably to get them all done. But we'll get it done next Sunday. So get ready for that. And yeah, thank you guys very much for the support, the donations, for just tuning up to watch, all the chats, all the engagement. I had an awful lot of fun on today's stream. I thought today's stream would be done in 3 hours total. I should know myself better than this at this point. I'm actually impressed that we've been going for 5 hours. And I've been waffling on as long as I have. I prepared basically only one page of notes for today's stream, because I tend to find that I repeat myself a lot and I waffle a bit when I don't keep myself focused with notes. Then I find that sometimes I can say I can come up with better opinions when I'm trying to speak from the heart rather than like think about it in a more structural way, if that makes sense. But anyway, yes, thank you very much, guys, and I will see you on the next stream. I guess feel free to go do whatever. I'm just going to raid someone, and yeah, I will see you whenever I next see you. I hope you enjoyed it, and yeah, enjoy the rest of your day, guys. Oh my god, I forget how to do this every time. What the hell is wrong with me? Channel content, live, VTuber commentary stream. How do I do this again? Customization. Here we go. Customization, redirect. Who is streaming? I will raid Mako Samashima. Actually, I quite like Mako. Raiding Mako. Okay, guys, enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll speak to you later. I'll try to timestamp. I'll try to timestamp the stream now.